And I think we're live. I can hear clicking in the background, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think we're live now because the clock's going. So yes, the show that's always late. It's only 1 week and 4 minutes this time, so that's not too bad for us.
That's great for us.
And
I
I've
think
just
that's the best.
Yeah, just got a notification popping up telling us that we're on air. Thanks for that.
YouTube's actually sending out notifications for this channel. That's impressive.
I know, at least to me. Probably not to anyone else, but yeah.
Oh, hey, I guess I should actually ring.
I
guess I should ring the bell for our own channel. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, because that makes a lot of difference. Yeah.
It?
Well, to be fair, I'm not even subscribed. To the channel.
That sounds good.
Excuse me.
Pardon
me. How you been?
Well,
he's dying. Otherwise, we're great.
Yeah, I couldn't mute my headset fast enough. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm dying. Apparently, I'm getting a cold. So.
Oh no! Do you have that China flu?
Oh yeah, definitely the coronavirus right here.
Man, don't make jokes about that. That's scary.
Yeah. No, it's just a cold.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's what they said in the stand, and that worked out great for them.
I'm gonna send you to the doctor.
Oh, you've never read The Stand or watched the miniseries? It worked out great.
It certainly didn't. They're black tire necks.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Why was the virus called Captain Trips?
Oh, I don't remember the explanation for that actually.
No, me neither.
I'm sure I've read it. I'm sure I've read it somewhere, but I can't remember.
I think it was explained early in the book, but I can't remember either.
I forgot that particular detail halfway through the book because it's so fucking long.
It is a very long book.
Yeah, speaking of long, we have 3 very long movies.
Well, yeah, one very long movie and 2 which aren't quite as long, but yeah. So this is going to be a long show. And in case you haven't guessed by the name, there will be spoilers for the 3 movies that we're talking about. And we'll be talking about some other movies in relation to the main 3 movies as well. But
yeah, it's hard not to do that when talking about Kurosawa. So,
speaking of which, guess what happened to come in the mail yesterday?
No, it wasn't me. I got in trouble last time I did that in the postman.
You need to do it in the mailbox when you're not being watched.
Okay, that's
tips.
The trick, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. No, Rand managed to come in the mail yesterday. But I was like, we already switched it, so I'm not switching it back.
Yeah, it came late too. So
yeah.
And I mean, last time that happened, Bane also got arrested. So
either way, she didn't get her money's worth. I'd be mad too.
So yeah, I guess Yojimbo instead. But you know what? I really like Yojimbo, and it's one of his.
I'm not mad at it.
It's a really cool movie, and it's kind of almost a little bit of a comedy in a way. So it's definitely
great character, very great character, and great story as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we're doing an Akira Kurosawa special today. So we're looking at 3 of his movies. And let me stress once again, there will be spoilers. So maybe watch the movies before listening, unless you don't care about the movies being spoiled. So I think we've all probably done a bit of prep for this.
A little bit.
Yeah, I've done 0.
I even tried to learn Japanese with the help of Siri.
Oh, nice. How did that work for you? Did Siri treat you well?
We'll see how it goes. Hey, Siri.
Yes.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
There's nothing to read.
Hey, Siri.
Oh, Siri, you silly bitch.
How do you say I farted? How do you say I farted in your mother's vagina in Japanese?
In Japanese, I farted in your mother's vagina is お前の母親はギナで手をした.
I think.
Why?
I think it's very educational. I mean, I'm trying to bring some culture to the show.
Well, yeah, me too. Me too. You know, I think I speak for all of us, the audience included, in the past and the future. Now, this show has just basically it's classier now. It's grown in class. I feel. I think we should all quit our day jobs.
I feel more educated by that. Yes, it's something I needed to know because it's something I do on the regular.
Well, you never know. You might be traveling to Japan and it might come up.
It's something I only do when I'm in Japan. It's like
you get off the plane and you're just like, well,
are you a mother? Let me fart in your vagina.
Yeah. It's just like when I get off the plane in Japan, my hair immediately turns blue and I immediately have a subplot. So, you know, I don't know about you.
Hey, Siri.
Yes.
How do you say I farted in your mother's vagina in Canadian?
I can't translate into Canadian yet.
Oh.
Our language is much too complicated.
It's a very complex language. Yeah,
but
very complex.
It's not called Canadian, you fucking racist.
What's it called? Kanakistani.
Yeah,
yes.
There you go.
Okay.
Or, you know, in the common tongue, snowbeaner.
Yeah.
Hey Siri. Yeah. Fuck off.
I won't respond to that.
We have a very complex relationship. So.
I mean, she totally responded, though.
Yeah, she did.
Unlike most women. So. Yeah. Siri's a good woman. She's all right.
She knows her place.
Yeah. Now that we've got the culture out the way, should we get on to the serious part of the show?
Yeah, we'll start with the
show. I quit.
There you go. We'll start with the least serious movie. So yeah,
Yojimbo. And does anyone know what the name Yojimbo means?
Roughly translated, doesn't it roughly translate to bodyguard?
Not exactly. I'll go back to Siri.
Okay.
Hey Siri. Translate bouncer into Japanese.
In Japanese, bouncers. Hanekaeru.
No, it didn't work that time.
You were very wrong, aren't you?
No, Siri.
You just embarrassed the fuck out of you.
I know. What a bitch. Hey Siri.
Woman.
Hey Siri. Translate bouncer into Japanese.
In Japanese, dancer is.
Dancer.
Australian Siri can't even understand you.
She does. I think it's because I've got my mouth so close to it. Hey Siri, translate bouncer into Japanese.
In Japanese, bouncers. Hanekaeru.
No, she's not doing it. She was doing it off air before. But yeah, bouncer is Yojimbo.
Ask her what bodyguard means. Do it in Japanese. I want to see.
All right. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. What is bodyguard in Japanese?
In Japanese, bodyguard is goe.
Oh my good lord.
All right. Hey Siri, I'll give it one more shot.
Okay. Siri, we've already established that. Yes.
Hey Siri, what is bouncer in Japanese? She's thinking about it.
She's very confused. Oh, you broke her.
She's thinking. I've got the little thing going down the bottom where she's looking it up. Last night I did it and it worked fine. So maybe because I called her a bitch.
Maybe.
I told her to fuck off. I told her to fuck off. So she's
maybe she's thinking in American right now. Oh no! If that were the case, she would have gone. No, wait. You mean bouncer? but she's not that much of a cunt. So
Anyway, yeah.
Why am I bullying the virtual woman?
Oh, I was bullying Australians there. But,
So anyway, the first movie we're looking at is Yojimbo, which roughly translates bouncer as bouncer. Which I guess is kind of like a bodyguard, I guess.
In a way, but I mean, bouncer makes more sense, I suppose, in this context. Absolutely.
He's certainly trying to bounce them out.
Oh yeah.
I loved this movie. It was fantastic.
And do we know what the character's name is?
Fuck no.
Well, it's Sanjuro, but I'm not going to try to pronounce his full Japanese name, which he just makes up on the spot.
Can we call him Mulberry?
Yes, it's Sanjuro. Well, it's 30 Mulberry.
I thought it was 30, like 30-year-old.
Well, it is, but I guess directly from Japanese, it would be just 30 Mulberry. It's very strange. Everything is translated very literally. So,
and in the sequel, his name is 30 Carnation.
Yeah,
because he just sees a carnation tree or bush, and but yeah, so he's basically the man with no name, and he's just made up a name on the spot, which sounds more like an address than a name, but you know.
Well.
Yeah, it sounds like an address in London or something. 30 Mulberry Lane.
It'd be a great trivia quiz question. What name the movie with the main character named 30 Mulberry?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone would get it.
No, very few.
So, should we start with the plot?
Oh, yeah.
It's not overly complex.
Oh, wandering samurai finds very dusty, very quiet town and finds out it's in the midst of a gang war.
Yeah, and this is just at the end of a pretty tumultuous period in Japanese history. Right at the end of the Edo period, when the emperors were basically changing out, the samurai were really dying off at this point. Edo was changing into Tokyo, or modern Tokyo. It was beginning that transformation. So basically the entire country's fucked up. So small towns, I guess, feel it the most, especially in terms of the economy and criminal gangs. I mean, I guess you could almost call this almost the advent of the Yakuza. Not really, but close to. Basically the same idea, or just the mafia in general, just around the world. I think most people would understand that. So, yeah, Sanjuro wanders into town.
So it's about 100 years before the movie was made, basically.
Yeah, thereabouts. I think the movie was made in 1960 or 62, 61.
61, I think. Yeah, 61.
Yeah, and this is around. I'm not quite sure when this is based.
I think it said 1860.
Yeah, 1860. Yeah, 1860, 1870, around there. Just when Edo was transforming into Tokyo. So I know that's around 1860-ish, thereabouts. So.
Yeah, so a Ronin, or a masterless samurai, just wanders into town in the middle of a gang war, and decides to take advantage of it.
Oh, and does he ever?
His intentions are to get rid of them,
and to make a little bit of money along the way.
Yeah. He definitely wants to make some money and get some free food out of the bargain too.
I think it's works. The food. He's more motivated by the food than the money. He doesn't hang on to any of the money.
No, he doesn't. As we find out later, he's very kind-hearted. But you wouldn't know it. Not really, anyway. But even at the beginning of the movie, he never actually comes across as a bad guy.
No,
he's just a fella looking for some food and looking to work for a little bit of money, and maybe. I
mean, he'll kill people for money.
Absolutely.
But he has an honor code. He's a bit like Han Solo, I guess, in a way. You know, the lovable rogue who,
Yeah, very
you know,
much.
He's a scoundrel, just like Han Solo. Yeah,
he's going to do what he has to survive, but at the end of the day, he does have a good heart.
And he too is scruffy.
he is very scruffy.
He doesn't have a Wookiee though. I thought that was a big letdown.
No, he had Sanjuro. He has a dog with a hand in his mouth instead.
Yes, what a great scene that is.
Yeah, near the beginning of the film, he's walking into town, and it's this town is very deserted, and we as the audience see a few people. I think Sanjuro sees it too, where there's a few people frantically looking out the window at him. You know, he's just wandering through this ghost town, and all of a sudden, just out of the corner of a building, or in between two buildings, this dog, this wild dog, I guess, just your standard movie dog, just like a lab or something, comes running out with a human hand in his mouth, a severed human hand with a little bit of the arm, and just runs past him.
Yeah, he's hungry.
Yeah, and that's when Sanjuro, the man with no name, really starts to look around town and go. You can see it on his face. You can,
visible confusion.
Yeah, something's not right here. And this is when I can't remember. It wasn't the casket maker. It was somebody else, right? I think a restaurant owner or something that bursts out of a building and asks him if he wants to make some money.
No, that's the
guard.
Yeah.
Okay.
But before he gets to town, because I think we're getting a little sidetracked, he did stumble across a family of farmers, and their son decided to take off and try his hand at gambling in this turf war. I guess hoping if he picks the winning side, he's going to get good money and.
Yeah, good money, bitches, money.
Like the same reason anybody joins a gang, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, because both sides are hiring as many men as possible at this point.
Yeah.
Before we get into the plot too much, I got to say one thing I love about this movie and Seven Samurai, and this is one thing I've talked about quite a bit before, is it doesn't overuse music.
No.
Yeah, it's quiet a lot.
Yeah, I mean there are key points in both movies where music is used, to emphasize something, but he's not afraid to have long periods where there's just background noise.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's not. I find Yojimbo has more music, but I really actually enjoy the musical score. I can certainly see. I can see where this is another movie that you can tell that obviously. I mean, we'll get into this a little later, but obviously Sergio Leone had a huge influence on him, but also more modern directors like Quentin Tarantino. You can really hear and feel that that inspiration, where like Tarantino and other modern directors got that from, that very almost outlandish, not quite silly soundtrack, and he uses it very sparingly. So,
and it was very, very 60s. You can tell exactly when the movie was made.
Yeah,
the soundtrack, but it's quite good at the same time.
It's very good. Yeah, I loved it. I definitely see what you're saying, though. Or hear what you're saying. Kurosawa. He does that in most of his movies. I find where he's very intelligent with his use of music. Yeah.
Yeah. But the background sounds, it really helps to build the environment, like in Seven Samurai, which we'll get to later. Like the scenes in the mill where there's just, they're just sitting there talking, and you hear the thud, thud, thud in the background.
Yeah, you'll hear a random sliding door of a villager going out to use the washroom or something.
Yeah, and the running water and things like that. It just creates the environment. It puts you in that environment, and I think a lot of directors, especially inexperienced ones, will just throw music right throughout the entire movie. They think it needs to be there. It doesn't.
It doesn't. Kurosawa, more than I think most filmmakers, alive or dead, was very good at world building.
Yeah.
He actually built this little world, which is what a film is, really, is a little world there for us to, live or be in. And I find myself that I feel like my mind just goes not blank, but it just goes right into this film, whatever one I'm watching.
It's very immersive.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very,
yeah.
very immersive. And
It's like Lynch in that way. Lynch does the same thing.
he does. It's so immersive. I find myself in that world. He's such a wonderful world builder, and very few directors match that, and or rather, very few directors come close to matching that, and even fewer actually do match it. So.
Yeah, so I thought I'd mention that about the sound, because it's
Yeah.
I think it really helps to immerse the viewer into it. Not something like I don't know, Transformers, where it's just overload with
That sound, that bass drop.
not just the sound but visuals too. It's just they throw everything in, and sometimes you don't. Well, most of the time you don't need that. It's just too much. Sometimes
it
it's
is
just a quiet scene with some background sounds, no music. And you don't even need the characters talking; just the visuals and the sound.
Well,
is enough to, and sometimes it's good for a movie to take a beat and just relax and let things build.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And it may result in a 3-hour movie, but it's not entirely bad.
Well, no, it's not entirely bad. As an example, Seven Samurai, it doesn't feel as long as it really is when I'm watching it, because the world is so immersive and wonderful, and the plot is so well written. Same with Yojimbo, Dreams, you name it, or any other number of films from other directors. Once Upon a Time in America, it's just this world that's in front of you, and it's laid out, and it just.
Are you saying you guys don't like musicals?
Oh, I love musicals.
I know you do.
I just they need more quiet parts.
I
don't think we're saying that.
To be fair, Sweeney Todd actually does that. It's a musical, but there are lots of scenes where there's nothing in the background but background noise.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, I want to do Pink Floyd's The Wall eventually, so I mean,
which is a pretty bombastic musical. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But it's definitely bombastic, and I don't think it falls into the non-use of music.
Yeah,
exactly. No, I'm not saying the use of music is a bad thing.
There are plenty of
overused.
Yeah, used correctly.
There are plenty of movies where there's music throughout, and they're great, and the use of music is fantastic, and it works for those films, but it's not a required thing. And I definitely agree with Bane here. We spoke about this ad nauseum in the past, where I feel many directors, too many, just they fill silences with music because they don't know what else to do. They're either afraid to let their world speak for itself, or they just don't know what to do. And
that, or they actually think that silence in a film is a bad thing, which I'm sure there are swaths of people that feel that way.
Well, sure.
Do you know Tarkovsky?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Stalker?
Stalker.
I don't think so.
Okay. I'll add that to my list because it's a movie we need to watch sometime. But it's just long scenes in that of people sitting there with background sound and noise, and it just builds.
So is it like a Lynchian scene? Because that's what came into my mind, where people sitting around a dinner table, as an example, with just them eating. With
I don't want to spoil the plot.
Okay, well, don't do that. But you know what I mean by that, though, right? I think Lynch does that good and bad at the same time. But he would do, he would film, 8 or 10 people eating supper, and you would just hear the clinks of the of the silverware and the glasses, and he would just sit on that for a good 60 seconds or whatever. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about, but
Tarkovsky really takes his time to build a scene, and you'll have people standing around and looking at each other or looking at something and hesitating, and just background noises and things like, and it really builds the atmosphere, right? Some people might find it too slow, but I think it's beautiful to look at, and it's really good world building. And it really immerses the viewer in in the particular scene in the world, and I think that's something that's lacking in a lot of modern day movies.
Yeah.
You
But
can
then
find
again,
them if you know where to look.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You could, but
You just have to pay less attention to big budget sort of Hollywood-esque films and look more at independence, and you'll find more of that stuff.
that's true. That's true. So, yeah, speaking of being immersed into the world of Yojimbo, he goes into the town. There's a dog running out with a severed hand, which immediately puts you into that world.
Mhm.
It made me laugh.
well,
The
yeah.
music is all like plinky and twangy. It's sort of like a Western, but not really. It makes me laugh.
Oh, this
Well,
is very much like a Western.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
he was influenced by Westerns of the 50s, and then he influenced Westerns
of the 60s,
and
70s.
70s.
Yeah, he did. He influenced them more than. Okay, what am I trying to say here? He influenced the American Westerns of the 60s and 70s more so than the American Westerns of the 50s influenced American Westerns of the 60s and 70s. It's very strange that his films, even at the time, were so, well, I guess they weren't widely known, but I guess they were seen by enough people and enough prolific Hollywood directors that they took that and just kind of ran with it.
Yeah, there's something like I like me a good Western, don't get me wrong. There's something real fun about a good Western, but
a spaghetti Western is fantastic. Yeah,
really enjoy a bunch of dudes with swords over a couple of guys with guns any day. It's far more interesting to watch that unfold because there's, I don't know, this might be ignorant, but I feel like there's more skill involved in besting somebody with a sword than with a gun.
It definitely is. Yeah. It's a lot easier to get lucky with a gun than it is with a sword.
Yeah,
I think.
that's sort of what I'm getting at. Like,
now that's not to say that using a pistol accurately at a split second's notice doesn't take skill, because it certainly does.
It does.
But I definitely agree with Miss Anon that it's
different surgeries. One being simple, one being way more complex. They both require a level of skill, but one is obviously more complex than the other.
Well, one's up close, and the other one's usually at a distance. And because it's at a distance, you might have more than one shot.
Yeah.
Whereas up close, if you make one mistake, that could be it.
Like, you can actually see, because they do introduce a gun in this movie at a certain point, and it's
he has
a big deal that when they have a gun, because that's like an I win button.
Well, certainly, especially at close range. Now, historically, most sword battles between samurai or anybody that wielded a sword throughout history, those fights, those battles, especially if they were one-on-one, were not long drawn out things like we see or saw in many movies where they cross swords for 10 minutes and this and that. Most sword fights lasted less than 20 seconds.
I think it depends on the kind of sword too. Like, the katanas are not meant to be swung at each other. They're meant to be swung at meat.
Oh, the tachis. Yeah, the tachis that samurai used. Yeah.
Yes. So to swing them at each other and parry and to do that crap it's not going to work. It's going to completely kill the weapon.
Oh, it'll break the sword. So
they come together and they aim for body parts, and you either dodge or you hit your opponent. There's no.
We saw that in Seven Samurai. There was a fight which lasted all of 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's just they didn't last any longer than that, because
you get in there and you do what you have to do.
Yeah. So it's in a way it's gonna sound like I'm really oversimplifying it, but it's almost like a rock paper scissors type situation. I know that sounds silly.
No, it really
in
doesn't.
A way,
you have to be able to gauge your opponent's body language to decide where they're going to go and how you're going to respond to where they're going. So yeah.
Otherwise, you are dead. And
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you only get a couple of seconds to think about it. That's probably too much. It happens fast.
Yeah. So yeah, it makes for a very exciting Western.
Mm-hmm.
Is I think what she's trying to say.
Yeah.
So.
There was,
yeah.
I was going to say there was a Chinese movie that came out when it would have been early noughties. So, almost 20 years ago. I can't remember the name of it. I've actually got it on DVD, but I haven't watched it in years. And there's a scene in that where there's two swordsmen and they sit down across from each other and we see battles, but that's them imagining battling each other. So they don't actually fight.
Oh, different scenarios in their heads.
Yeah, but it's like playing mental chess against each other, and it's like the whole battle takes place in their mind. It's quite fascinating to watch.
Yeah, that sounds pretty striking, actually, and the whole scene's like that.
Yeah. I can't think of the name of it though. It's slipped my memory. I need to have a look at it again.
Mm-hmm.
Could be another movie I add to my extremely long list of movies to watch.
Well, that's okay. The longer it is, the better. It's more to choose from.
Coming in 2030. Oh,
yeah.
only a 10-year wait, folks. Don't worry.
Well, if it's scheduled for 2030, it'll happen in 2042. So
that's right.
So let's not schedule anything and jinx it here. So.
So yeah, the town is in the midst of a battle between the two warring gangsters. Gangster teams, I guess you could call them.
Yeah, one of them is the son of the original Kingpin, and one of them is his right hand. And the right hand gets all bitchy because the Kingpin handed over his territories to his son and not to him.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So he split and got his own men.
Yeah.
Now the town is torn in two. And Sanjuro comes in and decides to profit from it by pitting the two warring sides against each other.
Yeah, I think he's
provoking them.
Yeah, I think his original plan is to get them to kill each other, so he doesn't have to do it.
Yeah, and they are killing each other, but at a very slow rate. It's kind of almost a stalemate, but just with little skirmishes here and there.
It's a bit hilarious.
But it has the whole town on edge because no one wants to go out because of the chaos. So his plan is basically to provoke them to get it over and done with as quickly as possible, and he almost does that right from the start.
Yeah, I mean, there would have been no movie if he succeeded.
Yeah. Well, he goes to one side and offers his services, and they agree to pay him. But then he overhears the wife of the Kingpin saying, well, maybe once he kills a lot of the other men, we should just stab him in the back. And that way we don't have to pay him the rest of the money.
He demonstrates his skills in front of everybody first.
Yeah. They know he's skilled.
He hauls them all outside, goes to the opposite side and just kills 3 of them. And then goes, okay, how much are you going to pay me? Because he knows at that point they've all seen what he's worth, so they're going to fight over him, which is sort of what he
and they offer him 1 gold piece to start with, and it eventually gets to, I think, 50?
60.
60. Yeah, that's right. You're right, 60. It's 30 up front and 30 at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they've paid him the 30, but they don't want to pay him the other 30, so they're plotting to stab him in the back. And of course, he overhears this, so
when the skirmish is going to happen, he throws the money back at them and goes, I heard what you said, and I'm offended. So
now they're all out the open facing each other, expecting a fight, and their key warrior has just decided to say, I'm not fighting for you.
I'm just going to watch. You guys.
Yeah, and their second most skilled warrior, who was the fencing trainer, I think.
Wasn't he another samurai? He had the little top knot. I thought he
was. Yeah,
well,
but they referred to him as the fencing trainer or something like that. And he was only getting paid 1 gold, but once he found out what was happening, he left. He ran away.
Oh yeah,
So
over
they're really left with no one but just your average grunts. And they were kind of goading one another, going up and trying to attack the other side, but then pulling back. It was quite fascinating to watch.
It was hilarious. It was spectacularly funny.
Yeah, so basically the rest of the movie is him flip-flopping from one side to the other, provoking and slowly killing them off and manipulating them.
Playing them all for fools.
Yeah. He's clearly more cunning, at least, if not more intelligent than anyone else in the movie.
Oh God, yeah. Can we
Yeah, he's got a cunning to him that's really.
Have we seen Unibrow yet? Because I love him.
Yeah, and we see this in the sequel as well, Sanjuro. In fact, Sanjuro probably should have been called "Everyone is an Idiot" in this movie except Sanjuro.
Well, of course, that movie was kind of rewritten because of the success of this one, and he kind of becomes. It's actually, it sounds, or rather, it's less silly than I'm making it sound, but he kind of becomes more of a superhero in Sanjuro, in a way.
Yeah, in Sanjuro, basically the main characters are 9 young, inexperienced guys who are caught up in a plot, and he goes along with them. Yeah. And he'll be sitting in the background, just scratching himself, chewing a bit of straw or something, just relaxing. And they go, why don't we do this thing? And he'll go, nah, probably not a good idea to do that thing.
Yeah.
And they go, why is it a bad idea to do that thing? And then he tells them, because he's the wise, experienced one. And they go, that's a good idea. We probably shouldn't do that thing. And that happens at least 10 times in the movie. And it's a great movie.
It is, yeah. But
it does repeat the same thing where, the inexperienced younger guys really are lost without him. And he's the much older, wiser one. And really comes across as the only intelligent person in the whole movie.
Yes.
I mean, at least the side characters in this one aren't all complete retards.
No,
they're not. They have their own personalities, their own little worlds that
they figure them out eventually.
Yeah, the villains especially they do.
Well, maybe we should go through some of the characters. So obviously, there's Sanjuro, the main character, the lovable rogue.
Yep.
The Ronin ruffian.
His, I think his main partner in crime is the restaurant owner.
Yep. Who just doesn't want any war or anything. He just wants peace. He's sick of the battle and the fighting, which is perfectly understandable. I don't blame him.
Oh, yeah. It's bad for business. Nobody wants to come out and go to a restaurant when people are getting killed in the street.
Yeah. Well,
and the casket maker.
He says to Sanjuro, you can have the food for free. Just don't fight anyone and leave.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want any more trouble. But yeah. But he eventually comes around to Sanjuro's side and starts helping him. Yeah, and then there's the Cooper, the casket maker, who's making a profit.
Oh, yeah, he's happy.
A big profit. Yeah, he's very happy with the situation.
He's got a nice, slow trickle of bodies pouring in all the time, so...
Although he is concerned when there's going to be a big fight, because he says where there's so many people who die, they don't bother making caskets.
Yeah.
And he's concerned because he's bought all this wood to make caskets, so...
Easily the most annoying character, the constable, we could call him, I guess.
Yeah.
The sniveling constable.
He is so annoying. He has the most annoying voice of any man I've ever heard in my life. He sounds like the Munchkins from The Wizard of Oz.
Oh.
But without the that's just what he sounds like. It's weird. I didn't know people sounded like that.
They were capable of making that sound.
Yeah, it's so strangely high pitched, and it's weird. He drove me crazy.
Well, he's not in it that much, at least. So.
I really hoped he died, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay that he didn't.
Yeah,
your bloodlust is showing.
He told him to kill himself at the end. So.
He did, yeah, very nonchalantly under his breath, almost. You go
No,
hang
he
yourself.
just go hang yourself.
Yeah.
And then there's the original crime lord and his wife and his son.
Is
He
that
seemed-
the original?
Yeah, because the other one's he's second in command.
Yeah.
Oh yes, okay.
So the original,
In his whorehouse running wife.
yeah, he seems fairly weak. It seems like he's a bit henpecked by his wife.
Yeah, she's the alpha.
Yeah, she's the one coming up with the ideas and pushing him. Of course, she's not the one out there with the sword, but you know.
Neither is
Yeah.
he, to be fair.
Oh, I think he was out with the sword at one point.
He was
His son
standing behind everybody else.
Or at least he was out there, though.
She was out there too. Our protagonist hucked the money at her.
Yeah.
You're right. That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
She had no sword. She was just out there to bark at them.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
other side, there's the ex second in command who's now got his own gang of ruffians, and he's got. Did you refer to him as eyebrow?
Yeah, unibrow.
Unibrow. That's it.
I love him and his stupid ass face through this whole.
I know what a
movie.
weird looking face he has. I mean,
Yeah,
Oh, it's
weird
great.
fellow.
perfect for the role.
He sticks out his front teeth the whole time, lifts his and curls his upper lip over his teeth. It's great. He's a mouth breather. Like, he's just got his mouth hanging open with his teeth sticking out and his lip curled up. The expression is
fantastic.
hysterical. The second I saw him, I started laughing.
Well, he doesn't really strike you as a fighter, more as someone manipulating things behind the lines, and not overly intelligent either, but still,
Oh,
manipulative.
he's just a grunt. He's
Yeah.
apparently scary when he's angry, which I could see because stupid people tend to get very aggressive when they get angry. So,
And then there's the gun guy, who I think was the head gangster's brother, if I remember correctly.
pretty boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He comes in about halfway through the movie, and he's got a pistol, which he loves.
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. He loves that like it's a child.
Well,
He's
it's an
always-
equalizer, isn't it? You don't have
He's
to be
always
a
like-
swordsman if you've got
Yeah.
a pistol.
He's always like touching himself with it, and it's he's very erotic. It really is like his penis a little bit. Oh, he's always rubbing it on his nipples, and I mean, really, he's got
Well, what else are guns for? I'm
he's got
confused.
it inside his kimono, and he's all like rubbing it on his chest and shit. It's very horny for that thing.
Yeah, it's a little strange.
And then there's the Bond villain.
Is that what we're gonna call Scarface?
No, the 7 foot tall Japanese
Oh,
guy.
Oh yeah.
Giant. This is
Yeah.
probably going to get me in trouble, but I don't think I've ever sat all the way through a Bond movie in my entire life.
I thought you were going to say something about the actual actor, because he looks like he's got gigantism. That's the term, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he definitely does.
Yeah.
Well, I called him Toshio the Giant, so
He
maybe
reminded me-
I'll
He
get
did.
in more trouble than Miss Onwell in this case.
For not
reminded me
watching a
of
Bond
Jaws.
movie, are you sure?
He reminded me of Jaws from Bond.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, for sure.
Only he had a big wooden hammer in this instead of the Jaws.
It looks like Harley Quinn's mallet,
Yeah,
but without the fancy paint job.
yeah.
I think everyone else on that side were just.
Do you want to know what I'm sad? We
Ruffy
never got to
ruffian.
see him use it.
No, I don't think we did.
He did not crush one motherfucker with that big hammer.
No, I mean the first time we saw it. I mean, to be fair, nobody did anything with anything during that little so-called quote unquote brawl at the beginning, where Sanjuro was just sitting there watching. But
Yeah, but again, I feel like You can't show me that and then not do something with it for the rest of the movie. Come on. Just one. He could just crush one skull for me. It would have been okay. Even if they didn't have like the means to make a crushed head, he could have had him cave some ribs in or something.
Yeah, there you go. He would have had to have had balls for that. Same with everybody else.
He was the only one with balls. I'm pretty sure if he'd been unleashed, he would have smashed around in that with that mallet.
Oh, I don't know. Nobody had any balls during that first fight when it was introduced. So
yeah, it's true. They were all very skittish.
It was a bit of a Cold War, wasn't it?
Oh God, yeah. They didn't even get really. They got within 5 feet of each other and then found a reason to not.
Yeah.
They were like, "Oh, okay, here's a reason to not. Let's just not." God, what are they paying? What are they paying these fucking sellswords for? They don't do anything.
Well, I imagine they're not paying them much, and I imagine they're not greatly skilled. I mean, like you said, one of the first characters we see is the farmer's son.
Yeah, but seriously, if you're gonna pay sellswords like that, why are you allowing them to continue to work for you if they won't fucking do anything?
Because if they all quit, they'd have nobody.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you can't beat up on your sellswords when they're all you have.
But they're not sellswords, they're pussies.
Although at one point they declare a truce, which doesn't last too long, thanks to Sanjuro. But during that time, they do fire some of the grunts.
Yeah, here and there.
Yeah.
And the grunts aren't too happy about it.
Of course not. Wouldn't you? Your employer just fire? Well, actually, it's because they paid them pennies to do a shitty job. They didn't fire them.
No, they did fire some of them when there was the ceasefire.
Yes, they did.
Did they? Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Not all of them, but just some of them, because they didn't need,
as many.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the Silk Festival is very important.
And it would be costing a lot of money too to, constantly be hiring more men to try to outnumber your opponent's number of men.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like in the 80s with Russia and America constantly building more nukes to try to outdo each other.
Well, it sort of means the bidding war for Mulberry stops.
Yeah, and that goes against his plan.
Yeah, so he has to stir some more shit because they've stopped fighting. And I think the truce lasts for a little bit, and then he finds out who killed this official in a couple of towns over.
Yeah, what happened was, I think it was an inspector comes to town.
Yeah. So they had to call a truce.
Yeah, an inspector from Edo, from the emperor himself, to just basically see how everything's running in town to make sure
it's a good enough sized town that he would give a shit about it.
Well, yeah, it's to make sure everything's running up to snuff in terms of the economy and taxes and just overall appearance.
Yeah,
and you got to keep wars.
Yeah, well, that's right. You got to keep up appearances. So, basically, everybody. It's in rather hilarious scenes. Everybody is ordered by their superiors to basically act like nothing is happening. Even the dogs aren't fighting, I think somebody says.
So, of course, they want to get rid of the official because they want to get back to the war, which they don't, coincidentally, ironically, because they declare a ceasefire anyway.
Yeah.
But to get rid of the official and get back to business as usual, they kill a guard or a constable or whatever in another town. So the official will have to leave and go to that town.
Yeah, it's a good way to get rid of them.
Yeah, and then the guys who are hired to do it get drunk and brag about it.
Well, they're mad they didn't get paid enough.
Yeah,
I would be too.
Yeah, it's understandable. So Sanjuro tricks them into telling him that they're the ones who did it, and he then sells them to one side, and then goes and tells the other side that they've
captured them.
Yeah, captured them or defected or something like that. So So the war's back on.
Yeah.
So
So,
they
yeah,
decide they're going to kidnap the other side's son so that they can ransom him back for those two thugs so they can't talk.
So goodbye ceasefire.
Yeah. Which, I mean, works for our protagonist here.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, hello prophets.
And then we get another standoff where they have, the hostages transferred. And, oh, look, the other side has an ace up their sleeve, and they have some woman who belongs to, I don't know who the fuck this other guy is. Who is he in relation to the other side?
I'm not sure. He's a drunk because he's had his wife stolen.
No, not her actual husband, but
Oh, okay.
who is it that she now belongs to?
The magistrate. That's the like the leader of the rival gang, I think, isn't it?
No, the guy with the scar on his face is the leader. This guy is just some
an old man, but he's got power though.
He must be high up in that side's dealings somehow. And basically he's stolen this guy's wife away from him because he basically lost his house and everything he owned and his wife gambling.
Yes.
I mean, he hasn't done that before.
Is that why you're single?
Yeah, that's why I'm single.
I'm sorry.
It's a nice house too, so.
There you go.
At least you got to keep the computer.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
It was either your wife or the computer, and you made the wisest choice.
Yep,
yeah,
I did.
You gotta look out for what's important in life here. So anyway.
I've still got Siri.
Yeah. Even though she's dumber than a tree stump. Hey, that's hey Siri.
It's true, but come on.
Hey Siri, you're fucking retarded.
Hey Siri, are you fucking retarded?
I won't respond to that.
Which word makes her do that? Is it any swear?
I don't know, but
because you should just ask her if she's stupid and see if she'll answer that.
Oh.
Hey Siri, are you stupid?
I won't respond to that.
Yeah. Oh, so she just won't respond to anything.
I think they've probably gone through a lot of various things that people.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I just want to know if she's horny. God.
Hey Siri, I think I'm in love with you.
That's sweet.
Oh,
friend zoned again.
Friend zoned again. buy an iPad this time.
Yeah, that's right.
She doesn't even say it back. No, you have to buy a Google device so you can talk to Google. I've like neutered my phone so the OK Google thing doesn't work, but because I don't like that my smart devices are listening all the time. It gives me the creeps.
Well, it's not your smart devices that's listening. It's someone in China.
No, the device is listening. I know it. It's randomly done it and said, "Ooh, we sent the audio clip you requested to your email," and then I never get them. And I never asked it to do it, but it says it sent it, and I don't know where the fuck it goes, but
it goes to Siri, and Siri gets everybody's darkest thoughts, and that's why she won't answer questions, because she's so goddamn depressed that we're all so fucked up.
Well, it's funny.
Suicidal.
It's funny. I've been recording a YouTube video before, and I'm responding to something, and I've said, "Are you serious?" And she's going, "Beep beep. How can I help you?"
Well,
like, fuck, you're listening to everything, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I can't answer that question.
It makes me go. It makes me go full fucking boomer, man.
Yeah.
Like, give me my tinfoil hat. I don't like these. It's the phones. Have you seen the smart home devices that they're making all fucking cute now?
No.
Like, okay, they've got this little robotic spider, and it's fucking adorable. It's got big doe eyes and everything, but it's a smart device like Google Home is. And it listens to you the same way Google Home does, and I don't know why people are buying it.
Mm.
It-
Well,
it-
they didn't have this problem in 1860 in feudal Japan, that's for sure.
But yeah, thank
No.
God for that. We got really distracted, didn't we?
Yeah, I know. I thought we'd get us back on track because it's going to be a long show anyway.
Anyways, so he owns this woman now because her husband is a drunken buffoon who gambled her away, and the other side has her, which of course very much distresses our protagonist, as it would, seeing a woman that much in distress.
Yeah,
And,
even though he's a rogue, a scoundrel, he still has some kind of
He's got
Yeah,
some
decency about it.
moral code, at least a little bit.
Very, very much like Han Solo, who at the start of A New Hope, he's all about the money, and
Yeah.
he's a smuggler, and he owes a gambling debt, or not a gambling debt, it's for dropping his cargo when the Imperials came along. But he's in debt to a gangster.
Yeah.
He's a villain, but he turns out to come back and save Luke at the end. He actually does care, and he has a good side. It's the circumstances that have really made him who he is.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's the same with Sanjiro.
So he certainly decides he must rescue her.
Yep.
And he goes and he joins the side that wants her. Because he's not going to be able.
That has her.
That he has a plan.
I thought he joined the side that doesn't have her to get her away from them.
No, he joins the side that has her because he goes with Unibrow to check on the cards.
Oh right, yes, Unibrow's on that side.
Yeah, because there were I think, what did he say? 5
There's 6
guards
guards
with the gun. Yeah, there's 6 ruffians.
No.
Roughnecks, he calls them. Yeah, roughnecks.
No, this is after he gets her away from them. It has, I believe it is, because Unibrow's on the other side, the side that wants her. And when he rescues her, she's inside a house full of other, like, she's in the house.
Definitely on Unibrow's side, because he gets Unibrow distracted because they're on the way to the house.
I know. I thought Unibrow was on.
Then he goes there. And the guards are dead. Quick, go get someone.
Yeah.
And then he goes and comes with the guards. And they come in and go, who could have killed our men?
Yeah, I thought that was the side that wanted her.
No.
Okay. All right. I got it backwards.
Yeah. So he basically rescues her by tricking Unibrow, and
he runs off to get.
He blames it on the other side.
Yeah.
Right. But he gets her free and gives her to her husband.
To her husband.
And they run off. Yeah. And the idiots are sticking around thanking him. He's going, go, you're going to get caught again. I'm going to be found out. Piss off.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that one good act is eventually his downfall.
Yeah.
Because the husband, being the idiot that he is, comes back to give a note to the innkeeper guy, thanking Sanjiro. Now, I can understand why he'd want to do that, but
yeah, I mean,
come on, think about it for a second. You're going to be putting the guy's life in danger if you do that.
I feel like it's the restaurant owner's blunder, giving him the note at all when he realizes he doesn't want it. Like, either get rid of that shit quickly. You could pass the message along when it's safe instead of risking him getting caught, which of course he gets caught, but
almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it kicks off a war. They set the Silk building on fire, and they sabotage a bunch of sake barrels, and they're really going at it now. And they're actually
they're now destroying each other's businesses. So they're attacking them at the in the pocket.
Yeah, and he's just enjoying his chaos unfold, and dumb innkeeper decides, ooh, yeah, here, I'm gonna give you this incriminating fucking note. And then not be smart enough to realize, oh hey, the enemy's here. I'm not gonna get rid of this quickly.
Yeah, we'll
and
just leave it on
subtly.
the table.
Yeah, fuck. It's probably it was a big dumb.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he gets caught by Mr. Pistol Nipples.
Yeah. Who he suspects him anyway, and he's probably a bit jealous of him as well.
Well, yeah, because he's actually talented, and Pistol
Yeah.
Nipples has nothing to offer except a pistol that he was constantly rubbing on himself. So they managed to catch him because at this point it's like handed the cookie jar levels of guilty. And he gets the shit kicked out of him by that giant. And I imagine he's got some broken ribs, or at least he's good and beat the fuck up.
Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble.
And they're torturing him a bit. They seem to think he knows where this woman ran off to, which is the only reason they're keeping him alive.
And can I just say that it's good to see a hero have the shit beat out of him, because that way it really lets the audience know that something's at stake.
Yeah, and I mean he could fail.
Yeah. I mean, in all likelihood, he's not going to, because that's the way movies usually go.
Yeah,
but
I mean, he could have failed, and we could have seen maybe something happen with that farmer's son.
It's still good.
Yeah.
It's still good to see the hero humanized. So
yeah,
and the fact that he's not a Superman or a Mary Sue, and is capable of failing, and there's something at stake.
Yeah, it's nice to see them that they're not perfect; they're infallible. So I mean, of course, he has to make a daring escape. But he is injured to the point where he's literally just crawling everywhere.
Yeah.
And I gotta wonder, when he manages to get out and gets under the floorboards, why he doesn't just stay there for a while?
They might have checked, I'm guessing.
You think?
Maybe. You think, yeah, and he might have been panicking too, because again, I mean, he's not perfect. So
yeah. I would have hid under the floorboards, like where he was, for at least for a while until they gave up. Ish.
Well, the way he got out was he was locked in a room, and there was a big kind of chest in the room, and he climbed inside it. And when they came in, they thought he must have escaped.
Well, yeah, he realized it wasn't locked. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing they didn't realize it wasn't. So, I mean, how would he get in if it was locked, right? They didn't even think to check it. So not totally stupid. So, yeah, they left the door open, went looking for him.
Yeah, at which point he got out and got under the building, under the floorboards.
It was really stressful, let me tell you.
Very, very intense scene.
Yeah, because up until then, he'd been in control of the whole situation. He'd been manipulating everything. But now, the tables had turned and there was something really at stake.
Yeah. So he manages to crawl into the restaurant, and the restaurant owner hides him. And they come in looking for him, can't find him, and he tells the restaurant owner to go and get a casket from the casket guy and take him away somewhere for him to hide more permanently, because he couldn't hide in that restaurant for very long. It's not very big.
No, they would have searched it.
So they're having a big brawl, and he is interested and wants to look.
Yeah, so halfway across the street, he says, "Stop, I want to look." And he's peeking out of the casket, watching them fight.
So I think this is the point where they've burned down the house and they're all sort of slaughtering each other. Or is that not quite yet?
They're going at each other fairly hard. So
finally. Finally, they're actually like button heads for real.
Yeah, but the casket maker runs away.
Yeah, he gets scared and runs away.
So the innkeeper can't carry the casket himself. So Sanjiro tells him to trick Unibrow into helping him carry the casket, which he does.
It's pitifully easy, of course, because
Yeah.
Unibrow has like 4 brain cells. He's got, most of them are running his cognitive things like breathing and his heartbeat and shit, and he's got 1 to think with.
Pretty much, yeah. So doesn't he say, I would ask you, but you're probably scared of ghosts or something?
Well, yeah.
And he goes, oh, no, I'm definitely not scared of ghosts, so I'll definitely help you because I want to prove that I'm not scared. It was pretty much that easy.
Yeah.
But then he when they get to the graveyard, he's like, "Oh, I don't want to leave you alone.
Yeah, I'll
With
help
the
you
ghost,
bury the casket.
I'll help you bury the body."
Yeah.
And he goes to open it to help him bury the body, which is it's a good thing he managed to trick him into running off, because he goes, "Weren't you looking for somebody?" He's like, "Oh shit, right."
He's gonna beat me.
Yeah, brother's gonna beat me. So he manages to hide protagonist in a little temple that's close to the graveyard where he recovers his strength, and he's waiting for him to bring him food one day, practicing with a dagger, which I thought was super cool. He was letting a dried leaf blow around in the wind and then whipping a dagger at it, practicing hitting a moving target, which of course is foreshadowing for later.
Yeah, when I was watching that, I was wondering, if I actually threw the dagger and hit the leaf or not. And I went back and watched it again. And I'm pretty sure the way they did it is the leaf's blowing, and then it's a hard cut to the knife in the leaf with the sound of the knife being thrown.
Yeah.
But it's so quick that it looks like it's part of the same thing.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. So anyway, innkeeper's been captured.
Yes, it's not
and blamed.
The casket guy comes and tells him because he didn't bring him his food. He got caught bringing him food and medicine.
So Sanjiro, who's a bit better, he can stand at least.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got his strength back enough to be intimidating again.
But he only has the dagger, doesn't he? He doesn't have his sword.
No, but he brings him a dead man's sword, so it's all good.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
He's all good.
Yeah, but he goes back into town, and the first guy he takes out is Gun Guy.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. Is it?
It's not?
Think it's no. I think he just sort of goes at them all at once.
Yeah, he hits Gun Guy in the arm with the knife.
Yes, but he doesn't. He's not dead for a while.
No, he's not dead, but he's not firing his pistol at him.
Definitely incapacitated.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he starts cutting them down left, right, and center.
Yeah, they were in the middle of burning down the whorehouse and killing everybody inside.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they burned it down and they all ran out and they killed the son and the wife, I think.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
They killed them all.
Yeah. So it's only one side left now.
Yep. And there's not a ton of them left either, which is good for our protagonist. This is what he originally intended, was for them to kill each other mostly so that he could just pick off the leftovers.
Which is what he does.
Yeah. And it's fast. Like, we've been watching these characters for a couple of hours and they all die in less than a minute.
Yeah. The fight scenes are great in this too.
They are. But yeah, he just goes through them like butter.
Yeah. Remember, this is almost a 60-year-old movie.
Yeah.
And the fight scenes are just, very well
super choreographed.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the nice thing about choreographing sword fights especially is if you use a blunted sword, you can actually hit people with them and then they can go down.
Oh, they
So
do.
you-
They do that repeatedly in both this and Sanjuro.
Yeah, so
And-
it's a little less it's a little easier to film that than say when you're trying to fake punching and kicking people because you don't want to actually punch and kick anybody. At least not
And if I
hard
was
enough.
gonna criticize Yojimbo and Sanjuro, and this is a very, very, very minor criticism, and I understand it's because of when it was made, right? Whenever someone's hit with a sword, there's no blood.
Yeah, that was noticeable.
Except for one instance when there was a stream of blood. When
I
that
was going to get to
Yeah.
that. I was going to get to that, but when you a lot of the time it doesn't matter because it's so quick, and where the sword hits, you're not seeing exactly the sword hit that person
Yeah.
on that particular body part, but in some shots, right, you can clearly see the sword hit the person full on. And there's no blood or anything like that, and it takes you out of the movie just that little bit. It's really a limitation of the time. I understand that, so it's not a major criticism.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Biggs was pointing out, there is one scene, and that's in Sanjuro, where there is
it's in this movie actually.
Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, somebody is killed. I can't remember who it was. And he's backed into a corner and sliced, and there's a stream of blood.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's
like a shocking stream of blood. Like I'm talking like a Kill Bill Tarantino type. Like
well, that's how I was going to describe the scene at the end of Sanjuro, where there is a massive Tarantino style squirt of blood, which is out of character for the rest of the movie because I remember seeing one scene where he cuts down this guy from behind, right? The guy turns, and you can clearly see the sword run down the guy's back, and he yells out and falls down like he's dead, but there's absolutely no blood, when in reality he would have been cut in half.
Right. Well, he intentionally didn't kill that guy, to be fair.
In Yojimbo, you mean?
No, yeah, sorry, yeah, he intentionally didn't kill the guy that was running from him.
Yeah,
no, I'm talking about in Sanjuro.
Yeah, this is the sequel. I can't remember who the character was or when it was in Yojimbo, but there was a very, very distinct like jet of blood. It was very, very violent.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the same thing in Sanjuro.
In Sanjuro, yeah.
And it just stands out from the rest of the movie.
Yeah,
maybe he's only allowed one blood squirt per movie or something. I don't know.
It's probably just hard to film it.
Yeah, probably at the time, I think it was just hard to do.
Like I said, it was a real minor criticism, and I
for sure
understand why.
It's definitely noticeable, though.
Yeah, I will say that 7 years prior in Seven Samurai, there was no blood really at all. But it wasn't.
It's way less noticeable. Yeah. Why?
It's not noticeable.
I wonder why that is.
You know what? It was just maybe time constraints or whatever. But the scenes with the sword play in Yojimbo, maybe they weren't set up as well. Like Seven Samurai is still to this day a masterclass in cinematography.
Yeah, it's
like an absolute masterclass. So I think the lack of violence in that film is less noticeable because he just set everything up so meticulously,
it's way less noticeable. The lack of blood in Seven Samurai is way less noticeable than Yojimbo, for sure.
Yeah, it's not jarring at all, but in Yojimbo, it's jarring for just a very split second, and then it's not.
It depends where the person's hit. Like if someone's hit in the stomach and they kind of bend over.
Yeah.
So even if there was blood, you wouldn't see it, right? Because it's disguised by, where the person's hit and the position of their body.
Yeah.
It's not a big thing. But in some instances, like I said, the guy with his back to Sanjuro and the sword clearly goes down his back. There should have been blood in that shot.
And if there isn't, then the camera cannot see that victim's back, basically.
Yeah.
That's how it should be done, and that's how it was done in Seven Samurai. You can tell it was meticulously planned. to avoid any kind of disbelief in the suspension of disbelief. He doesn't make that mistake, but for some reason in this film he makes that little minor mistake, but it's so minor, and it is 1960 at this point.
Yeah, like I said, it's basically the only criticism I have of
Yeah,
this movie.
no kidding.
Both
And that's
movies.
like, isn't that's pretty insane? Actually, that's the only even minor criticism I can find with this movie, to be completely honest.
It is a testament to the director. The man is a genius.
Yeah, and he has his actors, either do what they will or do what he wants, and he was just in a masterclass of his own. So that in and of itself, that's really the only criticism that we can find.
Yeah.
Like,
I know we haven't got the Seven Samurai yet, but I have only one criticism of that movie, and it's once again a minor one, and that is in a couple of shots there's like a speck up the top of the camera.
Yeah.
Which it must have been like a speck of dirt or something on the lens.
Yeah.
And it's really noticeable.
Yeah.
That's the only criticism I have of that movie.
Yeah, just this one little editing thing.
And with today's technology, I'm sure you could remove that quite easily.
Which I will say, the Criterion, with their recent Criterion collection release, they have actually removed that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
My copy I think I bought 15 years ago. So.
Oh yeah, no, fair enough. I'm just saying that they actually have digitally removed it, and it's not there anymore. So it works. So. But I know exactly the spec you're talking about, because it kicks my ass on the DVD I have too from years and years ago. So,
and that's basically the only criticism. Of Seven Samurai.
That movie is basically a perfectly filmed movie. So.
Yeah, but we'll get to that in a little while. So let's finish off Yojimbo.
Yeah. I think we can pretty much,
because there's a little bit I want to talk about some of the. Adaptions.
Oh, the remakes, the adaptations. So
I guess we should finish the plot first, because we're almost there.
Miss Anon.
Miss Anon's muted. I didn't see.
She stepped out for a minute. She should be back very, very shortly.
So basically, he cuts down the rest of the samurai, and he injures Gun Guy. And Gun Guy says, "I'm about to die. Can you give me my gun? Because I want to die with my gun." He goes, "Don't worry. I fired 2 shots. There's no bullets left."
Yeah.
So he hands him his gun, and of course he tries to shoot Sanjiro, but there's no bullets left. And then he dies.
Well, you know what? There is 1 bullet left, but he fires it into the ground.
Oh, no, you're right. Yes, you're right.
But he gives up before then. So I think what he was thinking, you know what? I've tricked him. I'm going to shoot him. And then he just kind of gives up.
He's too badly injured.
Yeah, so. I think he just, it might have even been a bit of a change of heart at the end. Who knows? It's hard to tell. I think it's kind of irrelevant. But he just fires that last round into the ground, and then that's it. I really like the ending of Yojimbo. The last 5 minutes of this movie, it's very exciting.
Yeah, and he comes across the farmer's son that he saw at the start.
Yeah.
And tells him to go back and be a farmer.
Yeah.
Because, being a farmer is not that bad now, is it?
Well, yeah, it's especially considering what he was complaining about, eating the same food every day and, living to a ripe old age. Well, yeah, no. That really doesn't seem too bad from all this fighting. So
yeah, being a farmer is not too bad unless you've seen Seven Samurai, in which case,
Well, yeah. Maybe he has. I don't know. Maybe he's been in that situation. Damn bandits. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And he hilariously tells the sheriff of the town to just go hang yourself.
The fucking annoying midget, yes.
Yeah. That was just hilarious. And then the film really abruptly ends at that point.
Which I love. I love the super abrupt ending.
Yeah.
He's basically leaving.
This is, have we mentioned when that I can't remember who it was, the guy starts banging the prayer drum?
Yes,
What a
that's the mayor.
Yeah, the mayor. That's what a haunting scene that is. And when he sees the last gang member, I guess, on the other side, it's actually haunting. Like, what a startling scene.
I like how Pistol Nipples goes, "Who's banging the prayer drum? I don't need any prayers."
Yeah.
I mean, it sort of kills the drama of calling him Pistol Nipples, but still.
Yeah, there you go.
he spends the whole movie rubbing it on his nipples. I can't.
Yeah, it's hard not to.
It's hard not to. I loved this movie.
Yeah. It is great. It is a great movie. Great character, great story, beautifully directed. Really no criticisms.
Couldn't say enough good things about it. Highly recommend. If you enjoy westerns, you will love this movie.
Yeah. If you don't mind black and white, and personally, I love black and white, especially movies like this.
Yeah.
I used to hate black and white, but I've been like completely won over by it.
It's grown on you, hey?
Well, yeah, to the point where I see, especially modern film, if I see it filmed in black and white, I'm like, I need to watch that. It calls to me now. When I used to just hate it, especially now. I'm like, why would you bother to film in black and white when you can film in color? And then I watch things like The Eyes of My Mother, and I'm like, oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, color can be distracting. Black and white gets down to the essence.
Yeah. And it allows for so much more play with light and shadow.
It can. It really can. Yeah. And you know what? This is on a completely shallow level. In a lot of ways, there's less for the director and art director to worry about. I know that there's the importance, obviously, of getting that shadow correctly and that contrast done correctly.
I think lighting becomes more important when you're filming.
Lighting is more important, but there's less distraction for the art director as well. And I think that's why a lot of more modern art films or cheaper films, or you know what, even some new mainstream films are done in black and white. I think it's just a style of filmmaking. I don't think that people view it so much as retro anymore. It's just it's just a different way of doing it.
Yeah, it's an aesthetic.
It's just an aesthetic now.
Yeah,
that's being at least it's starting to just be accepted as a way to shoot a film.
Oh man,
and it can be done now in a non-pretentious way too.
Yeah, it's totally won me over.
Yeah, it's obviously not for every movie, but
no, absolutely not. Especially like as Dreams, which we're about to talk about. He needed that color. Even if it was filmed 30 years ago, Dreams would be a lesser film because of the lack of color, right? So the color is just so vibrant. But to do black and white in the modern era properly takes some real skill, I think.
Yeah, especially with lighting and things like that. You need to get the lighting right, so things aren't washed out or blend into each other.
I've been totally won over by it. The more I watch black and white movies, the more I enjoy it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I used to hate it. I was like, oh God, we're watching another black and white movie. Oh, why is it black and white? The only thing I hate about black and white movies now is how hard subtitles are to read sometimes.
They can be, and that's definitely just the encoding of the people that manufacture the DVD itself. So
if I could speak to them for a moment, if you outline white letters in black, that means they'll be visible on every color at any time.
Yeah.
Don't just use white letters, because that outline around them makes it so you can see them all the time.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a legitimate complaint that I think not enough movie studios hear. So,
well, subtitles themselves can be a little bit distracting because you're reading, the dialogue instead of watching what's on the screen. But
oh God, I'm dyslexic
it is.
Too.
I do prefer it to it being dubbed.
Yeah, I can't. For the most part, I can't stand dubbed anything. Especially like a foreign film. I 9 times out of 10, or well, I'll say 8 times out of 10, I'd rather watch it subtitled. Sometimes dubs are are acceptable and they're all right. But I think a film like Yojimbo or Seven Samurai or Dreams would be lesser with the dub. Even if the dub was really well done, I think it's best experienced as is.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
I like a good dub.
Me too. I'm not saying that good dubs for those films couldn't exist.
Personally, I would.
They even might exist, but
I
I would.
prefer a good dub over subtitles any day because subtitles are very distracting.
Well, for you, sure. I mean that's.
It's just again, it's because I'm dyslexic and I often miss a lot of dialogue, especially when it's a dialogue-heavy movie. I'll have to pause it so I can read big swaths of text, or I miss chunks of conversations. I've in all of these movies that's happened to me where I've missed small chunks of conversation because the subtitles switch too quickly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, to me, to fully experience the movie, I would have a better experience with really good dubs.
Well, it's lucky for you and all of us that Dreams has very little dialogue then.
Well, yeah, I think that might be why it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, you are. Oh, anyway, so are we done with Yojimbo before I get
I think so.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the sequel briefly and the remakes.
The remakes. That's right. Yeah, I'd like to talk about those for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, so I think I've talked about Sanjuro fairly extensively, so I don't want to go into it too much. But following up a movie like Yojimbo is hard, right? Because the two key elements are the character and the story. The story really makes the movie. So if you're going to do a sequel, you can't just copy the same story because, it'd just be a copy, right? So you have to do something different, but you can't do something too different. And I think Sanjuro walks that line of getting the balance of being something new, but still being similar in theme to the original, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it was originally meant to be a different movie, I think, as you brought up earlier, but
much earlier at the very beginning.
Yeah, they changed it to include the character of Sanjuro because Yojimbo was such a success.
Yeah.
There are also a couple of, I guess, unofficial sequels, which aren't really sequels, like Zatoichi meets Yojimbo.
Oh yeah, the Zatoichi films. Yeah, they kind of, pardon me, they kind of overlap a little bit. They're definitely unofficial sequels, and they're of more of a silly nature too. They're not directed by Kurosawa. They just kind of take the essence of the Sanjuro character.
Well, it's got the same actor, and it's
of course, and he's wonderful.
It's got Meet Yojimbo, but it's actually a different character in the movie. But it's obviously as a cash in to try to get the audience or the viewers to buy or go see the movie, thinking that's the famous Yojimbo.
You know what? I think most people at the time would have been just fine with that too. It's almost like a Godzilla movie. Really, like Godzilla versus Mothra or whatever it is, or King Kong. Yeah, it's a perfect example. That's more apt, actually. Godzilla versus King Kong is much more apt. Yeah, which is a fun movie in and of itself. So I'm glad that they made these movies. I've seen them, but they're certainly much more silly than the originals.
Of course, the most famous remake is A Fistful of Dollars.
Oh yeah, by Sergio Leone. Oh my God, yeah, what with Clint Eastwood. The first instance of The Man with No Name, played wonderfully by Clint Eastwood. I love these movies.
I like Clint Eastwood a lot.
Oh yeah, no, Clint Eastwood is great. I unironically do not find him overrated at all, even in his westerns. I love him. But yeah,
I need to watch more westerns.
You do. A Fistful of Dollars. We can start with that. Sergio Leone. Sergio Leone. He directed these. I think it was a trilogy. But A Fistful of Dollars is essentially a remake of Jimbo. And
why don't we do a Western special one time?
Ooh, that'd be fun.
That would be great. Its sequel, which most people know, as The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which is, in my opinion, the best Western ever made. That's a very lofty thing. I'm just kind of
I remember
I'm just
sneaking that
talking
as
out
a
my
kid.
ass at this point. But what an
Honestly.
awesome movie.
I remember sneaking that as a kid on VHS
Yeah.
and then having a lot of nightmares.
Well, there isn't much more iconic than
Oh yeah.
right? Like just that
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that. It's one of those movie scenes that everybody knows. And yeah, that's just one of the remakes is A Fistful of Dollars.
Yeah, there's also a loose adaptation, Django, which I'm not sure if I've seen, from 1966.
Oh, the original one, yeah. And
spaghetti western.
Yeah, which Tarantino lovingly rethought in 2011 as Django Unchained.
Yes.
It's hard to talk about spaghetti westerns or Kurosawa without talking about Tarantino. So, those are his two main inspirations. So
I think it still makes you very sad that I didn't like Kill Bill.
Oh, you will.
I'm willing to sit and give it another try, but I remember hating it.
Kill Bill is the ultimate modern love letter to 60s style spaghetti westerns and Kurosawa's samurai films. It's basically those two things lovingly melded into this strange fever dream of Tarantino magic.
And of course, in 1996, there was Last Man Standing. Not sure if you've seen that, but it's
I have, yeah,
with Bruce Willis.
Yes,
and it's set in the 1920s. So same story, but set in the 1920s with actual gangsters as opposed to Japanese gangsters.
Yeah.
There's one called The Warrior and the Sorceress, which I've never heard of until I did.
I was just going to say I've never heard of that.
I'm going to have to watch it. I think maybe tonight or tomorrow or something, just to have curiosity.
Yeah, that sounds interesting, just based on name alone.
Oh, and there's one from 1996 called Omega Doom with Rutger Hauer.
Oh, I love Rutger Hauer. It's
and he's playing both sides in a battle.
Rest his soul, but yeah,
he's playing both sides in a battle between robots and humans. Why haven't I seen that?
That sounds like a wonderfully horrible adaptation of Yojimbo.
Why haven't I seen that?
Me too. I feel the same way. I've never even heard of that, and I'm a huge Rutger Hauer fan. So
yeah, that's definitely going on the watch list.
Yeah, no kidding.
So yeah, there's been some others as well, but I think they're the main ones.
Yeah.
And thankfully, along with Seven Samurai, no one's actually done a proper remake of either movie. I mean, they've done adaptions, like set the same story in a different setting.
Yeah.
But I'd hate to see someone do it in medieval Japan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't that? Yeah. Yeah.
Because you just can't top Akira Kurosawa. You would not be able to.
No, it just wouldn't work. I don't.
Why would you even bother trying? There's nothing to improve upon.
Yeah, but they do it anyway. I mean, they did it with.
They try.
You know.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen the Psycho remake.
Oh God, this is gonna make you cringe, but that's the only one I've seen. Is the one with Vince Vaughn. I haven't actually seen the original Psycho.
But isn't it shot for shot exactly the same?
It is
shot for shot, but
Why?
it's okay. The thing is about that remake is it is literally shot for shot, 95% word for word. Yet it's a terrible film. But Psycho 1960 is at least a great film, if not wonderful. I think it's great. I think it's a little overrated personally, but I still do love it. But
you know what? I love
somehow the remake, even though it's a shot-for-shot remake, is fucking terrible.
I love Vince Vaughn, man. He makes me laugh just by existing. So,
well, I wish he made me laugh.
I mean, yeah, you can just sit over there and be wrong.
Well, I can.
Yeah, there you go. Good, you've admitted it. All right, let's move on.
So, any final thoughts of Yojimbo?
Oh, I love it. It's so good.
Yeah.
They need to make a really good dub of it now.
Yeah, even fair enough. Actually,
I mean,
yeah.
really, I would that if they were gonna quote unquote remake it in any way, I would
Just do
love
a really,
them to
really
just do
good dub.
an amazing dub. It needs it for the retards in the world like me that can't fucking read that fast.
Yeah, but can you really dub a Japanese word like "hey"?
Oh god! The first time I heard them go "nani," I just went
Nani?
piss myself.
Hey?
It's so stereotypical. It sounds like you're listing a house every time, right?
I
So-
didn't know what it meant because the "nani" meme is everywhere. So I
well,
went and
nani,
Yeah.
nani means
What?
many things, but it's
It means
mostly
what?
or confusion, basically.
Yeah.
So,
So I googled it. It was like it means what, and I was like,
Yeah.
why is this a meme? Because I watch everything dubbed that I can get dubbed that's decent. So now that we've been watching a lot of these Japanese films subtitled, I get to hear the "nani,"
Yeah.
and I understand now why it's so funny. Because they'll say it exactly like that with that inflection and nothing else. And it's I'm okay.
you're okay? Are you sure?
I'm okay. Memes come to life.
Yeah, I'm forever the apologist on this show, so I really don't have anything bad to say. But I don't think there really is much
Oh,
negative
God.
to say about Yojimbo.
Please give me a good dub.
Well, that's not against the film itself, though. Like, just
Not
negative,
really.
just about the film in and of itself. Like,
Yeah, no, it's
I guess I get the lack of blood. It pulled me out of the movie too. It pulls me
only
out
a
every
couple
time I
of
see it.
times. It's just
But it's only for a split second. But
yeah.
I have to agree. It really did pull me out of the movie. If only for a split second. It's like he's so amazing at camera work and cinematography in general. In this film, it's one of those things. Why couldn't you have just done that for that fight scene?
When
Right,
you're
it's-
supposed to see blood and you don't see any, it's very distracting.
Yeah,
So
it is. So
if you've
but
got the
that's-
camera set up in such a way where you wouldn't be able to see it, it doesn't matter. All it would have required is a little bit more
more thoughtful
fantangling.
cinematography, basically.
And I'm wondering if maybe they just didn't have the budget to reshoot some of these scenes where we should have seen some blood, and they just had to leave it.
Maybe because some of the fight scenes are quite large with a lot of people.
And fast-paced.
And pretty much one take.
Yeah.
They are. They're all very much one take. Yeah, you have 20, 25 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have 30 people doing this and that, that have to do it in this exact time frame within 20 seconds. 20 seconds can feel like an eternity. So
yeah, the only time that Seven Samurai I noticed that was when they would be poking somebody with their makeshift spears.
Yeah.
None of the spears had blood on them. They never came back with blood on them. There was
again with that film especially. Yeah, I agree, but it's such a minor criticism.
Exactly. Like, it's really not noticeable.
Yeah.
Except when he shoved that spear up that one guy's ass and there was no blood. It was quite funny.
There's two sides to it. The technical side of actually making fake blood back then and making it look realistic, but also censorship.
Yes, there's that too.
Yeah.
Might not have had the movie published if there was blood. So we're 60 years ago. So
if it were me and I wanted to get my movie made, I mean, I'd like to think that I would be like, no, fuck you, establishment.
Yeah.
I just won't do it. But no, I would have been like, oh, well, that's awful, but okay.
I
guess I'll just make it that way then, because I would want my film to succeed. So
I have a bit of a question. Don't you think it would have been easier to film realistic looking blood in black and white?
could have been, but again, there's the question of censorship.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I get your question though.
Yeah, because it could the color of it didn't even really matter as long as it was dark enough to show up.
Yeah, but you also got the thing of where you're going to get the squibs for the blood to come out and things like that. I mean,
yeah, but I meant just visually.
Oh, well, if you're talking visually within the last 25, 30 years, it goes back to Bane's answer. There is those things exist, and or there would be the budget for them. In 1960, yeah, not so much.
No, I mean literally visually. Like now, if you're gonna use fake blood and it doesn't have a certain texture,
you mean just on the surface?
Yeah, just surface level.
Okay.
What the blood looks like seems to me like it would be a lot easier to make.
You know what? You're right. You are absolutely right. It probably would, but that brings up the question of censorship again, and that's why it wasn't there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just thinking,
I would assume so.
It must have been because
absolutely, especially like Japanese society is still very much conservative.
Yeah, like
so I can only imagine what it would be in 1960 or 1955. So it's a lot of people have this weird romanticized like vision of Japanese media, but it's very conservative even to this day.
Yeah.
So for that much blood to be allowed in a mainstream theater released movie in 1960 would have been pretty much impossible.
Yeah, I mean, just I know,
but I see what you're saying. Yes, I think so. Yeah, as long as it shows up, even in a well filmed, high contrast black and white movie. Yeah, I would say that it would be pretty easy, but.
Because if you see bad blood in color, it's either too watery or there's no because if you got a lot of blood, it has like chunks in it and stuff.
It does,
and if it's just like corn syrup with red dye in it, you can tell when the blood's not good and it doesn't look realistic. Like I know there's a lot of films and directors who will only use animal blood on their sets because they can't make it look realistic enough for them.
Speaking of censorship, it's got here from Wikipedia a 1968 screening in the planned community of Columbia, Maryland was considered too violent for viewers.
Wow.
Which movie?
Yojimbo.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, causing the host to hide in the bathroom to avoid the audience. So, yeah.
Wow.
It was 68 in America. So, yeah, if they had more blood in it, provided they could have actually done it, technically.
It would have been banned everywhere.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. Which, I mean, doesn't surprise me for the time. And most places.
I mean, the thing is, in 68, there were bloodier movies yet. But I guess it depends on the audience. And yeah, that's really strange. But yeah, it's just censorship.
There's a lot of people killed in it. So, I mean, even though there's no blood, there's a lot of people killed. There's a high death.
There's a kid in it too, and the kid is right next to his dad while he's getting the shit beaten out of him.
Yeah.
Which I mean that would make a lot of people really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Anyway, should we move on to Dreams?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to take a bit of a backseat on this one because I'm not as familiar with Dreams as I am with Yojimbo and Seven Samurai.
Sure.
Yojimbo and Seven Samurai, basically, I know back to front. I've seen him so many times, but not so much Dreams. So I'll still comment and stuff. I'll let you guys take the lead. I think Biggs will probably do that if I'm not mistaken.
I certainly can. Miss Anon can and will interject when she wants because she loved this movie to death.
I picked it.
Something.
It was my.
This is actually her. This is actually her pick.
This movie is a feast for the senses.
It is. It's a beautiful movie.
Oh God, just everything about it, from the color to the sound to it. If you've never seen it, you will never experience it for the first time again. And I'm still sour at Master Anon for not explaining this to me the first time I saw it. I was not prepared.
Yeah, it's a film, you know, I think that a lot of people aren't prepared for. This is actually the movie that got me into film as an art form. I remember I was 13 or 14 years old. I think I've told this story briefly on the show before. And
Yeah, when we've brought it up, yeah, I believe you.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly go through it. I was 13 or 14, and it was on the local, like, provincial TV channel here, right, on TV. We didn't have cable at the time, but we had a few channels just when it was still analog, right? So just basically through an antenna through the air, right? So, and this movie came on. It was like, oh, Akira Kurosawa's, and even the announcer had a hard time pronouncing his last name properly, right?
In Canada,
but he did. It wasn't silly or anything. But, you know, up next, Akira Kurosawa's Dreams. You know, an epic movie night. Blah blah blah. And it was on TV, and there were commercial breaks. But the commercial breaks were perfectly spliced between each dream. And yeah, it was done really well. And I was just like, okay, what is this? And it was shown subtitled. Which was as it should be. It was really striking. Again, I was 13 or 14. I'm going to say 13. I think I was 13, like just turned 13. And I saw the first short. It went through everything, all the credits and everything, all Japanese, all subtitled. And the first short, I'm not going to talk about any of the shorts in detail, but the first short is called Sunshine Through the Rain. And I was just watching this movie going, okay. And I was, I could read really well at that age, obviously. And everything was going, I could obviously follow along with the story. And at first I was kind of bored for the first just few minutes. And then when the first dream got going about halfway through, when the little boy had to leave his home to go search, just when he had to leave, when it starts raining, that's when I was hooked. And then the first commercial break started right after the end of that, right after that striking scene with the rainbow. And after that, I couldn't keep my eyes off it. It just glued. Like I remember it, and I wish I could go back in time and experience that for the first time again.
You need a mind wipe. That's
yeah. No.
Yeah, you see it.
No, exactly.
Honestly.
I wish I could. I think about that. Like it's one of those things. Like if there was a genie in front of me right now, granting 3 wishes, that would be one wish where I could go back in time just for that time and experience that again.
Or ask him to make you forget.
Maybe
to make me forget so I can experience it for the first time again, because it was just like a life-changing experience. And then came the blizzard, which is the next dream, and then the tunnel. That's the one that hooked me. The tunnel, that one.
Yeah, that's my favorite one too.
That's the one that hooked me, and it just kept going. And then he walked through to frickin' Van Gogh's paintings, and then Mount Fuji in red with the nuclear meltdown. And it's like at 13 I was almost in tears watching this movie because I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like,
well, look at it.
I didn't know. Sorry to interrupt, but I didn't know that movies could do this.
Well, look at it this way.
I didn't know.
Maybe one day you'll be senile, and then you can watch it again.
That's right.
If you get dementia, we'll just watch that over and over and over again until you die.
Yeah.
Really,
I couldn't.
though,
I was blown away. I couldn't. At 13, I was so blown away. I didn't know that movies could do that. I went to bed and I actually dreamed of that movie. Like,
it really
and I thought about it for months after. It was such, and it didn't really exist, save for a shitty made VHS from Criterion in 19 whatever it was, right? Like, I had no idea that movies could be that, or that movies could be that. I didn't even have a word for it at that point, or a thought process. It was such a life-changing experience.
It's
there are
art.
no there are
It's
no
art
words.
in every sense of it. It really, when I say it's a feast for the senses, I mean
Yeah.
it's so engrossing, and like once you realize what it's gonna be for the rest of it, you won't be able to tear yourself away. I mean, you have to enjoy art films at least a little bit to
Sure,
love this,
I
I think.
suppose, but again, I was 13 and I didn't have. I loved movies. I adored movies at that point. I knew directors and actors, and I had my favorites and this and that. But I didn't know that movies could do that. So
You were discovering your love for film at that point, at
I
that
guess
age.
so.
So
I guess
as
so.
I think as
I'll
an
never forget it. So
yeah, I think as an adult, if you can't don't enjoy sitting through art films, you might not get as much out of this as other people will. But I mean, it it's so stunning to look at it.
even just on a visual level,
Yeah, and
take everything else
all of
away.
all the dreams are relatively short. So
They're 15 to 25 minutes at the
yeah,
most.
so
And
I don't think you'd ever be bored watching it. I think I think what it might leave people feeling hungry for more, because I know after I watched the first short for the first time, the first dream, I wish there was more because I wanted to see how it ended, the story, but that's
when
not
you
how
when
dreams work.
no, when you learn how, okay, so the inception of this movie is this film literally is based on Akira Kurosawa's dreams throughout his
Yep.
life.
So yeah, how you'll wake
You
up
know,
in the middle of a dream and it doesn't have any kind of
yeah,
end. There's a few of them that are quite like that.
there
Actually, they're
are,
all like that, really.
and I think I can speak for all three of us when I say we've all had those dreams that we still remember that we had when we were kids, even if we only had them once.
Yeah.
You know, for the most part, you know what I mean? Like anything, whether it was a recurring one or not, but there are some I remember that I only had once and I still remember them and they weren't good or bad, but it was still, you know, and then you have this kind of disjointed thing where you have a dream and then you can't remember most of it, which I think is what you were just saying. But yeah, this movie is based on his dreams throughout his life. So it's hard. That's why a lot of these little shorts are a little bit disjointed, or they obviously begin in the middle of a narrative, such as The Blizzard, which begins right in the middle of a very harrowing narrative.
Yeah. So yeah, I could see people watching this and then like feeling maybe a little disconnected because they don't have 2 hours to spend with these characters, getting to know them and then
it's not one
experiencing.
story.
Yeah, it's not one story. None of them have a clear ending, really. They're
Well,
all
no,
kind of
no, and I don't see that as a flaw because
me
they are
neither.
based on dreams. But I can see it, as you're saying, from a viewer's point of view.
Yeah,
sure.
we are going to spoil the crap out of this. So, like,
again, if you want to watch this movie, I would highly suggest.
do
if
it
you
first.
don't want it spoiled, don't watch anymore. Just go and watch it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would be sorry they did.
No, I think everybody would take. I think everybody would get something out of at least one of the dreams, even if they hated all of them. One of them will resonate with you in some way, shape, or form. I think it's worth watching.
Yeah, and when we say dreams, we are referring to chapters.
Yeah.
So the film is broken up into 6 different dreams, or 8 different dreams, and they're all completely different, like totally
nothing
different
to do with each other.
It's save for a couple of actors here and there that are the same.
But yeah, they reuse the actors, but they're not. Yeah,
there are. Well, okay, I will say that dreams 5 and 6, 7 and 8 actually do have the same character, but it's Akira Kurosawa as an adult,
as himself. Inside this dream world.
Inside the dream worlds.
Yeah.
But again, these last 4 dreams aren't connected at all. They're completely disjointed and connected. The only 2 that I say could be kind of connected are dreams 5 and 6, Mount Fuji in red,
Yeah.
and the Weeping Demon. They
Yeah.
might be the Weeping Demon could be seen as a sequel to
Yeah.
Mount Fuji in
Yeah,
red.
the same world. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still his. It is Akira Kurosawa not playing himself. He was much older than this gentleman in the movie.
The actor
at
is
the time.
playing him inside these dreams, basically.
Yes, yeah, he's playing Akira Kurosawa himself, as he would have been at an age 45-year-old or 40-year-old man.
Yeah.
So
should we talk about the first dream?
Yeah, please do. Do you want to start?
I think you're gonna actually probably know the succession of these better than me, because
I'll know the order of them. But you can
so
interject whenever you want.
Yeah. So, and I don't actually remember the titles of all of them either.
Okay, well, this one is called Sunshine Through the Rain,
which is essentially a young boy who is standing in his front yard with, and it starts to rain with the sun out. And his mother comes running out and she starts gathering, I think they're dried fruit or whatever.
Yeah.
And she runs them in the house and says, "You better come in. You shouldn't go out today because this is when foxes hold their weddings." And they don't.
Well, the sun is out too.
Yeah, the sun is shining and it's raining. And she said, days like this are when foxes have their weddings and they don't like to be watched. So the little boy decides, okay, he puts his shoes on and he goes running off into the rain, into the forest.
Because he's 6 or 8 or
he's very young. And he's curious. And I don't know if he went specifically to look for a fox's wedding, or
maybe not. It's just you know what?
Yeah, I would too at that age. I'd be like, that's cool. I want to go look at that.
Yeah, maybe I can
do it now.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, that's exactly it. Like he kind of looks defiantly into the rain and just goes, because he's little and he's curious.
Young and curious. So the first thing we get is fog and a very distant sound of a taiko drum and some music playing
as he's going through the forest.
And then he hides behind a very large trunked tree, and he's listening to the music, and we see them fade into view through the fog, which is, again, this fucking movie is a feast for your eyes.
Yeah, this whole scene with the sunshine in between the trees with the fog and
slow. It happens very slowly because with every beat of the taiko drum, they take a step and then a step and then another step, and it takes them minutes to get to where he's standing, and he's probably only 20 feet from them.
And them being the foxes, which are portrayed by
people
human actors.
with
they're in
faces.
Yeah, they're in stage makeup, basically.
Yeah.
There's painted faces to look like foxes. It's kabuki. It's kabuki theater.
Yeah. If you've ever, I'm going to compare it to something on Broadway because more people might have seen it. If you've ever seen Cats on Broadway,
Cats,
similar to that makeup.
But not the movie.
Not the movie, the Broadway play.
No. The
movie is Nightmare
I haven't
Fuel.
seen it yet. But
that's okay.
I need to for the cringe.
Yeah.
But
same here.
Oh God. Anyways, they're approaching him very slowly, and every, I'd say, 10 seconds or so, the music stops, and they all stop and they look in a direction.
They know he's there.
Of course, they know he's there, but we don't quite yet. It's part of a ritual, obviously. It is. Yeah, so they're walking to the music, and then they stop when the music stops, and they pose and they look in a direction.
Now they don't do this at the moment because they know he's there. It's just as she says, it's just part of a ritual.
Yeah,
because they're foxes, and that's how they live. They're cautious and astute all the time to their surroundings.
Yeah. So they finally get alongside him, and the bride and the groom are on one side of the tree, and the rest of everybody else is sort of on the other side of the tree. And the music stops, and they all turn and they make eye contact with him. And at this point, he knows that they know he's there.
Yeah,
And he
they turn around. They do see him.
Yep.
Yeah.
They see him. They know he's there. They probably have known he's been watching for a while.
But they didn't
Because
see him, so they probably would have just let it go. But
they might have if they didn't see him or notice him.
Yeah.
So he takes off running with them staring at him. And by the time he gets back to his house, an angry fox has already been to his mother and told, basically they've said that in order to not bring down their wrath upon the house, he has to kill himself.
I can't remember the name of the knife, but it's the name of the knife that the samurai disembowel themselves with.
Yeah, it's just one of those very short little
Tanto.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Tanto. That's right. I can't. Yeah, but basically, that's what they want him to do.
Yeah, and his mother says, "I can't have you. I can't have a child like you in my house to bring the curse of the foxes on us. So you could go and beg for your life. That's the best thing you could do." And she shuts the gate on him and locks him out and leaves him standing in the rain with this dagger. So he goes back to the forest into this big field of wildflowers. Which again, think Wizard of Oz. It's stunning.
Oh, it's gorgeous. This is one of those scenes in film that will go down in history, I feel. Like, and if we all get blown away in a nuclear war, this will
somebody
be one
will
of those
remake
scenes.
this. Somebody will remake this.
This scene is the cover of the Blu-ray.
Yeah,
it's the cover of the movie. It's so striking and beautiful.
There's colors there that I don't think I've ever seen before.
Well, yeah, it's just the man knows what he's doing.
So we see
are those colors from outer space?
Yeah, space colors. So the boy is walking through this big field of wildflowers, and he walks under a rainbow because his mother's told him that that's where the foxes live, is under rainbows, and then it fades to black, and that's how it ends.
Now, can I mention something about this dream?
Yeah.
No.
Now this is on this is on Wikipedia, but it's something I learned years ago from commentary from the DVD. Now, this is the house, the home that you see is a pretty much exact replica of his childhood home.
Oh, okay.
And the director Kurosawa showed the actress playing his mother a photo of his own mother and gave her tips on how to act.
Oh, okay.
So this is like he really got into this one. It's an almost exact replica of his house growing up in the late 1800s and early 1900s.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the early 1900s. So he went into great detail with this film. This film is very much his
magnum opus.
Yeah, it is. It in terms of in his mind anyway.
Yeah. So next dream.
Well, I was going to say I quite enjoyed this one, although I did want to know what happened next.
Yeah, me too. That's how I was left feeling the first time I watched this. I was like, oh, this one's over already. What the fuck?
I'll be back in a minute.
Yep. Yeah,
should we wait for Biggs to get back?
We certainly could, but yeah, we could talk about how disappointing it was not to see what happened.
Yes, it was a bit, wasn't it? I did want to see what happened with the foxes.
I felt that way watching a lot of these. I was like, oh, well, I wonder, but dreams don't work like that. We'll often wake up right in the middle, and it'll end abruptly. Half the time we won't even remember.
It's good to end the story like that too, and leave the audience wondering.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would love for somebody to take any of these really and make it into a complete film. I doubt Kurosawa would allow it.
Well, we got a shorts special coming up next special, which will be in about 2 months, I think.
Yep. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I think that works out about that way, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, a lot of the shorts I've picked, I'm not sure about your ones, but a lot of ones I've picked would make great full-length movies.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pick one of the ABCs of Death films. I don't know if you've seen those, or
Yep.
VHS, which is just basically a compilation of shorts, because I don't watch a lot of shorts on their own.
I don't either, but I do like shorts. Shorts can be good.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I really enjoy short films personally. Now I will interject and say that the dream ended when he woke up.
Yeah, exactly. So he woke up. That's how dreams work.
Yeah, he woke up. So there is no more to this dream.
Yeah.
Nothing exists beyond the ending of this dream, which is what this movie is about.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying it would be really nice to see any of these taken and had a full fleshed out film made around the premise.
Well, which could be done. I mean, considering he died in 1998. I mean,
he wouldn't want it though.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't. But
no, I don't think so.
I'm talking just in terms of the film. I can understand why the audience may be disappointed why there isn't more.
The disappointment doesn't last though. As soon as you realize,
I find if the disappointment did last, I find that it would be kind of unfounded because again, he woke up. Yeah. Literally nothing exists past this point in this dream, and these are literal interpretations of his dreams.
Yeah.
So nothing exists past it. It's dead.
Exactly.
There's nothing there. He woke up. So
if you were going to do a full length movie about Sunshine Through the Rain, I think it would be good to do an animated.
Yeah, actually,
absolutely something a little bit more abstract and maybe
with like more, because when you animate, you can actually animate human-esque animals too. And the way Shinto portrays fox demons is upright, but not quite.
Well, they're bipedal, basically.
Yeah, so they walk upright, but they still look like foxes. They don't have human faces. And I think it would look really good animated. Like
especially you could really stylize it. So
woodblock painting almost.
Yeah.
Like Studio Ghibli, I think could do a fucking amazing job.
Well, Studio Ghibli can do an amazing job with pretty much anything.
Yeah, so. But that's what I mean. If they were going to flesh out one of these dreams, Studio Ghibli could do that one, I think, really well. It's actually almost similar to Spirited Away.
Well, I was just going to mention that. I mean, Miyazaki is like a living embodiment of Kurosawa in animated film form. So
yeah, Spirited Away has a similar feel. Spoiled child.
Yeah. Goes
into like a world she shouldn't be in, has to survive and then get out without being killed. Like it's I think they would do a wonderful job with it.
Have we gone into the next dream at all?
No, we were waiting for you. You know all the titles, so.
All right. Well, the next dream is called The Peach Orchard.
Oh,
I have to say, I think this one was probably my least favorite out of all of them.
See, this is one of my favorites.
I liked it, but I found the other ones more interesting.
Well, you know what? Sure. You know what? I think this would be make for an interesting conversation among even like 6 people who really love this film.
Yeah, actually.
To find out what their favorites are and which resonated with them more.
That's what I was saying.
I would find that really, really interesting.
I'd say the blizzard and the tunnel would be my favorite.
Oh, the tunnel is amazing. The tunnel is
definitely one of my top favorite ones.
Yeah,
for sure.
The tunnel, I would have to say, is my favorite. It's the one that really the 3 before it hooked me, but the tunnel just blew me away I was a kid. It gave me goosebumps at that time too. I couldn't believe. I didn't realize that films could do that. I didn't know. And it's just a little 2-set short film, and it just blew me away. I'll never forget seeing that for the first time.
So the second one.
The Peach Orchard.
The Peach Orchard. Basically, this little boy is getting tea time, Japanese tea time for his sister and all of her friends.
He's getting tea prepared for his older sibling and her friends.
Yeah,
so and that's the way the hierarchy of this house works.
Yeah, so he brings one serving too many, and he's really annoyed and said, "There was another girl here. I saw her. Yeah. Where did she go? Like, stop playing a joke on me." And she goes, "There was nobody else here. You can just have the extra one." And he's like, "But I already had mine." He's very annoyed.
And he is. I must interject here for a second and say that the little boy is played by the same little boy actor who was
As
in
the-
the last dream.
As the last one, yeah.
It's
So-
again, it's Kurosawa as a child. So
Yeah. So he sees this other girl in their living room and goes, "See, look, there's your other friend." And of course nobody else can see her. She's disappeared.
Yeah.
And so he goes running off after her into the forest, and his sister's calling after him, like, "You're not supposed to go."
Yeah, and she's very concerned. Like,
Yeah.
she puts her hand on his forehead to make sure that he's not delirious or has a fever.
Yeah, because he'd
Like-
recently been sick.
Yeah, so she's just looking out for him, and
Yeah. And he's very annoyed.
yeah, oh yeah,
Very-
he's pissed off. He
very
thinks she's
annoyed.
playing a trick on him.
So he goes running off after this girl into the forest, and then he comes upon like 4 hills that are raised one on top of the other, and I think it's how they plant trees in Japan.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
that was very much that orchard. Yeah, it was a peach orchard, and it was
Yeah.
very much planted that way. So it'll to visualize this, it's just a light sloping hill
That
and
they've dug,
they've dug. It'll slope up for 5 or 6 feet, and then they'll flatten it into a path, like a walking path, and they'll plant trees there, and then it'll slope up again at about a 30-degree angle for another 5 or 6 feet, and
Yeah.
then it'll be flat again. So just imagine that all the way up in a hill
So
that's
it's
about
kind of
100
like
feet wide.
steps. in a
yes,
way.
Yeah,
but big
pretty much.
giant steps. Like if a giant
huge.
was gonna walk up this hill.
Yeah, you'd have to be 40 feet tall to do that
Yeah.
properly. So
And then we have a bunch of what look like dolls that his sister had, but life-sized real people, and they're all wearing kabuki and dressed very ornately,
Very colorful.
very pretty.
oh yeah,
Like all of
The
this
colors,
movie, it's
yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like you
And
said earlier, this would not have worked in black and white. Not the
No,
same.
God.
It
No.
would not have worked.
it would
No.
not have looked half as good, which is probably why he didn't make it right away.
Well, it could be, and this was made this was made 29 years after Yojimbo, just to
Yeah.
put that in the time into perspective. He died 8 years after making this movie. He was already old when he made this film. So
Basically what we get is that these are the spirits of the peach orchard that his family clear cut, and they're sort of mocking him and making fun of him because they don't think he really gives a shit about the trees, just that he won't get any more peaches. And this like it makes me well up just kind of thinking about it, because
yeah, the way the little boy just basically chastises these spirits.
he yells at them like, "You don't know what you're talking about. I can buy peaches at the store, but I can't buy this orchard in full bloom. I loved this place." And he's crying because the trees are all gone. So the spirits do him a kindness, and essentially they give him a vision of what it looked like when it was in full bloom.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeous.
Yeah, and it's a long dance too, and it's just a sight to behold. It's over 6 minutes long. I think it's 6 minutes.
Indescribable.
Yeah, and it's just this like just imagine a stage play, playing out in front of you, like
It's indescribably beautiful.
Yeah, and just the colors and the contrast of everything. And so basically they do this for him, and everything kind of morphs. He looks down, and then he looks up, and he sees the orchard in full bloom, which really isn't there. It's just the spirit showing him a vision of it, just one last time, just so he can keep it in his mind.
And he starts running up some smaller steps that have also been cut in, obviously, for the farmers to tend the trees, and gets halfway up, and then it's all gone.
Yeah,
and all that's left are all the stumps
and one
small tree, which we forgot to mention. The girl who he chased had bells in her hair.
Yeah,
and we can hear them when she runs, and then we hear the bells again in the wind. And there's one small sapling in full bloom.
Yeah.
And then it ends.
Yeah, the way he stares at this one tree too.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I like to think he replanted the orchard.
Well, maybe he did, but I mean,
Yeah.
the dream ended. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty nice ending, though. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it
happy.
is.
That's a happy dream overall, I think.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's depressing because
Well, sure, but and that's that again. Excuse me. Is something that is kind of based on his life. So
yeah, it's these shorts are indescribably gorgeous. There are no words.
yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to say that a lot.
Yeah.
Should we just go into the next one?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so short number 3 is called The Blizzard. And it stars not Kurosawa at all.
No. Basically, there's 3 men trapped in a blizzard. We don't see
4.
much. All we
There's 4.
hear...
There are 4 men.
4, sorry.
Yeah.
4. All we hear is wind and them yelling at each other, trying to communicate through this blizzard. They can't see. We can't see. There's a lot of cuts to like icicles and snow drifts, and it's very... I feel cold watching it.
There's no dialogue for more than half of the short either.
Just a lot of breathing.
The short is 14 minutes long, and there's no dialogue for at least half. Which it sounds boring, but it is not.
Basically, we hear between the gusts of wind, it's silent because you know how snow makes the world quiet.
Well, it does. It amplifies sound around you, but if there's nothing there to make sound, then it's
quiet.
An eerie little it's bizarre.
If you've ever gone out in the middle of the night in snow, you know what we're talking about, where it's eerily quiet. It's more quiet than normal. You can't hear even cars in the distance because the sound doesn't carry. It's muffled.
Yeah.
So it's all we hear is them breathing and the scraping of their tools and them walking. And they're not going fast because they've been out in this blizzard for how many days? It's been days.
God knows. It's been days. God knows how.
I think it's 3 days.
3 days.
3 days and 2 nights, I think. Somebody. Yeah.
And they're still looking for their camp, and they must be in a place where compasses don't work correctly. I know in high altitudes or certain parts of the world, the magnet inside of a compass won't work exactly right.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the protagonist of this dream he looks at his compass and looks for a very long time.
You can tell
he's trying really hard to read it and to make sure that.
And I think he lies to them. I think he just tells them.
I interpret it that way too. Yeah.
The thing is, right? They may be heading in the right direction, but if they're slightly off, they could walk. They could walk straight past their camp and not see it.
10 feet.
Yeah, they could be 10 feet from it. Yeah. That's frightening to even think about. So I can only imagine what these people would be going through.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, they think that they must have gone past it. Some of them think they must have gone past it.
They just think that they're completely lost, basically.
Somebody says maybe we've gone past it. Yeah, like it's just it's not a good situation.
No, they're like borderline hypothermic at this point. They're not doing good. You can hear them all struggling when they breathe because the air in their lungs is freezing.
It's not warm snow. When on a lot of ski hills it'll be like 10 or 15 Celsius, right? Where it's cold, but you can still function. It looks they've got ice freezing on most of their faces. Their faces and their clothing. It's at least 25 below 0 Celsius.
It's that popcorny snow that doesn't stick to itself.
Yeah, it's not wet. It's cold. It's bitter cold. Yeah, so they're freezing to death.
Yeah. So the protagonist, he's really urging them to keep moving because as soon as you stop, really, they're probably going to die.
Yeah, you'll fall asleep.
They all just sort of sit and go, you know what? We need to rest at least for a little bit. And he goes, okay, we're all just going to have a little rest. And then I don't remember the name of this particular Shinto demon.
I don't know.
They live
You-
inside blizzards.
Yuki Onna.
Haha, thank you. I knew one of you would know it.
Mm.
They live inside blizzards and they basically trap people and then encourage them to die in the snow. And I think they feast on their souls. So
Well, yeah, it's
she comes out of this blizzard in a flowing sort of silken blue gown, and she's singing to them operatically, and it's quite, of course, it's beautiful like the rest of this fucking movie.
Yeah,
And
if you didn't know she was an ice demon, you'd think she was some kind of angel or something.
yes,
well, yeah,
thinks-
just comforting you. Yeah,
I would-
even comforting you as you die. At least it'll be
yeah.
Or maybe come to save you. You know,
Yeah.
I would say I would compare her to a siren in Western mythology.
maybe. Yeah,
It's
sure.
very similar to a siren. She has the song, and she's lulling them to sleep. And she comes with they're like woven pieces of blue silver fabric that it looks cold just to look at it. And she's
and every time they resist even a little, she puts another one on them.
yeah, and
Yeah,
she put
And
she
another
pushes
one, and
them.
another one.
She
Yeah.
She
reminded
pushes
me.
them.
She reminded me very much of a spider.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
the way she's enveloping them in
Mm.
this fabric, which we find out in a few minutes that it's actually just the snow that she's piling on top of them. But from our perspective at this point, they're a little delusional because they're freezing
Yeah.
to death. And she's singing softly to the protagonist, and he's trying to get up, and instead she puts her hands on his shoulders and pushes him down. Like you could see her doing it very hard into his chest.
But still nicely.
But
And-
still nicely and tender, and she's singing to him and putting more and more of this
yeah,
fabric.
as if to say, no, please don't. It's okay.
You don't need to get
know.
up. It's okay. And I
Yeah.
imagine it feels warm.
Yeah.
I think the idea is that it feels warm, and he realizes, oh shit, this can't be warm. Look where I am. There's
Yeah.
something. He still has enough left inside of his brain to tell him, I need to get up or I'm going to die here.
Yeah.
And so this goes on for a long time where she's singing to him and laying fabric on him and singing more and pushing him down. And he finally breaks free and he pushes up, and she goes fluttering off into the snow, but her face melds away into this ugly, it's pretty scary actually. She's got these huge, like, angry eyebrows. She looks like a man, actually. And I sort of thought,
yeah, she
that-
almost turns into like a very
Yeah.
manly, masculine. It's very strange, and
yeah,
I actually looked up a still of the face, and it actually changes actors. It's a different actor.
see, is it a man?
Apparently, yeah.
See that? Yeah, I always thought that she kind of lost her.
It's got nothing to do with the sex of the person itself. It's meant to signify this change from this,
Beauty to ugliness.
serene to this not necessarily ugly or beautiful, just something different entirely.
It's scary.
Is what
It's
well,
certainly-
yeah, it does look scary. The makeup
It's
makes
certainly meant to be scary. It's not.
yeah, but the change, the difference in facial definition was meant to frighten. It was meant to.
The illusion
really,
is broken.
that's just it. So they chose not to use the same actor for that. And just,
because she was soft of face and pretty, and it probably would have been really hard.
Well,
to
yeah,
make her
she was.
look.
Yeah, she was very pretty and and soft, and it's just easier to just do that.
Yeah.
Right. So
they've got a harness on this actor, and they rip her out into the snow. It is a terror. It actually.
So basically, she flies away like a demon into the night.
but like a second. It's a second. She's ripped out into the snow.
Yeah.
And then he starts trying to wake his comrades up, and none of them are moving. They're all kind of groaning and not getting up, and they're lethargic. And he's like, if you don't wake up, you're gonna die. And that's when the blizzard starts to break. I guess he broke whatever spell this demon had on them because he resisted. And he can see their tent.
Yeah.
And then the music plays and it's trumpets and it's happy and they're all so excited because, oh God, they found their camp, which
That's right.
like looking at it, you'd be like, that's what you are so happy about.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty dilapidated, but you know,
But they're not going to die.
Good shelter, though.
Yeah, they can get inside that tent and make a fire and not fucking die. So
yeah.
and then
So-
it ends.
It ends, and I will say that there's not 1 ounce of music that plays throughout the entire short.
Not until the end.
Well, the very end, yes.
Yeah. As soon as he sees the tent, then we get the music. It's a big
Yeah.
swell.
Okay.
Yeah, I really
Well,
enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that one actually bored me the most and changed my tune the most when we watched this for the first time, because it's a long time
Yeah.
of just hearing breathing and walking. There's not a lot of talking between them. They just kind of struggle through the snow. And
Yeah.
at a certain point in a lot of movies, I get sort of lagged on that. Like, okay, I get it. I get what you're trying to portray. I've understood it for about 3 minutes. You can move on now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel like that after having seen the entire short, but I get like that watching Lynch a lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know that.
He
Yeah.
lingers on certain things for far fucking longer than I would like.
Yeah, that's very, very Lynchian.
Yeah.
I have to mention that
Sometimes that's good because you're building the atmosphere.
Yes, and I like that, but he does it way too long for me. It's in some instances where I'm like, okay, I get it. You can move on now. We've been here for 5 minutes. I understand. Next. It gave me a little bit of that the first time, but once it got to its conclusion, I didn't feel robbed of anything, unlike Lynch, who often makes me feel robbed.
That bad, eh?
Yeah, sometimes. Oh my God, Rabbits still makes me want to kill myself.
Oh well, there you go. At least that's not a feature film.
Yeah, but
should we move on to the next short?
yes, let us move.
Okay, so the next short is my favorite.
Oh yeah, well, I know
it really is.
Yeah,
it really is. It's called The Tunnel.
I think it's all of our very close to top. If
I would say this and the previous one would be my 2 favorites.
The Mountain and The Tunnel. Yeah.
So we open on a lone man in a soldier's uniform. He's looking a little disheveled. He doesn't have all the buttons done up. He's clearly been discharged, and he's walking with his sack, and he's approaching this tunnel, and it's dark. Cannot see the other side.
Yeah, it's a pedestrian tunnel.
Yeah, but it's dark. Like, normally in broad daylight, you could see the other end.
Not only can you not see the other side, you can't see 5 feet into this thing.
No,
it's
black. You cannot see anything. And all of a sudden, this military dog comes running out of it. It's
an anti-tank dog.
Yeah, it's got his little backpack on. He's got some tools in it, and he starts. What effect did they put on this dog's bark? Did they make it backwards?
No, it's just a reverb. Just a simple reverb.
The barking is very jarring because it's not like a dog would bark. It has an effect on it.
Yeah.
So and it's snarling and it's angry and it forces him into this tunnel. And he walks through it, and once he gets to the other side, he notices that he's being followed by another soldier who's very clearly dead. He's got the way that they do zombies with the blue face and the very black sockets.
Yeah, he looks very convincing, but he's definitely, you can tell right away that he's a ghost.
Yeah.
Basically.
He's otherworldly in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And
just to interrupt for a second, when I went to Thailand for my second trip in 2014, I went to a museum on the bridge on the River Kwai.
Oh, I see.
It was just like a little local museum. It was really weird and quirky, and I highly recommend it and they had these statues of famous people from World War II, and they had like a blue tinge to them for some reason. So they had like I nicknamed it Zombie Hitler and Zombie Einstein. It was quite amusing. But I don't think the blue tinge was on purpose. But one interesting thing about that museum was I was going from one section to the other, and I was walking past a room. It's just like a room with a glass window and a door, and it was just packed full of typewriters. The whole room was just stacked full of typewriters. And I thought, what the fuck's that? And I looked on the door, and it had like a little plaque that said Typewriter Museum. Interesting.
Why?
I don't know. It's just quirky. It's just weird that way. But yeah, the statues of Zombie Hitler was very, very amusing.
Yeah, no, it sounds like it.
Do you have pictures of this?
I think I might have some pictures of Zombie Hitler.
Oh, please send me pictures of Zombie Hitler.
I think I have sent you the pictures of the description of what happened, and I can't remember it off the top of my head. But the way it was translated, the words they used was very, very funny.
English, right?
Well, the English was perfect, but some of the words, although properly translated, might not have been totally appropriate.
That's what I mean. English with an R.
English,
where it's super technical.
Yeah, but yeah. So when I saw the guy walk out the tunnel with the blue kind of texture, it immediately took me back to that museum in Thailand.
Oh yeah. So
Zombie Hitler.
Yeah. Zombie Hitler.
Yeah.
The living soldier turns and he sees the deceased soldier, and he immediately recognizes him. It says basically says his name to him, Private.
Yeah, Private Noguchi. Yeah.
Thank you. He's very confused because obviously he knows that he's dead, but Noguchi doesn't seem to realize this, and he's asking him about just sort of innocuous things.
Yeah. Where are my parents? What do they think?
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah.
So this is largely about guilt, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's what the dog
This
represents. The dog
survivor.
is guilt.
Yeah, this is survivor's guilt, and the dog forced him through this tunnel to see his psyche through this horrible survival's guilt, which I could only imagine that he's feeling, because to spoil the end of this dream a little, like his entire platoon died and he didn't.
Yeah.
And he was the commanding officer.
That's why he didn't die. He got taken prisoner and was tortured for information and then obviously rescued.
Yeah.
But he feels guilty that his entire platoon was wiped out. And he's having a conversation with this deceased soldier, and the soldier says, "My parents still think I'm alive."
And they live really close.
He
points to their house.
Yeah, he points to their house and says, "You see that little light in this forested area?" He goes, "My parents live right there. I lived right there, and I remember this food my mom used to make for me." And he's reminiscing and going, they still think I'm alive, and they're holding out hope. And in Japanese culture, that would be something that would keep somebody from passing on and being able to get rest.
Yeah.
So,
well, they need to accept it for the spirit of their deceased loved one to move on.
Yeah, exactly. So he turns around, goes back into the tunnel, and then we hear many footsteps as the rest of his platoon comes out of this tunnel to meet him, and they stand at attention and salute him. And God, this actor gives a phenomenal performance.
Oh my God. It gives me chills thinking about it. I wish I could see it for the first time.
Yeah.
Just amazing.
Where he falls to his knees and he just says, like, "I can't believe I'm still alive and all of you are dead." The whole I have to tell you, the whole platoon was wiped out. And they don't say anything to him. He's essentially talking to himself. He's talking to a manifestation of his own guilt, and we get to see it. And he has, of course, he tells them how he was taken captive and tortured, and he says, I wish I died with you.
Yeah.
Because I imagine living with that guilt is probably horrible.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't even imagine that. Like,
Yeah. And
yeah,
when they stand and just stare at him, he gets up and he buttons his coat and he tells them,
he salutes them.
Salutes them, and in his best general voice, he tells them to about face and then forward march, and they march themselves back into the tunnel. And he's left standing there with the dog still barking at him.
Yeah, the dog comes out of nowhere from behind him again. And
I definitely think that the dog, if it represents anything, it's his guilt, and it's just going to follow him everywhere.
Well, the dog will follow him forever, but the dream ends there too. So
he goes in the direction of that private's house.
Yeah.
I'm obviously
I see. He was kind of chased there in a way, by the guilt, and
with the intentions of telling them that their son passed on, and trying to give them closure so that he can rest.
Yeah.
And part of me is sort of wondering if that's what he's doing with each of them.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
So was Akira Kurosawa in World War II?
Not that I know of. I mean,
maybe
I don't.
He had family that died, and he just had dreams about it.
I mean, I know that he had some involvement in that, but I think he was making films at that point during World War II.
Okay, I was just wondering if this was like a personal story, whether
It doesn't. I don't think so. I haven't gathered that from all the information I've soaked up over the years. It is played by the fellow is played by the same actor who portrays middle-aged Kurosawa throughout the rest of the shorts, but this short, more than any other, seems to be completely separate from the others, in that it was just a random dream he had, as far as I know. So yeah, I mean, he's been directing films for a very, very long time, since 1940, I believe, which was basically the height of the war. Not the beginning, a couple years after, but. So even that being said, it is my favorite short. If I was forced to pick one, I would say that's my favorite. It certainly hits hard. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's great, and
it doesn't fuck around.
The message is pretty clear too. It's clearly survivor's guilt, and I think I mean, obviously we haven't been through that situation, but I think we can understand what that must be like.
Oh yeah, like I said, I couldn't even imagine. So having empathy for that situation, not having lived it, I can only imagine what it would be like having to deal with that kind of guilt. So he definitely hit the nail on the head, I think. Anyway, missing on. Any other further words on that one, or?
I mean, what else can we really say about it?
Nothing really. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, it ends with him deciding he's going to go and do a good thing.
Yeah. So do you want to just move on to the next dream, or?
Yep.
Okay, so the next one is called Crows, and it stars young Kurosawa, which is obviously not young Kurosawa, but And the great Martin Scorsese as Vincent Van Gogh.
Oh God,
Um,
they're all so beautiful. Like,
yeah, this one is so colorful.
if you would like to go, if you want to relive that Doctor Who episode where they go play with Van Gogh,
Which was a great episode.
Yeah, this is like the closest thing to that you're ever gonna get.
Yeah.
Basically, an aspiring painter is standing in front of Van Gogh's two most famous paintings, Starry Night and the Wilting Sunflowers.
Yes, which I do find beautiful.
Yes.
A lot of people find his work overrated. I do not. It's fucking gorgeous.
Well, when you
I can take it or leave it. Some of it I find amazing.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Some of it I find amazing. Some of it I don't. So
yeah.
If you really understand the fact that he had severe clinical depression to the point where it was driving him insane, and he looked at the world and pulled the beauty right out of it, and that's what gave him the only joy he knew.
Yeah.
You have a newfound appreciation for his artwork.
Oh, no, for sure. But I think it's still fair for somebody to say, I don't really like that piece.
Oh,
but,
yeah. That's fair enough.
Yeah, but no, I find most of his work to be fucking gorgeous.
As an example, the wilting sunflowers is he hates sunflowers.
Yeah.
Because they make him feel sad. And so he stared at this pot of sunflowers until they wilted, and he went, "Oh, okay. I see the beauty in them now." And he painted them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
he was a very interesting man.
I think he's portrayed really well here too by Martin Scorsese, who's a very prolific actor, as pretty much everybody, or director rather, sorry, as pretty much everybody knows.
I enjoy that it becomes French as well.
Yeah, there's actual French spoken in the very beginning. It's broken French by Kurosawa's art student character, who speaks very slowly. Which
is fine, because it's all subtitled anyways. So.
No, the character is trying his best to speak French to these ladies that are making fun of Van Gogh because he's insane.
Yeah. And I like the portrayal of Van Gogh because I think it's fairly faithful to the man himself, because he really didn't like people very much.
No.
Because they didn't like him very much.
So. No, they didn't. So the art student goes running after him down this beautiful country road in these right through the middle of these
it's
vast
also one
wheat
of his
fields.
Paintings, by the way.
It is in live action. Yeah.
No, when he walks, he actually walks.
Not at the beginning. Not at the beginning. No, not until after he finds it.
The bridge is painted and it melds. Well, no,
yes, that is painted like one of his paintings.
Yeah, and then it melds into reality. It's very visually.
Yeah. It's stunning. Yeah.
Yes.
So he finally finds Van Gogh in the middle of a hayfield,
and he basically tells him, "I have to paint. Like, why aren't you painting?
Yeah,
you've got an easel and paint. What are you doing?"
Yeah, this art student has a sun hat and an easel and paint and a paint stand and you name it.
Why are you talking to me when you could be painting? And he's basically standing there like, "I'm such a huge fan. I just want to pick your brain a little." And Van goes, "Well, why aren't you painting?"
Yeah.
"I have to paint, otherwise I'll go crazy."
Yeah, I'm compelled to paint, he says.
Yeah. And he explains how he asks him what happened to his ear, and he tells the story we all know. "I was painting a self-portrait and it didn't look right, so I cut it off."
Yeah, cut it off and threw it away.
As a perfectly sane person would do.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just portrayed so wonderfully here. I love it.
And I can't look at that portrait, that famous portrait of him, and not think about the fact that he cut his fucking ear off so he didn't have to paint it.
Yeah.
Like, you could, why?
Yeah. Anyway, he basically compares himself to a locomotive that can't stop.
Yeah.
Like he must paint. He's compelled to paint. because he sees the world as he sees it, and he just must.
Yeah, he must. It's overwhelmingly compelling.
Yeah. So, and this is the hokiest part of the movie where we see him painting, intersposed with little snippets of locomotive engines running, which is really kind of hokey, but it's really, really striking at the same time because it's so literal, you know. And then he gets frustrated, picks up his easel, and walks off.
Yep. And
leaving this poor, confused Japanese art student to basically go, Vincent, where are you going, man?
And he starts chasing after him, and then we get to go through a bunch of his paintings, which the green screen work is really good.
It's some of the best green screen work I've ever seen, actually.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, you know how sometimes if you'll have somebody using a green screen and they climb over an object that's green and their foot half disappears into whatever it is when they're climbing over it.
Yeah.
There's one particular painting where he climbs out and over it, and it happens, but it's not very much. It's really well done.
It is. Now, I have to say, and this will piss a lot of people off for some reason, but this is where the LucasArts part of the film comes in. George Lucas himself actually oversaw the special effects for this short.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense, but I did not know that.
Yeah, it wasn't just his cronies at Lucasfilm that did this one short. It was himself who oversaw most of the special effects for this particular short.
Well, I'm not surprised considering he's a huge Kurosawa fan.
Oh,
he
yeah.
Was probably fanboying.
He was. I mean, we can already see it in Star Wars 1977.
Oh, yeah.
We can already see what a Kurosawa fan he was. So, so that being said, yeah, I think he would have jumped at the chance to be able to design and essentially animate, air quotes there, something like this.
Yeah, it's very well done.
Oh,
green
man,
screen work.
Yeah, it's one of the best scenes of the movie.
And then it just sort of ends with him back in the museum.
Yeah, he kind of sees him walking over his famous painting, Crows.
Yep. Walking into it,
yeah.
And then all the crows come
barreling out in live action, and then we see his the painting called Crows.
It fades into painting again. It goes from it's very visually stunning.
Yeah, it's really hard to explain. It's something that you have to see. Otherwise, we'll just sound crazy.
I feel like that with a lot of this particular movie because it's indescribable, so much of it.
Yeah.
Like you're not here for the story, like really at all.
Yeah.
It's sort of it's secondary to the visuals and the sound and the music and everything else.
Yeah. All right.
So next one.
Next one is called Mount Fuji in Red. Now this one, now Kurosawa in life was, he had some pretty strong political opinions, and we really start to see those come to fruition in this particular short.
Yeah.
However, that being said, it's important, I think, in retrospect, to kind of tell the viewer who hasn't seen the film, if they're actually watching the show or they're learning or reading about the film, to not take the apparent socio-political leanings in this movie too seriously, because again, they are dreams.
Yeah. So
although his personal political thoughts and opinions do come across in these last three shorts, it's something where you should kind of separate it from the film, because he certainly did.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take it too literally.
It's just something he dreamed about.
Yes, just calm down and don't, because I know a lot of people would watch this in this political climate and go, "Oh, fucking hippie."
Well, as an
right?
example,
And I think those
just-
people just need to calm down, because I think for the most part he's right, and I would certainly tend to agree with him.
I
But
will
that's not
wait,
the point
wait,
of these
wait.
shorts.
I'll throw it out there. I love this film a lot, and I disagree with him with when it comes to this particular short. Like, I disagree with
Yeah.
its message. I don't, as the nuclear power is one of the cleanest burning fuels we can use, right? So, and yeah, meltdowns are very possible. It's really unfortunate when it happens, but it's not like doomsday.
No,
that really depends on what type of reactor you use too.
And where you
It does.
put it. If you
Now,
you should have it very, very, very far away from people. Very far away.
you should. Now, this being said, in his dream, they've had problems with these things in the past, even before 1990, and they had nukes dropped on them. So
I mean, and honestly,
this is where the film Godzilla came from, and various other films. So it's really hard for them to not have this little bit of this bias, right? So I think all of it should kind of be taken with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
And
Chernobyl scared the shit out of me. I read about Chernobyl when I was in high school, and it scared the crap out of me. I was very anti-nuclear power after hearing about Chernobyl.
Yeah.
It's not unsurprising for somebody to experience something like that and then go, holy crap, this thing is evil. I should hate it forever.
Sure. And I get what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is any discussion further than just what it is at face value is too much, because that's not what he intended at all.
Yeah, it's not the point.
So he would be incredibly fucking upset if people discussed it ad nauseum. So that's something that we shouldn't. We can if we want, but I don't feel we should.
I'm already. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm already done with it. I disagree with its message, but that doesn't make it any less beautiful. It's not the point.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is there is no message. It literally is a dream he had, and it may have some.
Even though I might disagree with him, and I think nuclear power is quite safe.
Sure,
he's allowed to have his own fears and dream about them.
That's why. That's what I felt watching this. He's clearly afraid of that. That was a nightmare. Not a dream. It was a nightmare.
Well, these two, Mount Fuji and Red, and the next one are nightmares.
Definitely,
and they should be taken as such. So there is. What I'm trying to say is there is probably 2% of the political commentary in these two shorts that people think there is, right? Like there's almost none. So we'll just kind of leave it at that.
Look here, I'm gonna lighten the mood. I'm gonna tell you something really funny about this one we're about to watch. They only had so many extras. So in that big panned out shot where you can see people running from this from the meltdown, they're running in a big circle.
Yeah.
You can see people running in both directions.
Yeah.
Because they just go from one corner and then come around, go back, go around and around and around. So it looks like there's a whole bunch of people running towards the fucking meltdown, and then a whole bunch of people running away from it. It's quite funny. But they didn't have enough extras. I mean, how could you to have that panned out shot? And
it was a really small set too.
Yeah, they wanted people. Obviously, he needed lots of people because Japan's super densely populated, and if everybody's running away from a meltdown, there's going to be a shit ton of people. So that's how we open this short: is all those people running away from this nuclear meltdown, and his character. Akira's character is confused. He doesn't know what's going on, and he finds this woman and her daughter and is talking to them like, what's everybody running from? And she explains to him that the plant is melting down, and this older gentleman in a suit comes up beside them, and they sort of have a little bit of a conversation about the fact that the plant is melting down. And it cuts, and all the people are gone, and they've walked to the beach, which is strewn with people's belongings, but there's no people. It's not a beach, it's a big cliff. And Akira's character asks the woman, where where all the people went. And the older gentleman interjects and says, well, clearly they've all gone into the sea and drowned, because it's better than waiting to be killed slowly by the radiation. And the woman's in pretty hysterics because she has her daughter who's quite young. And she's basically saying that the people who invented nuclear power, they should all be hung. And the older gentleman says, well, I guess I'm one of those. Because he must have worked for the power plant. And then they can see the radiation coming. And he said, for all of our intelligence, we didn't make it safer. We just dyed it so you could see what kind of death is coming for you. And he starts describing how certain kinds of radiation are going to kill you. Like basically the second you get touched by it, you're going to get cancer or be impotent, or you'll give birth to defected children. And they're staring at this mist coming, and then
So hold on, you're saying it's bad? Is that what
yeah,
you're
I
saying?
think maybe it's a little bit bad.
Yeah, I know.
I think radiation poisoning's a little bad for you.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of a radical stance on it, but yeah.
I think maybe. Maybe.
So it may be bad.
Could be.
Maybe.
Possibly, maybe. Yep. So they turn around, and then the elderly man has jumped off the cliff into the ocean rather than being subjected to the poisons coming out of the power plant. And the mist comes, and Akira's character is trying to wave it away with his jacket, and the woman's hysterically hanging onto her daughter. And then I think it ends with them standing on this cliffside.
Yeah, the I'm sure you've already talked about it while I was gone, but the nightmarish vision of the snow on Mount Fuji melting.
Yeah, it's right out of a Godzilla movie in a way.
Yeah, pretty much. It was certainly a nightmarish thing to see. So it definitely suits the yeah, it's definitely a nightmare more than just a plain old dream, but I guess it's still a dream in and of itself. So
I mean, God, what a bleak ending.
Yeah, very. Not as bleak as the Weeping Demon, which is the next dream.
I mean,
when I watched these, I thought they might be related.
Yeah, I think
they felt a little bit like
that. These two certainly feel like they are.
Well, this is sort of like the aftermath of
I would say
many years of the radiation poisoning, and it's post-apocalyptic for sure.
Yeah.
So he's wandering in a wasteland of red rock and dirt, and he comes across a person hunched over in shredded rags, and he thinks it's a person anyway. They're kind of both afraid of each other a little bit at first. And Akira goes, "Are you a demon?" And the homeless thing sort of responds, "Okay, I guess I am, aren't I?" And he starts walking him through this wasteland and pointing out things like mutated flowers and stuff that shouldn't existing because of this radiation.
Yeah.
And
huge flowers, gigantic
flowers. And that would happen. Nature persists. Actually, if you look around Chernobyl and Hiroshima, there are mutated plants with buds that grow within each other and just weird shit. Nature finds a way.
Actually, the nature around Chernobyl is more healthy than it's ever been because there's no humans there anymore.
But it's mutated. It's a lot different.
Shortly after there were some mutations, but that seems to have gone away now.
It's starting to really I say starting to. In the last 20 years, it's gone almost none.
Yeah,
right?
nature really will just find a way. It'll bounce back without human influence. And he's basically telling them that there's a demon hierarchy where the demons with the most horns consume and eat the flesh of the demons with less horns. So he's probably on the roster because he's only got one horn.
So it's better to be horny.
It's better to be less horny.
Well, it's better to be more horny.
No, it's better to be less horny. We find that out.
Yeah. Well, I
Shortly.
mean, the more horns you have, that means you get to eat, the less horny.
Yes, but you also have. We find out shortly that the horns cause excruciating pain.
Yes.
Like I imagine it's like having a burning red hot nail stuck into your head.
It is true. It is true. The horn can cause you a lot of pain.
Yeah. So oh no, there's a joke I want to make, but you told me I'm not allowed. Anyways, the horns are very painful, and the demon.
Sorry. Okay, I'm good.
The demons with more horns are obviously in a lot more pain, and
oh man,
this demon is explaining to him that people in their real lives, before they get thrown into this hell, the kingpins of the real world are the kingpins in hell. Essentially, the wealthy business.
Yeah, it's very
type.
Buddhist. Very Buddhist.
Yeah, so they suffer greatly for their power, a lot.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I would take less horns and just hide from. But he gets hungry too.
Yeah. So I mean, this one lingers on a couple of scenes for a long time too. There isn't much to this short.
No, they all have a lot of lingering. It's hard to explain because there's a lot of scenes that just they're indescribable.
Yes.
So this demon, we start hearing a whole bunch of wailing and screaming, and he starts laughing. He goes, "Here, would you like to see them writhing in pain? It happens every night." And he takes Akira's character over to this big pit where they're all writhing and screaming in pain. It is like what you would consider hell.
Yes. Pretty much this weird like puddle, this weird pit, like tiny little mini
it looks
lake.
like blood.
Yeah.
It's red water at the very least. It looks like blood.
Yeah. And there's about 36 of them there. Just
Fuck, you can't send me stuff like that when we're on here.
oh no, you broke her.
I knew I would.
Oh, sorry. Blue Hitler's very funny.
Yeah, I told you he's blue, didn't I?
You're not wrong. He's very blue.
Strange color. What a strange color.
Anyways, demons in a pit, all writhing in pain. They have many horns. He is laughing and then goes, "Oh shit, my horn's starting to hurt, but I'm hungry. Maybe I'll eat you." And he runs Akira off, and then the short ends.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Why did you buy? I'm sorry, fascinated by Blue Hitler.
It's a strange color to make statues, isn't it?
Really, yeah. Why is he blue?
I don't know, but they're all blue. I couldn't find my photos, but I found a thing on the internet which had some photos. So
good enough. All right, so next short.
The next and last short is called "The Village of the Watermills."
And oh my god,
this is another one that I was completely enamored with when I was a kid.
I think this one's my favorite.
I didn't want it to end.
It's so visually stunning, and it's not enhanced in any ways. I want to live here.
Yeah, if we could live there with fantastic internet somehow, I probably would.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
knew you'd say that, but that kind of defeats the purpose.
No, it doesn't.
Just the internet.
Just
no,
internet.
No people except
No.
for the people on the
Yeah,
internet.
just like, well, no, I mean, the people could stay, just less
Yeah.
of them. I think that I've actually said this a lot. Higher dense populations, like cities, people are they know less people. It's fucking weird. Small towns, people sort of know everybody. There's some level of camaraderie within communities that are smaller. In big cities, you can find that sometimes in suburbs and certain little pockets. But
yeah, I mean, people that don't really grow up around other people are much better. I mean, just look at Mick from Wolf Creek. I mean,
oh my god,
he's like the embodiment of every Australian male. So
he fucking hates tourists.
Yeah,
that guy. He does not like tourists. But
just to interrupt for a second, right? Here's that. Well, you referred to it as Chinglish, but it's not exactly right. From the museum in Thailand, it's talking about the atomic bomb being dropped on Hiroshima, and it's got almost the entire city was destroyed in a jiffy.
in a jiffy.
Casual.
In a jiffy.
Isn't that what you say when you're going to be back with the milk for tea?
Yeah,
like in a jiffy.
Like I said, it might be an accurate translation, but it's not appropriate.
Yeah, it's English for sure.
Yeah,
it's totally English. It's just it's right, but it's not. Like, it's too casual. Like that millions of people died in a jiffy.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. That needs to be in r/technically the truth.
Yeah. I mean, Hiroshima was destroyed in a jiffy. So, I mean...
Well, technically it was. But...
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Anyways, this short doesn't have much to it, just like the rest of them, but it is easily the most visually beautiful.
Oh, God.
If you want my opinion.
Yeah.
But you're here, so you must at least a little bit. Yeah, it is stunning. I have never seen somewhere so gorgeous.
I know,
in
right?
my entire life. And it's just a lot of little houses surrounding a nice river that's the water is like glass with these big flowing reeds in it.
It's got a big watermill wheel, hasn't it?
Many.
Yeah.
It has many. I wrongfully at first thought this was the same village he filmed Seven Samurai in.
It's a different set entirely.
It is a different set entirely, but I thought they were the same, which would have been really cool, but it's not. Yeah, it's just it's a small village, and they live without electricity, without technology, without doctors.
Yeah, and the smile on Kurosawa's character and throughout this whole short.
I mean, I'd be like that. He's
just walking around this place in awe, just with a huge smile on his face, just saying hello to all these people and
seeing nature like that. And he walks past a bunch of children who leave flowers on this stone, and then wanders around, finds this old man who's building one of the water wheels, and just has a nice conversation with him. And he's like, "What? How do you see at night?" And he goes, "Well, night's supposed to be dark."
Yeah, isn't it dark? Well, I love the way he explains. He just he glances in his direction for a half a second, and he goes, "Well, nighttime's supposed to be dark."
Yeah,
like just so matter of fact.
It's like it's like the ultimate dad response.
Yeah, but he does say candles mostly.
Yeah,
you know, as you would expect. He does explain it.
Yeah, they use wood and coal, and just they relied totally on nature. And again, this is just it's a fantasy land because you can't really live like that. That's why we have medicine and stuff. But he essentially just says it's nice to be close to nature, and he's not wrong. People who spend a lot of time out in nature without technology are a lot happier. Usually.
Yeah.
It's just nice for the senses.
It's less stressful.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a
You
little bit unrealistic to think that someone's going to be living in a village and living that long without modern medicine
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not it's
or
not
modern.
better,
Yeah.
but it's
No.
nice. It's a nice thing to do for yourself once in a while.
I'm
If
gonna
you
say
got
that
cancer, you're going to the hospital. Like you're
Yeah.
gonna.
Yeah.
I will just go out on a limb and say that I could listen to this old man talk all day.
Me too.
You know what? Like, just tell me a story, because I could just sit there and listen.
But like
You know?
in reality, in a village like this, people would have to have 6 kids because only 2 of them would make it to adulthood.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in
So
this
it's a
fantasy
nice
land,
idea. It's a nice
yeah,
idea.
it is a wonderful
I
idea.
think-
you know,
I
if
think-
you had modern medicine and chose to live like that, you'd probably be very happy and live a
Now,
long life.
All that being said, I think we're all thinking too much into it.
Oh yeah, no,
because,
it's not the point.
It is just a dream.
And it's not
but-
the point.
Yeah.
But
No, I definitely see what both of you are saying, and I agree. Like, you would have to have like 6 kids, otherwise,
Yeah.
you know, like, you're not going to have any.
But yeah, he's just explaining how and there's a funeral going on, but it sounds like a festival. And Akira goes, what is there a parade today? And he's like, oh no, that's a funeral.
Yeah. I love the way this old man explains it. It's really beautiful, actually.
When somebody dies, you celebrate their life. And you know, I think that's a really nice thing to do. I actually really like they've been doing, it's become a trend. I don't know if how many funerals you guys have been to recently, but to make DVDs and slideshows of the deceased and play it to some of their favorite music.
Yeah.
I think it's way better than a eulogy, because it's just you can look at this person's life through pictures and enjoy remembering all of those things and remembering them.
Yeah.
I think we should have our wakes before we die.
Like just before?
Oh, it doesn't have to be just before, but you know, I mean most of us don't know when we're going to die. But you know, I'd like to see who turns up and to get drunk with them.
You want to know something interesting? My grandfather, when he passed away, we actually had a big ass party the day before he died, and he was there. I mean, he was on his deathbed, quite literally, in my mom's house, but he was awake and conscious and conversed with everybody. He quite literally got to say all of his goodbyes, and then he passed away the following morning in his sleep.
That sounds nice.
Yeah.
It does sound nice. I mean, we all have to die, so I mean.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have planned it better. Everybody was there. Everybody he knew that was still alive, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Lucky man.
Well, I think that's the way they view it in this village. Too.
Yeah. So and
this old man says, "Well, it's to congratulate them on a job well done."
Yeah.
Like that was very touching.
Yeah. And yeah, that's sort of what I was getting at with the little slideshows. That's how we did his funeral. We all sat down and watched a nice little slideshow of all of like his wedding photos from when him and my grandmother met, when my mom and her siblings were born, all that kind of stuff. His life's achievements. And I think it feels better than being very sad.
Well, it certainly feels better for the people that are left behind. Right?
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's really what a funeral is about when it comes right down to it. It is for the people that are still alive.
Yeah.
When it comes,
exactly.
it is. That might sound insensitive, but it is. It is for the people that are still alive. It's not. I mean, you know, that's the way it is.
Not there anymore. So
well, that's just right. Otherwise, we wouldn't hold funerals if it was just for them. We just wouldn't as people. I don't feel we would.
No, probably not.
It's for us to let go. So that's definitely better.
And I like how he's talking about this woman, because obviously he'd known her her entire life, and he goes, "She was my first love.
Yeah,
She broke my heart and married somebody else."
yeah, and then he laughs, but
And he goes,
a nice laugh though.
Yeah.
It was like a yeah.
And he says that, "Oh, I'm supposed to be leading her
Oh
funeral.
wait, yeah.
I need to go."
I hear them coming now, and he grabs his little shakers. I can't remember what they're called, but
He explains why the kids were putting flowers on this rock too. Basically,
oh yeah,
there was a traveler who dropped dead there, so they buried him and put the rock
Right there.
there.
Yeah,
Right exactly where he died. And now they all leave flowers. Lots of them don't even really remember why they do it. They just do.
Sounds like a making of a Japanese horror movie.
Yeah. The
That's
Grudge.
the rock,
Flower.
the flower
rock.
the flower man. Yeah. Oh god.
So he walks to the rock and leaves his own flowers, as
It
you
was
would.
a calm village
Yeah.
until the flower man came along.
Oh.
And then, of course, the credits play over just a continuous shot of this river, a nice close-up shot.
After this amazing funeral plays in front of us too.
Yes. I could watch that water forever.
Yeah, even just the credit sequence in this movie.
Yeah. Just and I think the only sound is the flowing water. I don't even think.
Yeah, no, that's just it. There's a little bit of music, and that's just it. But yeah, as he leaves the Kurosawa's character leaves the village at the end, and then turns back, picks a flower, and leaves it on the stone, and then the camera pans down to the water, the river, just lapping over these reeds, and the credits play.
Yep.
And that's it.
That's it.
So-
What do you even say?
Yeah.
It's so indescribably beautiful.
It is a beautiful movie.
Yes. I really have nothing else to say. Really, it's the movie. It's the movie that got me into film the way I think of it now. Basically, I wouldn't be here talking about these movies in the way that I am now with you two if it wasn't for this movie, right? Like, I don't think I would care about film in the same way.
There is something in this movie for everybody. One of these shorts will resonate with you in a way.
Yes.
Yeah, I think everybody can appreciate something out of it.
And of course, they're all beautifully shot. So, I mean,
They are.
as with all of Kurosawa's stuff.
Well, you think about it, the man is so good at world building. He can create an entire world in a 10-minute short film.
Mm.
We might want to see more of it because it's so damn well made, but
Really, you could take any of these and flesh them out and make them a full-length movie, except maybe the last one, because it didn't have a plot or a story of any kind.
Not really. It stands alone in and of itself.
The rest of them easily you could make a nice long movie.
The last one doesn't have drama. It's actually the absence of drama, which is what makes it special.
Yeah.
So it's well,
peaceful. Yeah. It is peaceful. There's no plight. There's no protagonist. There's no antagonist.
There's no plot really. Except
not really.
Just the message.
Yeah, and I think the message is overall a good one. It might be a little unrealistic, but it's certainly nice. It's nice, you know.
And it comes from the heart too.
So I just I appreciate it for what it is, and just I have it up on the screen right now, just kind of watching it silently, and just the green water in the background, how it meshes with all the grass, and like, it's just amazing.
The water. I really could just stare at it.
Yeah. No, everything is so well done, and all the colors, everything stands out. Everything is and it's the film stock he used too. And he dressed his characters, his actors in things that would stand out on purpose. There are a lot of primary colors, solid colors. So all of the costumes aren't necessarily traditional. They're meant to stand out on their own just for this movie. So it's just striking. It just looks amazing.
Yeah, again, feast for the senses. You will not be disappointed.
No. So I take it we'd all recommend this movie?
Oh, God.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And can I point out that if we started watching Seven Samurai at the start of this stream, the movie would still be going?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Not for long though. It's 3 and 25, right?
Something like
45,
that.
I think, yeah. But it's long. Yeah, it's a long film. But you
will not be bored. It is awesome.
You will not be bored for a moment. I can almost guarantee that.
This movie gives me so many feelings.
Oh, dreams?
Seven Samurai.
Oh, Seven Samurai. Yeah. Are we into that now? So we're done with dreams?
Well, I guess we all recommend dreams. I think.
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I think we're all going to recommend all of these movies.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
The man is a genius.
Yeah.
The man is a genius. You could pretty much go, let me pick an Akira film. This one. Okay. And you're in for a good time. You will enjoy yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I own quite a few of them on DVD, so
yeah.
Criterion has a lot now.
Yeah, most of those would be. Yeah. They're trying to remaster them. And they're doing it right, too. They're actually remastering them from the original negatives and doing it. That's how they removed that really icky piece of dust film grain that you were mentioning. They just digitally removed it. And it's not there anymore. Right? Yeah. It was really easy. It's just gone. I know exactly what you're thinking about too, because when you mentioned it, it's like, oh, that's the thing. It just made my eye twitch. You look at it, and it's loud too. You can hear it because it goes. And the old transfers of it, like you don't just see it, you hear it. So the sound is being redone, so it's not as shrill and hollow sounding. So it's very, very nice that they're redoing these now.
So Seven Samurai, I guess the movie he's most famous for.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Which, I mean, it's well deserved.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like I said earlier, I think the only fault I could find with it was that speck on the camera lens.
Yeah.
And we needed more blood for the pokey sticks.
Again, this is almost 7 years prior to your Jimbo too, so I can't even point that out as a flaw.
Yeah,
it's just the reality of filmmaking.
Yeah.
So I can't like.
It's more like that's too bad than.
Sure. I mean, even me being the ridiculous apologist, I can't even like. There's no way, because it really was just the reality of it, and he couldn't have. Yeah. So, there's no point in complain. Well, we can complain about it. I do too, but to really fault it for that, I think would be kind of incorrect.
So, should we give a brief synopsis before we get into the plot?
Well, I was just going to say, I think we are going to butcher the names of the characters.
Oh no, I'm not even going to try.
We'll come up with our own for most of them.
Yeah, no, I'm not even going to try. Even when we were watching it, I was hearing the names repeated to me regularly. There's no way. So
can I just give a little theory I have about the six main samurai, excluding Kikyo, I think is the way you pronounce his name, who's basically the main character. We'd all agree he's the one with the main character. Guy. No, the vagabond samurai.
Ass scratcher?
Yeah.
He's not the main character.
He's definitely the main character.
No,
he's the one.
No,
he's the one that's got the character arc. He dies as the hero at the end. He's the one who evolves the most during the movie.
I'm gonna have to hard disagree with you, but okay.
What do you think, Biggs?
It's either him or Smiley.
Him or Smiley?
Who's Smiley?
The guy that smiles the whole time.
Smiley is the oldest samurai, the one that gathers everybody.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's
you're
not
talking
Smiley.
about what's his name? Shimada.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I call him the bald one.
Yeah.
'Cause he is the
Okay,
only bald one.
So here's my observation about the six main
Yeah, sure.
samurai. There's actually three groups of two opposites.
Hmm.
Right. So the first one's pretty obvious. That's the Shimada, who's the old, wise, experienced samurai who's sick of war. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his opposite is the young guy who's never been in a battle before, and he's all optimistic and looking forward to battle. Right. So they're two clear opposites. Then you have Hayachi, who's he's the one who is cutting the wood.
Yeah.
So he's all jokes and humor, and he's a smartass and he's lighthearted, but not very skilled as a samurai, right?
Yeah.
And his opposite is the master, the one who's mastered all the skills.
It's what we call stoic.
Yeah,
he's
all
guy,
serious, all serious, no joke, and he's all about mastering his skills. So
AKA
they're
my
opposite.
favorite.
Yeah. So they're exact opposites too.
Mhm.
And the two remaining characters are opposites in relation to Shimada, who's the older samurai.
Mhm.
And that's the guy who's been in many, many battles with him before and knows him very well, and they're good friends. And the other one agrees to join them because he finds Shimada interesting and wants to get to know him and wants to have adventures with him.
Scratch ass.
No. That's Kichio.
Yes.
No, different character. This is where is he? Gorobi.
Okay.
So do you think that theory holds water, or
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know if it was designed that way.
I don't think it was intentional.
But I don't know. My mind finds patterns, so I just know.
No, it certainly fits.
Yeah.
So.
And then you have the seventh samurai, who's not really a samurai, but
that's scratch ass.
yeah.
Yes.
Kichio, I think you pronounce it. But he kind of ties all the other groups together because he was the son of a farmer.
Yeah.
So he kind of relates to the farmers, the villagers. He wants to be, or he's a fake samurai, so he kind of relates to the samurais. And it's pretty obvious that he's been a thief and
a drunk, and he's hilarious.
But so he kind of relates to the outlaws as well, the thieves.
Yeah. But not really.
But he's odd in the way that he does relate to all of them.
He's not an evil man like.
No, he's not. But
No.
he still relates to them. So.
Yeah.
He's definitely stolen things before, though. He's done what he needed to survive. But that's the key point, though. He shows that he's a good. He's trying to be a good person.
Yeah.
And by the end, he sacrifices himself. That's the main character arc in the story.
Oh, fight me.
It is. How do the other characters change?
They don't.
Exactly. But he does. He grows, and
he does grow a lot. Yes.
I still no.
You may not like him, but it doesn't change the fact.
I love him, but he's not the main character.
Well, he's the only one basically that has a character arc. I mean, the other main character that you're talking about.
In terms of being in terms of being a protagonist in a film in the traditional narrative sense, he would be the main character because he does change, and he has, even in the middle of the film, this child is me. That's the mark of a protagonist in a film.
Yeah, but I think very reluctant ex-warrior goes to battle one last time is still.
Yeah, and at the end of it, he's still a reluctant warrior who hasn't changed. The boy has changed, the young samurai. He's grown, right? But not to the same extent as Kikyo.
Now he just got laid once.
Yeah, well, he's young and naive, and this is his first experience of battle and first
I think
experience
we
with a
spend
woman.
more time with elderly bald man, which is what
he
makes him
he
feel.
hold he holds it together, but
Yeah,
it's
he's the
not
glue.
he's not a protagonist in the traditional sense of film
Yeah,
or
Okay.
storytelling.
fine.
I
So,
mean,
yeah.
I view him that way as well, as kind
Yeah.
of the main character in my head. But if it were a book, he wouldn't be the main protagonist. It wouldn't work that way,
Mm.
right? But I always thought of him as the protagonist in my head because that's just the way it's been. But the scratch ass does grow the most. So anyway, that's kind of that's neither here nor there at this point. So,
But anyway, to get into the plot,
exactly.
We have a group of villagers who keep on getting raided by outlaws.
It's the same group of bandits too.
Yep. And they're going to come back and raid them once they've harvested their crop. So they go to the old man of the village and say, "What should we do?" And he goes, "Go and hire." Oh, was it 4 samurai?
Yeah,
It was
basically
4,
they
yeah.
have this big
Yeah.
this big meeting, and they start bickering amongst themselves about whether or not they should just offer them most of the barley in exchange for their lives and just enough to survive, or hiring samurai and fighting back.
Of course, they can't afford to hire samurai with money, so they can only offer them food, right? And the question is, what kind of samurai are you going to get for that?
But the old man sends them off anyway, the village elder.
Well, I guess it's better. To try.
They'd probably, I mean, I don't think he's wrong. I think they probably would have been slaughtered.
Mm. And they do end
There's-
up succeeding. So, but it's not
Yeah.
an easy job.
No, I think they were right. The most vocal coward is mostly out to save his daughter. He doesn't want
Yeah.
samurai because samurai had a reputation back in the day when they were first starting to be disbanded, because a lot of them did turn into outlaws. And
Well, the one who's trying to save his daughter is Manto.
Yeah.
You're right there.
Yep. Sorry, I was just acting it up because I had to do it anyway.
Yeah, so we spend the first hour of the movie just finding the samurai.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And it's quite entertaining.
Oh, it's great. It's
Because
amazing.
we see them we see bald man and young man meet each other, and how the farmers watch him do this very noble thing, and they decide they were going to appeal to him after failing to hire other samurai because they won't work for food.
Yeah, just before we get to what's his name, Shimada, who's the old samurai or older samurai.
Yeah,
they were just about to give up, really, because they've failed so many times to find a samurai. They say that all the good ones won't work for nothing, and all the ones that will work for nothing are shit, basically.
Yeah. And then they have one drunken samurai go, I wouldn't have lost this if I had have been sober, I guess.
Well, we see him get killed a bit later too.
Yeah.
He's the one that comes up against the master.
I like him so much. He's my favorite.
He's one of my favorites. Yeah. So anyway, they're just about to give up, and then they kind of come across 3 of the main characters.
Mm-hmm.
So Shimada saves a young child from a
bandit, from a thief.
From a bandit. Yeah. Yep.
By dressing up as a monk and sort of luring him with food. Very expert.
And he's seen by Katsushia. I can't pronounce
the
his
young
name.
pretty boy.
Yeah, we'll just call him Kat.
Okay, that's deal.
Yeah, it's short for his very long Japanese name, which I can't pronounce. But
You
he's
can't pronounce English words, apparently.
no. I
No,
can't.
he was speaking Canadian. Pronouns.
Pronounce. What you talking about?
Yeah, so he's the son of a wealthy landowner, and he wants to be a samurai. And
Yep.
he sees Shimada and wants to follow him. Basically, wants to learn from him.
When we watched this the first time, I thought he was shaving his head in preparation for killing himself in the traditional samurai way, because cutting that top knot off is a very symbolic thing that they do usually when they're about to like do
Well,
that.
people were in shock when he was doing it.
Yeah. Like the monk didn't want to shave his head. He was very shaky. He had the razor and was like, this is not a thing I should be doing.
I love the detail of him rubbing his bald head throughout the rest of the film too. It's great.
It must feel so weird.
Yeah.
His entire life, he's just had that little top knot, and then it's just to have it gone.
Mm. Of course, he does that to disguise himself as a monk.
Yeah.
To save the child.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Kat, the young man, wants to follow him and learn from him. But of course, Shimada doesn't want to take him on as a student because he's seen a lot of shit. You can tell he's seen a lot of shit.
He's retired. He's attempting.
Yeah, and he says that he's not actually a skilled warrior. He's just got a lot of experience.
Yeah. So his strengths are in his mind. Like when he saved that child, it wasn't any sort of skill with a blade that helped him do that, so much as it was tricking the thief into lulling him into a little bit of a false sense of security.
Well, he's wise and cunning and got a lifetime of experience and a perfect leader, as we find out.
Yeah.
And the other main character that we see is Kichio at the time, or Scratch Ass, as you call it.
Yes, that's the only way you're going to get me to remember who you're talking about, because he spends a lot of this movie squatting and scratching his ass.
Who's played by the same actor who played Sanjiro in Yojimbo and Sanjiro.
Yep.
Actually, he was in many Akira Kurosawa movies.
He's a very tall Asian man
with a very long sword.
Yeah. Is he compensating, do you think?
Strangely, no. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a very big Nadachi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's the sword.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not his cock.
Yes.
Were you looking at it?
Yes, Bane. We understand.
I was waiting.
Nope. None of those.
Very rigid.
It must be about 5.5 feet tall, because at one point he
okay, you got me.
At one point he
Hey, but at least he keeps
I haven't finished it
all the time.
Okay.
At one point he hands it to a villager and she's holding it, and it comes right up to her head.
Oh, he'd split her in half.
He technically he would, yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine it's pretty sharp.
Well, yeah, he's got it protected all the time.
At least he keeps it sheathed, so
how old are all of us again?
Old enough.
Yeah.
We're all over the age of 30 now.
Oh, we forgot to give the warning at the start. This stream isn't for kids.
I age restricted it. It's okay. It's all good.
So
Cock.
we're talking about farting in your mother's vagina and things like that. So
right at the beginning, I think people get it.
So here's a belated warning.
Isn't that the name of this episode?
A belated warning?
No,
or fart in your mother's vagina.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change it to that.
Oh god.
Oh no.
There will be spoilers. Farting in your mother's vagina.
Oh my.
Anyway,
okay.
Kichio is he's a fake samurai. He wants to be a samurai. He wants to be somebody, basically, and he's trying to be somebody, and that's why he wants to follow them. But they really don't want him, so they reject him because he is a bit of a buffoon.
I
He's
mean,
a
they
trap-
only sort of reject him. They make him look like an idiot, but when he comes to help, they're okay with it because they can
I'm talking
use
about
it.
at the start. Shimada is very suspicious of him.
Oh yes, for sure.
And doesn't want anything to do with him whatsoever.
No.
He kind of looks at him and walks off.
I love their first major meeting. The six of them, when they're all together, and they think that they found their seventh.
Yeah.
And he comes stumbling in like blackout wasted. And
we'll get to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyways, yes, I'm getting sidetracked.
So yeah, Shimada at first doesn't want to help the farmers because it's a hard job finding 7 samurai and defending the village against these bandits. It's not an easy thing.
They're open from all sides, he finds out.
Yeah.
And he'd need at least 7 in order to guard each entryway.
But he eventually gives into his compassion because he sees some other people.
They're crying. So
yeah,
there's something about 3 grown men weeping.
And I guess we should mention Yohi, who's the saddest looking man ever in a movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so sad.
He looks like he's sucked on a bag full of lemons.
Yeah, he just and he's like sad. That the whole movie too.
Yeah, even when he smiles, he's still frowning.
Yeah, he looks like he's spent his entire life sad.
Yeah, just that downturned mouth and that look. He's
got Robert De Niro's upturned mouth.
He's perfect for the role, basically.
Yeah,
Kurosawa must have
seen his sad face and went, "Oh yeah."
So all his blessings come at once when he saw him walk through the door.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shimada takes mercy on the villagers and decides to help them and sets out to find the 7 samurai, along with the young guy Cat. And the first one he comes across is Gorobi, who agrees because Shimada intrigues him, and he thinks that they might be great friends one day and they might have great adventures. So he agrees to go off and do this.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's Shimada's old friend, like they'd been in many battles before.
Yep.
So he's like an attendant as well as a samurai.
Mm-hmm.
He agrees to join. And then we have Heihachi, who's a very poor samurai, not great skills, but good sense of humor. And he's been cutting up wood to earn some food. And he agrees.
That is impressive to watch, actually. He does each piece with 1 stroke.
Yeah.
And the actual actor does this, which is very cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
And let's see, who's the...
I love Stoic Man. He's the next one, right? I don't.
Yeah, Kyozo. I don't know how you pronounce that. Kyozo. But we'll call him the master because he's so skilled.
Mm-hmm.
But the
and basically,
here.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, but basically he's an extremely skilled samurai who spent his entire life mastering his skills.
He's disciplined AF.
Yeah, and we see him in a mock battle with the drunken samurai from earlier. And they've got into some kind of dispute, and they get some branches and pull the leaves off to use as pretend swords in a mock battle because they don't want to kill each other. And they have a battle, and it looks like it's a draw, but the master says no, he would have actually won. And the drunken samurai doesn't like this, so he draws his real sword, and they have a real battle, and of course the master cuts him down. And when Shimada is watching this, he knows instantly what's going to happen.
Yep.
He says there's no contest.
This is folly. There's no contest.
Yeah, this is absurd. I think he says something to that effect. Yeah.
And that's the strength of Shimada. He knows how to assess a situation and to plan and know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So there we have the six, and the six are sitting around talking
we get
about
to one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, they're talking about what they're going to do, and someone says, "Shouldn't we find the seventh?" And he goes, "Oh, we don't really have time. We'll have to make do with six." And that's when Kichio comes in, blind drunk.
Yeah, there's been three random people taunting the fuck out of these farmers this entire time, being like, "Oh, you're never gonna find samurai. You're just gonna go back to your village and die," basically. And I guess as they find more samurai, they decide, okay, we may as well help a little bit. And they think they've found this big, tough, extra help for them, and brings Scratch Ass. And he's like falling down wasted. And this is the best fake drunk I think I've ever seen.
You notice
it's very well done.
Yeah.
You notice his character in this is the exact opposite of his character in Yojimbo.
Yeah. Yeah. So they were testing other samurai a couple of times with a big stick. And he had his young protege whack over the head or try to some of the samurai that they tried to recruit, and he's unsuccessful in any real samurai. But when Scratch Ass comes in the door, he cracks him over the head so fucking hard.
Oh, he does.
He goes down like a sack of potatoes. He's like, what the fuck was that? It's fantastic because
it's quite the scene, and it goes on for a few minutes too of him just.
He's so pissed drunk he can't get up. he's rolling around holding his head. It's great. It's so he does a really good job playing somebody who's too drunk.
Yeah, he's a great actor, and he eventually pulls out a scroll, which is supposedly his family scroll.
You don't think I'm a real samurai? Well, look.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Kichio. And they laugh because they say that Kichio is 13 years old, so they start nicknaming him 13.
No, they give him that name. They let him keep it.
Yeah, but they nickname him 13 as well.
They do, yes.
Refer to him as 13. Which is ironic because in Yojimbo he calls himself 30. So
you know what's funny is he's still the man with no name.
Yeah.
Because he never gives them his true name. We never learn it.
So we now have our 7 samurai.
Sort of.
Although this takes an hour, and we've explained it probably in about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But it's one of the best parts of the movie, although it's hard.
It is
really compelling. Again, this movie's never ever boring.
Yeah, I was going to say it's hard to pick a best part.
It's like really randomly very funny and also really sad at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the use of sound and the fact that it's black and white really helps drive that home. It creates rather a bleak look. When the farmers are in the accommodation, I guess you would call it, shared accommodation thing, and they're being made fun of, and they just look so sad, and it looks so bleak. And there's the bit where Yui finds that the rice has been stolen.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, and it was his responsibility to look after it, and he slept with it and everything, but someone's still stolen it, and he just looks so depressed, so down. And he's picking individual grains of rice off the ground in an attempt to
salvage any of it.
Yeah, somehow salvage something. Very powerful.
Yes.
That's why what I said earlier, this movie gives me a lot of feels. It really does. It plays with all of your emotions.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
sometimes
and,
within just a few minutes of each other.
and all the characters are great too. I mean, we don't explore all the samurai to great extents. Like
Yeah, Funny Man we don't really know too much about. We don't really learn
yeah,
much
yeah,
about
and
him.
he's the first one to get killed too.
Yeah.
So we don't learn a lot about him. I don't know. Maybe there was something on the cutting room floor that gave us more of a backstory about him or something. I don't know.
Maybe it was too long and they had to start making shaving
Cut.
some things
Yeah.
off. Yeah. So they picked the least compelling characters and started shaving some of their
Well, seven
backstory down.
main characters is a lot, and that's not including
Exactly.
villagers.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
And we learn a lot about most of these characters because there's many layers. The most antagonistic farmer, we find out later that his wife was taken by these bandits the last time they raided.
Yeah.
Rick his
Yeah.
name is, or as
Yeah,
I
that's
call him,
that's
Itchy
that's-
Rick.
yeah. That's a really heartbreaking subplot too.
Yeah,
the whole thing. Oh man, we can talk about the actual like discovery later, I guess. But
yeah,
that's
well, we sort of know that something. We find out not too long after this, because they now walk to the village and they get there, and Ricky gives up his house for them, and Scratch finds
good old Itchy Rick.
Yeah, he finds a kimono and he goes, well, a farmhouse must not be so bad to sleep in when you have a wife to curl up to. And he goes, I don't have a wife, and storms off after hiding the kimono. And obviously everybody else kind of understands like she's either dead or gone or something happened to her.
Yeah.
And Scratch Ass is like, well, what the fuck is his problem? I was just talking about his wife. Like
Yeah,
he's dumb.
He's kind of clueless.
He's so dumb.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, should we talk about the finding the samurai? Anything else anyone wants to add? Because it is an hour of the movie. I think we've described the outline of it, but
there's not like a
I mean, there's a lot of like discussion in between. A little bit of character building here and there with the villagers and the village itself, mostly with I'm not good with the names either. The older gentleman and his friend from
Shimada.
years past. Yeah. Like there's a lot of backstory there, but it kind of ends after the first hour, right? And you just tell that they're really, really, really good friends. Like, so there isn't really much to say after Scratch Ass's drunken tirade. or sorry, before that. Like there's a lot that we could talk about, but it's not really necessary, I don't think.
Watch the movie. If you want to know every minute detail, watch the movie.
Yeah, I love the first hour. It's almost like a movie in itself.
It could have been cut into two parts, actually.
Yeah.
Like it probably would have. I mean, it would have been really quite the cliffhanger if they cut it right as they were all going to the village and then made that its own movie.
Well, it's a wonder it hasn't been remade as a terrible TV miniseries, to be honest. I'm glad it hasn't. But
you're gonna give Michael Bay ideas.
Yeah. Well, when it was originally released, it did have an intermission halfway through.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's a 10-minute intermission too. It's a good length.
It's
definitely enough time to take a poop.
Do people do that? Do people go to movies and have a poop halfway through?
I know people go to like plays and operas and take shits in the middle.
During intermission, you mean?
Yeah.
No. During the play on the
seats. In the seats. They just squat in the aisle. They don't miss anything.
That's not very cultural.
It would be super rude to leave.
That's true.
They just have to not fart. They can shit, but there's no farting allowed.
No farting. Yes.
No farting.
Yeah, they have standards.
Otherwise, you're shit out of luck. The dumber the dad joke, the more it makes you laugh.
So anyway, as the six samurai are traveling to the village,
After you've had your poop.
while the six samurai are traveling to the village, Kichio is following them. He's determined. He's determined to be part of them.
He's just squat and scratch his ass on the way out.
Oh, that really
She's
struck
like-
you as funny.
I'm sorry, I have this vision of a woman in a fucking ball gown shitting in the aisle of an opera.
And then they're going back to her seat as if nothing happened. That is pretty funny.
Oh my god. Mostly because, like, you have no idea what it's like to hike up a dress like that
Yeah.
just to use an actual toilet. So,
And then you could have an usher come along with like a little.
like a bucket on a stick. Madam!
But he comes hurrying. No, he comes hurrying down as quickly as he can and quietly gets rid of it because
Yeah.
Wow.
She's lost it.
Yeah, she's done.
Yeah.
Do we need an intermission? This is we need the technical difficulties thing.
Oh, good lord!
Yeah.
I can't get rid of the visual of this floppy old fucking woman with this big ass gown on, shitting in the middle of the theater.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
are you?
Yeah,
It's even funnier than Blue Hitler.
I wish I could have painted this picture for you.
I've got a pretty good vision of it in my head, don't worry. And it is funny. It is very funny.
Oh man, there's part of me that's thinking, oh, those stairs aren't very stable. She's gonna go ass over tea kettle mid shit.
I think it'd be funny if it was done deadpan serious, you know?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but
and like no one looked at it like it was out of
out of
place
the
or anything.
ordinary, no.
Yeah, it's just like a normal thing that happens all the time.
Oh lord, I think I'm over it.
Yep, good.
Yep, I'm good.
Now just imagine Blue Hitler doing it.
No, it's the ball gown that was getting me, because really, like, you have to hike those up to your
Well, I didn't-
waist.
I didn't say
So-
Blue Hitler wasn't wearing a ball gown.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
As you do at the theater.
Yeah.
I mean, I never go without a ball gown, so.
Blue Hitler is classy. Come on.
Oh well, yeah. Look at him.
Yeah.
All right. So
I'm sure it'd be done in a jiffy too.
So Scratch Ass is following them to the village. And they stop and all stare at him, and he has a squat and scratches his ass, waiting for them to keep going so he can keep following them. And then
Yeah. And they see him as kind of a joke.
Yeah. They chuck a rock at him like he's a stray dog that won't leave them alone.
Yeah.
yeah.
Actually, he gets treated like a stray dog quite a bit during this movie.
Yeah, and that's
pretty
why I
much.
think he's got the biggest character arc, because at the end he's seen as the hero, and his grave is, right at spoilers, his grave is right at the top, with his sword in it. So it's
Yeah.
clear that he's got the most meaningful journey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly abrupt, that's for sure.
Mm. And he's trying hard. He's really trying hard. You can't help but feel for the guy.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
he's very endearing. I like him quite a bit.
He's obviously come from a very poor background, and he's done whatever he's needed to survive. But he is trying to be good.
Well,
we
when
see
he's
that-
holding that kid later and he says, "This is me," this was
Yeah,
literally
yeah.
that. I'm going to be crying and not from laughter now.
And I mean, even later on when he tries to he goes out to get the gun, and he thinks he's done this brave thing.
But he's an idiot.
Yeah. So he's just so desperate to be liked and to have meaning.
He wants the same respect that very stoic man garners from all of them, but he doesn't know how to go about it. He really thinks it has to do with the gun, but it has more to do with the fact that he went and did it without being caught and bringing down this wave of ire when his comrades were unprepared. They knew he was going and they were prepared for him when he came back.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I know we're jumping ahead quite a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, when the master went to get the gun, everyone was prepared for that. Everyone knew what was happening.
Yeah.
When Kichio went to get the gun, he didn't tell anyone.
Which is stupid.
Even though even the audience was brought through the entire process, which was really cool. Yeah.
But he didn't let anyone know that he is leaving his post. He just put a villager in control of it, and
of course,
thus putting everybody in danger.
Yeah.
Which is very stupid. I mean, it was brave. I can't deny that it was brave, but it was very stupid.
But he did have the best intentions, and you can't help but relate to him in some way.
The guilt he goes through afterwards.
Yeah, he feels shitty about it.
He gets somebody killed. He gets one of them killed.
Gorobi.
Yeah.
Anyways, Ricky gives up his house for them, which we already said, and he makes like jokes about his wife, but I mean, he doesn't realize that she's dead, but I mean, his reaction should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
And then we get the next day, which the older fellow and his protege and his old friend are walking around and they're making battle plans. And basically they're reinforcing, building fences, doing stuff to prepare for battle.
Digging a moat along one side,
They're going to flood the fields. And they're not digging a moat, they dig really deep holes so that when they flood the fields, there's sinkholes so that they'll fall.
They do dig one moat, though.
Do they?
There's
okay.
Yeah.
Across the road on one side.
A ditch, which the water then runs down to the field. So, yeah. And they remove a bridge, and, so they're basically fortifying the village as much as possible.
Yeah, they have to abandon a few houses on one side of the river.
Which doesn't make some people happy.
Yeah, there's about 6 villagers that are very triggered by that.
Yeah.
That they're going to hold their own with their pointy sticks.
And Shimada says it's better to sacrifice 3 houses than the whole village.
Yeah, everybody's going to have to stand together and stand strong in order to save the village, so...
Yeah, and speaking of standing together, right? Let's say you lose those 3 houses, which they did. Surely the whole village would help them rebuild afterwards.
You'd like to think so.
I'd be surprised if they didn't,
Me too, but I mean, there's some dickholes in this village, so.
Yeah, I know, but they've sacrificed
most of them would certainly help. Yeah. Well, I don't think they would erect any building without the help of a lot of them anyways, so they're like the Amish. It takes a village to raise a barn.
Oh, we should mention when the samurai get to the village, there's no one there to greet them.
Yeah, they're all hiding from them, even though they were prepared for them to come. So the 3 that gathered them take them to the old man's house, and he apologizes, obviously, because holy shit, it's fucking rude to ask for their help.
Yeah, I can kind of understand from the villagers' point of view because they don't know the samurai. But they
came with their own comrades, their own villagers came with them. It's not like they showed up by themselves, in which case I'd be like, ooh, maybe they killed the other 3.
Yeah, but you still don't know if they're good characters. I mean, we know because we've been on that journey with the other farmers, but the villagers don't know that.
They can't expect much from them in terms of help if that's the way they're going to treat them, though, right?
Oh, exactly. At least someone should have come out and, said something. But it's interesting that there's that distrust between the samurai and the villagers. And that grows a bit later on when the samurai armor comes out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the samurai find that the villagers have actually stolen samurai armor from fleeing samurai who have probably been killed.
Yeah.
A lot of distrust between the two groups, but they have to work together. So,
Well, yeah.
yeah, but when they first get there, there's all that distrust, and the one who breaks the ice, so to speak, is Kichio again. And he sounds the alarm, and everyone thinks that the bandits are back. So everyone runs out, and suddenly they're asking the samurai for help.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all just a trick to break the ice and to get the two groups together.
I think he was trying to shame them, which he proceeds to do.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, look at you coming all out here. Samurai, samurai. It's
I love
hilarious.
that. Yeah, that's
Where
great.
he's mocking them because it's true. They are hiding from what are essentially their saviors.
The people they wanted anyway.
Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. Like, even from I have a hard time empathizing with that when you've begged them essentially for help and they come and then you treat them like they're monsters. It's strange.
Yeah. Well, I forget his name. The bald guy was very offended, actually. Like,
Yeah, and he
very, very
should be.
offended. Yeah, he's, what's the meaning of this? Like, yeah. I'd be offended too, to be honest.
And they're not paying the samurai much. It's just 3 square meals a day. So,
Yeah.
Although, as we find out towards the end, the villagers have a lot more food hidden away.
Yeah.
As Scratch Ass informs them.
Yeah.
They
he
don't
said-
really believe him because, I mean, they're good people, right? They wouldn't hold out on us
Yeah.
when we're helping them so much, and they do.
Yeah. And I can understand why, to a certain extent, from the
Oh,
villagers.
yeah.
I mean,
That
they've
I
been robbed.
understand.
They've been robbed so many times.
And they think they may not be able to actually spare it. They might have to dig into
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, I don't blame them for that at all. That's looking out for their best interest. That's their village and their people, and that's
They
fine.
got to eat.
Yeah. Personally, I don't see anything wrong
No.
with it, but I can see where somebody else could. So
They do offer it to them immediately after their first victory.
yeah.
They're like,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
share it because they have faith and hope that they might actually win. Because they do,
And-
they win the first skirmish pretty.
Pretty much one-sided.
Yeah, nobody dies. They get one guy gets grazed by a bullet,
Yeah.
and it's like a scratch. It's they all make fun of him for how like wildly dramatic he is about this graze.
I'm dying. Bring me my daughter.
Yeah, you're grazed. Calm down.
I actually, that's one of his storylines too. Is Manzo, one of the villagers? He has a daughter. He's afraid that she might run off with a samurai, so he cuts her hair and tells her to dress as a boy.
That's actually quite a heart-wrenching scene because she's screaming.
Yeah, she doesn't understand.
No. And he cuts her hair off and dresses her as a boy. And she's like, I think he's horny for her. He gives her weird looks. Yeah, he gives her really kind of leers.
No, I think he's just doesn't want his daughter running off with a samurai.
Yeah,
What? Wait.
I know. I got the intention from that scene is, oh my god, my daughter is fucking beautiful. You need to cut your hair right now.
It was too lusty. It gave me the willies.
Yeah,
you know the
that's
scene I'm talking about, too.
Yeah, I do. I don't.
Yeah.
I do, and I totally disagree.
Okay, I interpret it differently. Maybe I've been watching too much Game of Thrones, but it gave me
Maybe
gave me incesty vibes. He was looking at her like very sensually. It gave me the heebies.
Yeah, I just interpreted it as, holy shit, my daughter is really goddamn beautiful, and those men are going to eat her up. So,
Well, maybe
yeah.
the actor who played Anto had a big Nodachi. I don't know.
Maybe the actor was leering at her and couldn't not.
Maybe.
Because like he's full staring at her ass, and then like the look on his face doesn't say concerned father. The look on his face says, I don't want other men to have that.
Well, I mean, the look on his face is, I don't want
true.
men to. Yeah, that's partially true. I mean,
Yeah,
you're not wrong, but
you know what I mean.
I do.
You know,
I do.
Yeah,
I disagree
maybe I'm misreading it, but for me, that look is not fatherly. It's fucking creepy. He is a creep, and I don't like him. But you know what? He's not a very nice person anyway. So.
No, but anyway, one of the main, or one of the side stories is the daughter and the young samurai, Cat, we'll call him, basically falling in love or falling in lust or something in between those two, maybe.
Well, it's battle lust. It's a normal thing that happens to a lot of people when they think they're going to die.
Oh, they're both young and full of hormones, so
yeah.
There's that. There's a bunch of different things thrown into the pot here.
I think honor would have kept both of them in line had it been normal circumstances. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know.
Particularly the boy, because he's like afraid of pussy. Like,
well, not through the whole movie. He wasn't.
She's like writhing and moaning under him, and he's like, "Oh my god, what do I do with this?" It's very cute, but yeah, I think under normal circumstances, I don't think he would have.
But I like the scene where they met, where she's out picking flowers.
Yeah, and he's like, "You're supposed to be fighting with all the other young men."
He says, "Are you a girl?" And she thinks for a moment and says, "No." He goes, "Are you a boy?" And she goes, "Yes." He goes, "Why are you out picking flowers instead of fighting with the others?" And he looks down, he's got flowers in his own hands because he was picking flowers himself. And he suddenly throws them down because he realizes he's a hypocrite.
Yep.
And then they fall in love and fuck.
Yep.
And her father goes nuts.
He goes freaking ballistic. He calls her he beats the shit out of her first. And then when they get finally broken up, he calls her a slut and a whore and defouled and
Well, look at it from his point of view, though, right? The samurai come to save the village, which is fair enough. She sleeps with one of them. I'm assuming she wasn't on the pill, right? Considering what it was. So what happens if she gets pregnant?
That's a lot of assumptions, though. What if he wants to be with her? I think that if he hadn't been so upset, she might not have been so rejected him at the end either. Yeah,
but the father doesn't know that he's going to stay. I mean, most samurais wouldn't stay in the village.
No, right? that's fair enough. But still,
so he's thinking maybe I'm going to be stuck with a daughter with a child with no father, and he's going to be responsible for it.
Somebody in the chat said, "What if they just did anal?" That's a good point. How does he know that? How does he know that? He doesn't. Like I said, he was afraid of pussy. Obviously,
maybe that was lost in the translation. Maybe she said, "I don't want to get pregnant. Put it in my ass," and he goes, "Oh, okay." And that's why he's a bit confused.
I mean, really, he would have done anything she said because again, he was like really terrified of
maybe
everything.
They just didn't translate that bit, or maybe it's on the cutting room floor.
It was a way overreaction, though. I mean, honestly, if you're afraid of her getting pregnant, just kick her in the belly a few times. He's clearly not afraid of beating the shit out of her.
Well, I'm not saying he should beat the shit out of her, but I do understand why he'd be upset.
Yeah, it was a little much.
Yeah.
Like even the samurai were like, "Look, they fell in love. You could calm the fuck down a little bit. It's not a big deal. These things happen." I mean, didn't they used to have things that they thought would cause miscarriages too. I'm sure there's all sorts of things they could have tried to do to prevent a pregnancy.
Yeah, but I think the best choice would be to avoid having to go down that road altogether.
Yeah. But again, when people think they're going to die, they do things they wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, so that's one of the subplots.
Yeah.
So the middle hour of the movie is really building characters, building the relationship between the samurai and the villagers. We learn more about some of the villagers. And, of course, they're building defenses and their battle plan.
Yep.
And one of my favorite scenes where Kichio tries to ride the horse. You don't remember that?
Oh, yeah. When he goes galloping off on the horse and he falls off. Yes.
Well, it's beautifully shot because he gets on the horse and he's galloping
He does a
off.
good job at first.
Yeah, and he goes behind the building. And then on the other side of the building, we just see the horse come out without a rider.
And then he comes
he
staggering
hobbles
out holding his ass.
That's
He
so
puts
funny.
his hand on his ass a lot.
Maybe he doesn't want to get pregnant. I don't know.
He fell on the wrong body part.
So, yeah, that middle part, what else can we discuss about it?
I'm trying to think if anything else sort of interesting happens. I mean, the first skirmish happens in this middle section, and they win it pretty easily. They basically let a couple in, and then block the rest of them and kill them one at a time or two at a time.
No, that's a bit later on. That's
Isn't that the first skirmish?
No.
Oh, very long movie, hard to keep track.
No, the first skirmish is when they follow the 3 scouts back to their base.
Yeah.
Which is kind of very important because one of the samurais dies, and it's where Ichi Rick finds his wife.
Yes, that's rather important.
Yeah, so
and they all die in the fire.
They find their scouts' horses, and manage to kill the scouts, take their horses, and go off. Yes.
Yeah, but before that, the scouts come to the town. All the samurais are hiding, except for Kichio, who is out scratching his
ass.
Yeah, going, what's going on? Where'd
everybody go?
And they're like, come in here. Shut up.
But it's too late. They've already seen him.
Yeah.
So they have to go running after them before, obviously, they get back to their fucking horses, because then they're really screwed.
Yep.
And
the way the master cuts that guy down is beautiful. He's just sitting against the tree, eyes shut, resting, and then the 2 guys run past. He just jumps up, draws his sword, cuts him in 2, and that's it. It's like over.
So everything the man does is art. He's like a living piece of art. He has crafted his body into a weapon.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Kichio is wrestling one of the others on the ground
because he jumped at him from a tree like a fucking monkey. I mean, he manages to kill him.
It
worked.
No,
they capture him and drag him back to the village. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
He drags him back to the village, and all the villagers want to kill him, but
they they have to give that very, very elderly woman her revenge.
Well, yeah, the samurai are saying, no, you can't do this because
he's begging for his life and it's wrong, but you know what? Fuck it. That old woman deserved vengeance for her son.
Yeah,
and I agree with that.
The old woman had lost all her family. I think she probably deserves the right to kill him under those circumstances.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It would take her a very long time, though. Poor guy.
Well, somebody did help her.
Yeah, she's probably still trying to kill him.
Did she have a rock or an axe or something?
Like a big rake type thing.
Yeah, it's a big rake, yeah.
Get a hoe.
Yeah, pretty much.
She beat that guy to death with a hoe.
Yeah. It's been over 100 years and she's just broken his skin now. So
Speaking of beatings, even watching the villagers, this is just a little aside that happened just before this little, before the that little skirmish we're discussing. Just watching the villagers beat the barley with their tools is an awesome little scene too.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Just those little things, those little tiny things, like I was mentioning at the beginning of our episode tonight, where you can hear in this movie, like one of the sliding doors from an adjacent building open while they're discussing things. So just little things like that, you know.
And when they're in the meeting with the old man from the village, the head man, in the mill, you hear the thud, thud, thud of the mill in the background.
Yeah.
It keeps rhythm. You don't need music because you've actually got natural
There's
sound.
there's something for your brain to latch on to.
And just the sound of the water trickling.
Yeah, it sounds really like cliche, but just the sound of the leaves through the trees and everything, and he uses it in such a way. You hear birds chirping, and you don't even really notice because it's such a natural sound. It just works as the soundtrack to the movie.
So, should we discuss the scene where they set fire to the bandits' hideout?
Yeah, we can do that.
So is it? Yeah, it's three of the samurai and Ichi Rick.
Yeah,
ride to the bandits' hideout where I think there's 10 bandits there or something like that.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
And they're in like this big building, and they got women in there, and they decide the best way to kill them is to set fire to the building, and as they run out, just to cut them down. But this is around the time we realize that Ichi Rick's wife is in there. She's one of the women. She's been captured and dragged off.
Yeah,
and
she's the one that notices the fire too.
Yeah, but she doesn't tell anyone because she's got a death wish, and it's kind of understandable under the circumstances.
Well, she's been raped dozens of times, probably.
Yeah, at least.
Yeah, it's awful. So
I wouldn't want to live.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have allowed her to kill herself either. So this was just an opportunity.
Yeah. So some of the women run out, and then some of the guys run out, and they cut down the guys. And one of them pulls out a gun, if I remember correctly. That's the first time we realize that the bad guys have a gun.
Yeah. A rifle. Yeah.
Yeah. And they hide behind, the good guys, the samurai hide behind like some logs or something, or some rocks.
Yeah. Logs. Yeah.
And that's when Ichi Rick's wife comes to the door, and he realizes, and he runs off to see her.
And staggers is more like it. He's in shock because I think he thought she was dead.
Yeah, which is not surprising. And when she sees him, she runs back into the building.
It's a heartbreaking scene. It's really not easy to watch. So
so she's so filled with shame that she runs back into the burning building.
Well, yeah. How could you go back
to a normal life? You mean?
Yeah, like we didn't really have any concept of what PTSD was at that point, but there would be no real help for her to figure out how to deal with the trauma that she clearly went through. And I think seeing him brought back the reality that she had before. And it was not going to be like
shame,
that.
I think. Not that it was her fault, but
No, not at all. No, not at all.
But Japanese culture is built on shame and honor.
It is, yeah.
And she would have been seen as dishonorable, I think, or shameful.
I don't know how they would have treated,
especially at this time. So
rape victims, even.
Yeah, I don't know, but I imagine she would have felt dishonored or ashamed.
On a personal level. On a personal level, not even so much by people around her.
Yeah, I know a lot of.
And then don't forget, this is 1568. That the 1568 this movie's based in, right? So there's that as well.
I think a lot of abuse victims feel like that. Like, how could I allow it to happen in the first place. I could have stopped it somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, she seemed to just be sort of shut down until she saw him, and then
Yeah.
it's a hard scene to watch.
And of course, these circumstances lead to the first death of the first samurai,
Yeah.
Hayachi, who was shot by the gun, if I remember correctly.
By the musket. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He runs out to save Ricky. And obviously they all realize he must know her.
Yes.
But they don't want him to die for it.
Mm. And of course, it's heartbreaking for the other samurai because Hayachi was the sense of humor of the group.
Yeah,
His
he was the one.
lightheartedness.
He was the morale. He kept everybody's morale high.
Yes.
Not that we saw that much in the movie. We saw him early on. He just really became a background character. So
he did, but the idea of that was still there for the characters.
Yeah.
So that's
yeah. So it was after that the bad guys attacked.
Yep.
And they weren't very successful at first.
Well, they weren't prepared, I don't think, for actual battle strategy. Mostly they knew that they'd fortified.
Mm.
Yeah.
But they were not prepared for strategy, which thank you, Bald Man, for having good strategy. He basically they would just let one of them in and then bar the rest of them with their pokey sticks and kill one of them at a time.
Yeah, but the bandits tried to get in all the other ways too and couldn't.
They were less passable. They weren't as easy to get through, so they were easily thwarted with pointy sticks.
As Shimada said, he left
leave one weak point. Yeah.
Yeah, one side open for them to come in, and then you maximize your defense around that. So
yeah, you cannot win on defense alone.
And
he's true. He's true. I mean, they couldn't fight them off forever endlessly and hope to survive.
Well, the bandits obviously see the village as an easy target.
Yeah.
Until this time, at least, right?
Well, and it's the pride of their leader who's been slighted after they lose that first skirmish. Otherwise, the rest of them would have been like, fuck it. This is way too... We're going to lose too many men trying to get in here for what, barley?
Well, that's what I was wondering. At what point do you think you've lost enough men, maybe go fight a different village which isn't fortified and has samurai?
For bandits, I think the first one. They would have gone in, realized they have a battle strategy and aren't going to be easy to deal with, and fuck off.
Because there must be other villages nearby.
Oh, yeah, with food and whatever. They got women from other places too, obviously.
Yeah.
And the other smart thing you could do is you think, okay, they're prepared for us. Let's just fuck off and we'll go raid another village and we'll come back to this one in 6 months.
Yeah.
And see what it's like.
Out of the blue, right?
Yeah. They were prepared for us this time.
Come at night and set it on fire or something. You know, who knows? But
I mean, honestly, they probably could have done something smarter with the guns too.
Yeah.
Like they didn't use them very much. They lost one fairly early on.
Well, they're muskets, so they're not easy to aim, but still.
Or load at that rate. So
yeah, that's true. But if you had three shooters together, you could, probably hit a target.
Yeah.
Especially if there's a group of people together, you're going to hit someone.
Yeah, exactly.
But we don't know how much ammo they had either. So
that's also true. Yeah. They might not have had much, especially in 1568.
So they might not have wanted to waste it. So who knows?
Yeah, they might not have had very much ammunition.
Well, yeah, gunpowder, you name it. Yeah,
sort of a last-ditch effort, emergency type of weapon, in case they can't deal with them with other methods.
And I think the guns would be there for fear too. I mean, I think most people coming up against guns at that time would have Said, "I just take my shit," you know,
Yeah, exactly.
instead of fighting back.
Exactly.
I wouldn't want to go against a gun with a sword, even if it is a musket. Unless it was close range, in which case, give me the sword.
Oh, yes.
So, all right, what else about the battle? There's the scene with the old man in the mill.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave his mill, but his family obviously doesn't want him to die. So they all go off to get him while they're dismantling the bridge.
Including a small child, which is a mistake.
Why?
Yeah.
The two adults, I'm sure, could carry the feeble little old man. They could have left the kid in with all the other women.
That would have been the smart thing to do. But yeah, they decided not to for some reason. I guess for the plot. Because
it's very important to the plot because we get to see Scratch Ass get some character development out of it.
Yeah. So the mill gets on fire. Kichio goes to save the old man. And the old man and his son die. The I guess daughter-in-law comes out carrying the child, and then we realize she's been stabbed in the back by a spear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Kichio picks up the child and the screaming child in his arms, and he's almost in tears. And he says, "This was me." So we learned that, he is basically an orphan of a farmer.
Excuse me while I go cry.
Well, you meant to.
He says this exact same thing happened to me.
Yeah. But that's the beauty of this movie. It takes a character like Kichio, which is he's a complete fuck up.
He's been the comedic relief for most of the movie.
Yeah, people have been making fun of him. He's a complete fuck up. He's a drunk. He's a thief. In many ways, he's a loser. But he does try so fucking hard to be someone and to have meaning. And you feel for it. You feel emotional.
Absolutely.
And you see there's a real person there and a real character. And spoilers, it's tragic when he dies at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And that's he's
and
really
it's unexpected. It's so unexpected.
It really is.
Well, not
it
now
happens.
because we just told everyone. But it's the real heart. He's the real heart of the movie. If you remove that one character, the movie would not have worked the same way.
No, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't. It absolutely wouldn't have. It would have been a good movie, sure.
Yeah, it would have been a good movie. It would have been a Akira Kurosawa movie. So it would have been beautifully directed, beautifully shot. But without that main character, the story would not have been as compelling. Cold not going well there?
Well.
Yeah, you're snuffling a lot this time.
You sound like you're struggling a bit. We'll get through the movie in a little bit. Don't worry.
We're almost done. We're
almost done.
I'm trying to mute in time, and I'm doing it pretty well, but I can't get every time. Sorry.
I'll medicate you when we're done. Is that Siri?
Hey, what?
Did she go off because you said struggling?
No. It was just a notification. I got a message, an email.
I thought she was having a drunken. What?
No. Hey, Siri. Are you drunk?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Siri.
Siri. Are you serious? Oh, she didn't answer. No. Oh well. Yeah. So anyway, what other key things are there in the battle? Oh, the master samurai goes off in the middle of the night and comes back in the morning saying he's killed 3 of them and he's captured one of the guns.
And everybody's like in awe, of course, because they thought he was dead.
Yeah. He goes off and does some ninja shit. Well, technically not ninja shit. It's technically samurai shit, but you know what I mean.
Hey, he does
Yes.
a little ninja shit with some samurai shit.
Yeah. And
The stealthy we associate more with the ninja, and then
exactly.
the murder we associate more with the samurai.
So yeah, everyone's in awe, including the young samurai guy, Kat, who's just looking at him with amazement. You know, he thinks he's the most amazing samurai who's ever lived, and he might actually be that.
Yeah, the man is he's a sculpted individual. He is a walking piece of art.
Yep. And of course, Kichio sees this and gets a bit jealous because he wants to have that.
He wants to be
have that.
respected in the same way.
He wants to be someone. He wants,
and they're
to have
all
meaning.
picking on him all the time. And
yeah. So he thinks I can do that too, right? So instead of telling everyone the plan and going off in the middle of the night, stealthy, he decides to just put Yoey, the
very sad old man in charge of his post.
Yeah. And not tell anyone else and just go off and capture a gun, which he does.
He does, but they have he doesn't have another samurai helping him anymore because his counterpart died.
Mm.
So he's guarding that post alone and then abandons all the villagers to their own devices. And
he sees that some of the bandits are trying to desert and are being killed.
Yep.
And then he finds he steals some armor from one of the dead bandits.
Yep.
And he finds the guy with the gun. He just sits down next to him and starts chatting to him.
Yep.
And the guy doesn't realize. Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful scene.
He hands him the gun and he looks at it. Yeah, this is a nice gun.
Yeah, and the bandit doesn't realize that he's talking to one of the samurai. He thinks it's one of the other bandits.
Then in classic scratch ass retardation, he shoots him when he figures out that he's not somebody he recognizes. Clearly he's from the enemy, and he shoots him, which everybody hears, and they all come running.
It was so amazing when the realization suddenly crossed his face. Like, hold on.
You just handed him my gun, and you're not.
You're not one of the bandits. You're one of the samurai. The actor did such an amazing job of pulling off that surprise look. Like, slow realization too. It wasn't like all of a sudden. It was just like, hold on, something's wrong here. Oh shit. Yeah. So when he gets back to the village, he's got all the bandits on his tail, and there's just fucking chaos. And he thinks he's a hero. He's done exactly the same thing as the other guy, right? But of course,
they're all following you.
Yeah, and of course he left his post unguarded, and now people have broken in, and there's chaos. And that's
somebody killed.
Yeah, and that's where we lead to the big, well, not the ultimate fight scene, but one of the main fight scenes towards the end, where there's a lot of chaos, a lot of the bandits breaking into the village, things going around it, shit going on everywhere. And is that where Gorobi gets killed, I think?
I believe you're right, yep.
Yeah. And some of the villagers, I think, get killed too.
Yes. Sad elderly man.
Yeah. So Kikyo tried to be the hero. He tried to do something brave. He tried to copy the other samurai. And although he did capture a gun, ultimately he caused more chaos and harm than good.
The price was really high.
Yeah, and that kind of sums up his character. He's
the guilt.
He's trying so hard. Yeah, that's right. When he's sitting next to the grave of Gorobi, he feels so fucking guilty for having stuffed up and done something stupid.
Oh, he just sits by the graves alone while everybody's celebrating, because they do come out of this on top, but it's at a great cost. I think
Yeah, yeah.
Don't two samurai die during this, and a couple of
No.
villagers? No, just the one.
Just the one.
Yeah, it's he's very depressed about it.
Yeah,
He gets
because
very drunk.
there's 7 samurai, as the title suggests,
Mm-hmm.
and 4 die and 3 survive. So
Yeah. Okay.
at the moment we're 2 down.
Mm-hmm.
So we got 2 to go, which is they both happen pretty quickly in the final
Oh my
scene.
god, Stoic Man.
Yep.
The
So,
shock. I'm still in shock.
Yeah, one last big battle at the end because the bandits are going to, they're tired. Everyone's tired. They're going to push through and try to win.
Yep.
And during that, the master or stoic guy, as you call him, gets shot.
His death, because I don't think he doesn't quite realize what happens, and he lashes out with his sword at whatever just hit him, and then he's just down, and
he tries to keep going just through pure force of will, but fails.
Yeah. It shocked me a lot because I knew there was only 10 minutes of the movie left.
Yep.
And at this point, there was only 2 bandits left. Oh, okay. They're like, I mean, they've won pretty much. They just got to flush these 2 out of. I knew they had a gun with them, but I wasn't. I was not expecting it.
Yeah. So the 2 final bandits have taken
all the women hostage.
Yeah, in like one building, and and unfortunately, one of them has a gun. So, but after the death of the master samurai, that's when Kichio just loses it and goes to kill the remaining 2, which he does, but in doing so, he gets shot himself and dies.
Yeah.
Which is, rather tragic because he's really the heart of the movie.
You mean, excuse me while I cry some more? This movie makes me cry a lot.
Yeah, so the 3 remaining samurai are the older one, Shimada, and his lieutenant from previous battles, and they joke that they've survived yet another battle.
I don't think they're joking.
Well, it
has a very depressing tone.
It does. It
looks
does.
like we've survived again.
And of course, the other one is the young boy samurai, Cat, who I don't know if he'd want to be a samurai after this experience. He might.
It might have fortified his resolve because they did win.
Yeah,
well, it was difficult.
losing comrades like that, it kind of, I think, deflates the ideal image of the samurai that he obviously had in his head.
I think
he might want to atone for the stuff he thinks he fucked up too.
I think
that's true.
That girl really gutted him far more than that, because he's like really pretty heartbroken when she rejects him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure samurai gut themselves more efficiently than anybody else.
That was horrible.
Well, could there be a future for a samurai and a peasant farmer girl?
Why not? He could take her back home with him.
Oh,
I mean, his parents might not be very happy, but
yeah, I don't think he's
landowner. Yeah, in 1568, it's not so much about parents being happy. It's probably not possible.
As long as she could produce him in air, I don't think they would care too much.
Not in 1568. Edo era Japan. No, that wouldn't happen.
And he does come from a wealthy family too.
Yeah.
He's not poor like the other samurai. It's made clear that he comes from a very wealthy family. His father's a large landowner, so I don't think they'd be too happy with the peasant girl. And I don't know if he'd be happy being a farmer. He could have just stayed
there.
No, I don't think he'd be happy being a farmer.
But he wanted her.
Yeah. But, it's young lust, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hormones going through their system.
He was pretty gutted. I think he would have like if she didn't reject him, he probably would have tried to find a way. Because it's her decision to not. Clearly.
I just don't know how realistic it would have been.
Yeah, I think you're thinking too much into a situation where it was just kind of a fling, unfortunately.
Not for him. Look at his face.
Well, yeah, but it obviously was for her. So
yes, clearly.
for people to get together, it has to be mutual. So she might have just gone, nah, meh. I'm good.
I think that's. I mean, I think she felt so much shame about it. She never would have been able to actually be with him because she was so ashamed of herself.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but I mean, he was clearly willing. He would have been down. Yeah. Like he was heartbroken.
Well, maybe she was looking for someone with a bigger nodachi.
Bigger sword. Must have bigger sword. Your sword, tiny pee-pee.
So smoke.
So schmur.
Okay.
Oh, does this mean that she would have preferred scratch ass, but just had to settle?
Yeah, well, yeah, he's a bit scruffy, maybe a bit too old, but
women like some scruffy.
But she kept on looking at his nodachi. If you go watch it again, all 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
All right. You'll
just a casual viewing.
Yeah, maybe watch it on slow-mo. So it'll take 7 hours, and you'll definitely see her occasionally glance over at his nodachi. Numerous times. It's subtle, but it's there.
This reminds me of a time when I was in high school, and you know that scene in Wild Wild West where Will Smith gets up and it's in between his legs, the camera?
Yeah.
You had a giant spider in your high school.
Yeah.
Giant mechanical spider.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wanted to see its cock.
Okay.
Do spiders have cocks?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
A friend of mine and I put that fucking VHS tape on slow-mo and you can see Will Smith's balls.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Were they de-aged?
No, they were blurry as shit.
Oh, so not like Gemini Man. Oh, maybe it is like Gemini Man.
Yeah, a little bit.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure for that actual scene, he was totally butt-ass naked.
Probably.
Well, usually they wear flesh-colored underwear and shit to like.
Well, I guess if you de-age someone's balls, it would take all the wrinkles out.
They were grainy and blurry because the shot happened so fast. But yeah, we wanted to see his balls really bad because he was super fine, you know.
Well, there you go.
I luckily had one of those fancy VCRs that could slow the tape down.
Well, that was clearly the best part of Seven Samurai.
Oh man, that wasn't even in high school. I think I was 11.
Yep, definitely the best part of Seven Samurai.
Will Smith's balls.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, we don't see any balls in.
Never underestimate a hormonal young girl that wants to see some balls. They'll slow-mo Seven Samurai down and look for them.
Well, there is the scene with Ikichio when he jumps in the water and he strips down to his little G-string thing.
I bet you there's some. I bet you if you slowed that movie down in some spaces, there's probably balls.
It's got a little flap in front of it.
Yeah, you could probably. There's probably like mid jump or bend over or scratch ass, and they may hang out a little.
Maybe Yui, the old unhappy man. Oh, what's that?
He's dying again. He's forgotten to mute himself.
Huh?
What are you doing?
What happened?
I think he's telling us to hurry up because he's sick.
I actually have no idea what either of you are talking about.
It sounds like you're.
I'm sitting here completely silent.
It sounds like you are rubbing something all over the mic.
No.
Is it touching your face?
No.
Are you breathing into it?
No.
Are you breathing?
It might be Will Smith's balls. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably it.
So anyway, I think we've covered the plot of Seven Samurai. What about the visuals and sound? I think we've covered a lot of that too. But any other thoughts?
I mean, all
Favorite
of them are
part?
amazing.
The what?
I love Stoic Man.
Favorite?
Oh yes,
part?
yes.
I love Stoic Man. He's my favorite. Who's your favorite?
Oh, it's Kichio.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
He's my second favorite.
Yeah. Although I do like the Master, and I do like Shimada.
Yeah, Shimada's probably my favorite. He's
awesome.
I just liked him right since the beginning. He's just a joy to watch, and he's just you can tell he's really trying hard to remain positive throughout this, and he finds a friend, and it's just great.
So yeah, I think we covered a lot of the visuals when we were talking about Yojimbo. So, and they're very similar visually, I think.
Oh yeah,
they are. Seven Samurai is definitely on a grander scale. Obviously,
yeah.
I mean the sets are bigger. It's set outside of the village a fair bit, and it's just
you get
obviously
to know a lot of the characters more.
Sure. Well, and I mean it is an hour and 40 minutes longer too.
Yeah.
So it's literally twice the length of Yojimbo. So, or at least 10 minutes shy of twice the length.
Yeah. It's a good thing they have that little poop intermission.
Yeah.
In the aisle.
That's right.
No, I can't.
You guys are good.
Not again.
And of course, it's been reinterpreted many times. I won't say remade, but reinterpreted many, many, many times.
Yes.
The most famous one, of course, is The Magnificent Seven, which itself has been remade, I think, a couple of times.
Yeah. I like that movie, too. That movie's great.
He gave birth to many, many things just via inspiration. He inspired many directors to make many wonderful things and many bad things, I'm sure.
Battle Beyond the Stars is another reinterpretation. The Seven Magnificent Gladiators, which I've never seen, but sounds awful.
I've never seen that either.
Oh, and of course, there was an episode of The Mandalorian based on the Seven Samurai.
Oh, God.
Yeah, which was
fantastic. For 1 second about how fucking amazing The Mandalorian is?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Oh, more.
I told you it was good.
Yes, you were right.
Yeah, but there was an episode where they had two people had to defend the village. Not seven, but two.
Yeah, it was very good. It had the setup and everything, the same kind of structure. It was great.
Of course, it was only
they also dug a big hole in a wet field.
Yeah.
And there was an episode of the Clone Wars based on Seven Samurai. It was actually dedicated to Akira Kurosawa. And in that, 4 bounty hunters and 3 Jedi defended a village against some outlaws.
Did you see how upset middle-aged moms were that you couldn't buy Baby Yoda plushes for Christmas?
Nope.
Yeah, there was a bunch of triggered people on Twitter, as you do.
Come out before Christmas?
Yeah. No, it's not. There was a reason for it. I can't remember.
Hide it.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it was, but they didn't want to release the merch until after a certain something. And yeah, they were very upset, and I find it really funny.
But that started in November, right? Mm-hmm. And Baby Yoda was revealed at the end of the first episode. So
they could have had merch on standby. There was a reason for it, though. I can't remember what it was, but there was a reason why.
Because they'd be raking in a fucking truckload of money.
They still don't actually have any official Baby Yoda merch yet. They might not have even realized how popular it was going to be, but I mean, come on, it's Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if George Lucas had realized that Baby Yoda had been such a cash cow, I don't think he would have sold Star Wars to begin with.
Maybe not.
The
He
Baby
looked-
Yoda Chronicles.
He just looked in. What is it? 9 years into the future, and was like, "Well, wait a minute. Okay."
I
He
think
would have had
he
the
just
Baby Yoda Chronicles.
Yeah.
had enough.
Yeah, I think
And he would have replaced him with a CG Baby Yoda in the next iteration too.
Well, some of it was CG.
Yes, I know.
They're very hard to tell the difference, though.
Yeah.
There were people going after the actor that punched Baby Yoda.
That's,
I'm not joking. Unironically, these people were like, "We have to cancel the actor that punched Baby Yoda."
Oh well, you got to expect that from a Twitter mob.
But of all the things I've seen Twitter mobs go after, this was the stupidest because he was literally acting a character. Why? Do you not understand the difference between reality and fantasy?
Are you telling me that Baby Yoda isn't real?
Yes.
I need you to stop this heresy right now.
I'm very
Well,
sorry.
he's not a
Baby Yoda.
baby. He's not a baby anymore because it was set in a galaxy long ago in a galaxy far, far away.
He's also 50.
Right. That's true. That's true. So, he's old Baby Yoda.
Okay, fine. Are you telling me that old Baby Yoda isn't real? Because
Yeah.
I-
I'm sorry to shatter your expectations of reality, but yeah,
oh,
that man that punched him is an actor.
oh, you're lying.
And Baby Yoda's a puppet.
Hey Siri, is Baby Yoda real?
Okay, I found this on the web for Is Baby Yoda Real? Check it out.
Oh, thanks. I'll read that later.
The fuck
Oh,
did
so
she answer the question?
it's up for she's just telling us all that it's up for interpretation. So
Whatever you read on the internet is real, people.
That's
so
right.
if there's a website
Yep.
on the internet that says Baby Yoda's real, and then he certainly is. Also,
There
do
you
we even know the gender of it?
BabyYodaIsReal.com seems to
Have
think it's real.
they called it anything other than it?
No.
No, they've just referred to it as it.
Could we start a petition to make Baby Yoda trans?
You have a huge fan of your Australian
just
Siri,
saying,
by the way.
Do you
Siri,
think that would take off?
Not trans, hermaphrodite.
A trans gay Baby Yoda. We should start a petition.
Hermaphrodite.
We need to start that just as a joke.
Seriously though, so you have a very big fan of Australian Siri.
What?
Very fascinated that your Siri has an Australian accent.
Well, all series have the accent of wherever you are. So
will Australian Siri tell you what crikey means?
we'll see. Hey Siri, what does crikey mean?
Crikey is an informal term. It means an expression of surprise.
There you go.
Oh, crikey! I didn't know that.
Excellent. Please get it to say throw more shrimp on the Barbie.
Oh.
Hey Siri,
Uh,
how do you say throw more shrimp
I'm
on the
not hearing
Barbie
no.
in Canadian?
I can't translate into Canadian.
Yeah, I still can't.
Canadian is
Man,
indecipherable.
our language is far too
I don't
complicated
actually
for Apple.
understand how anybody watching this show understands what Master Anon and I are saying.
No, it sounds like I'm just talking to people talking gibberish. Which,
Talking just blah, 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 sniffling once in a while. Coughs in Canadian.
What does Canadian cough sound like?
and all the Canadians are wondering what I'm talking about. So,
Hey, we could wait.
Yes,
can
we
Siri
know that
translate?
we know that that's not a knife and this is a knife. We know. Why do you keep saying that over and over again?
Can Siri translate to Australian?
oh, that's an interesting question. Hey Siri, what is can Siri translate into Australian in Australian?
I can't translate into Australian yet.
Oh,
But she's speaking Australian. What is this?
I don't know.
You broke your mic. So,
Yeah, it's strange.
Oh, good
Oh.
Lord Almighty.
So
so
you guys saw the Joker?
Yes.
yeah, we have. Yes.
We shouldn't spoil that. It's too new.
No, just opinions. We don't have to.
I don't want to spoil it. Yeah, I really loved it a lot more than I thought I would, and I already thought I would. So
I'm glad we just went out and bought it. And oh my God, woke Twitter, how angry they are. They don't understand the movie at all. If they think it has anything to do with his gender or his race, they are complete fucking retards. It has everything to do with his class. Sit down and watch the fucking movie.
Yeah, but they can only see things through gender and race.
Yeah. Yeah, the class warfare that they constantly bitch about.
Yeah,
and they there's finally a movie that really addresses it and mental illness and this and that.
Yes.
And then they shit all over it.
I would like to just say, without spoiling much
Don't spoil
or any of the plot,
any if you can, but
good Lord, it's class warfare. It's basically screw rich people. Like, it has nothing to do with his race or his gender. They are next to irrelevant.
No.
But according to someone on the Young Turks
network,
the Joker has a problem with black women.
What? He was like in love with her. Ah!
Oh no, but he also disagreed with the woman on the bus and the social worker.
He disagreed with a woman? What a fucking pig. Oh my God.
I know.
Wait. When did he disagree with the woman on the bus?
Well, we're gonna spoil. Don't spoil.
That was in the trailer though.
Okay.
Was it?
Oh, okay. No, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, where he's
he's just
joking.
making faces at her kid.
Yeah, and she turns around and tells him off. So apparently that means he hates black women, according to the Young Turks.
Oh, that woman that was a huge fucking bitch to him.
Yeah.
No,
the woman who set off
a huge bitch?
his trigger. She was a huge bitch, yeah. Because he was just being nice to her kid, who was making, like, kids do that stuff. They'll like make faces at strangers and shit. That's just a normal kid thing to do, and he was making him laugh. The fuck is wrong with you, cranky fat cow? God.
Actor. It's an actor, not a real person. Don't worry. And you haven't seen The Fanatic yet?
The what?
The Fanatic.
No. I haven't seen Miss.
I'm an English Bobby.
I looked up that scene though.
Did you see it?
Not the movie though. No, just a little bit of it. The scene though, yes, it's out there, and I have not seen Mr. Durst's latest masterpiece. No.
Oh, that scene is fucking hilarious. It's so bad, so incredibly bad.
He's trying.
Oh, and what about Color Out of Space?
No.
It's very good.
Did you see Togo?
Togo, no.
Oh, you're missing out. It
actually is really fantastic.
It has Willem Dafoe in it, and it's basically just him and his sled dogs for most of the movie, and it is amazing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it. You wouldn't think it would be much to write home about because it's a live action Disney adaptation, but the movie is far better than it has any right to be. When
we did Don Bluth, I almost wanted to pick Balto, which is the story that this movie is based off of.
Yeah, it's shockingly good.
Should we talk about the next show?
Yeah, what is the next show?
I guess I can bring that up.
Let's see here, yeah.
Contest of shit.
Oh no, not again. Why did I agree to let the two of you do this? to me?
Oh, it's that. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to lock something in here pretty quick. Okay.
Well, I picked the Turkish Spider-Man, so
Oh, yeah.
which I still haven't seen. So I'm.
Well, that's
picked the
okay.
one.
This is, yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, that's okay. Now I'm not excited anymore.
No?
No, next episode they're gonna torment me with like really shitty movies.
Yep.
Bane lost last
Eh.
time with his hilarious choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which you still haven't bought for me. I'm really disappointed.
Huh?
You haven't bought me that movie yet. Very disappointed.
No, I guess we haven't.
Yeah. Why would anyone buy that movie? Has anyone actually bought that movie? Is the question? I think.
I'm sure. I'm sure there's.
Oh, you're
like,
asking a question. Okay.
I'm sure there's like 100 copies sold, and it's people like me who sat there the whole time guffawing at it.
Well, I don't
Yeah.
think you'll find Turkish Spider-Man too funny.
Yeah, well, you people find Neil Breen funny, so you got no
That's
room
true.
to comment about my sense
I
of
mean,
humor.
I guess I could always pick a Neil Breen film.
Yeah, but see, then you win by
I
default.
don't know what
We
I'm
should
going to
make
pick yet.
some rules here. Neil Breen's off limits. The
Yeah,
room's
Neil
off
Breen-
limits. The
Neil
ob-
Breen can get his own special. I
yeah,
think.
the obvious ones, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little too obvious, isn't it?
Yeah. So we're doing that in 2 weeks.
Yep.
Hopefully, yeah.
So in about a month, that means I'll finally get to show you guys naked.
Yep.
Yeah, you've been talking that one up for a
Yeah.
long time.
I
So,
don't think you'll be disappointed in any way.
No, I'm sure I won't be.
I've seen that movie so many fucking times. I think I know it back to front. Which is
Well,
saying
it'll be
a
a
lot.
good episode for you to talk about it then.
That's saying a lot because it's very dialogue heavy too. So yeah, so many good lines in it. So I take it we all recommend Akira
Right on.
Kurosawa endlessly.
Oh God, yeah.
Just in general.
You
yes.
can blindly pick a movie out of his library and not be disappointed.
I've seen many. I think I've seen 80% of his catalog, and yeah, they're all like they're all not like the masterpieces that these three films are, in
No, but
my
you won't
opinion.
be
But they're all good. You won't be disappointed. I don't think he has a real stinker amongst his entire catalog. So
The only thing I'll say about Dreams is prepare yourself.
yeah, you'll never be able to see it for the first time again.
No. And it is an experience.
Yeah.
I wish I could see it on a big screen. Like in a theater. In a Japanese theater where
Yeah,
they
just
fucking talk.
Yeah. No hooting and hollering.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? I'd
Oh.
love to see Seven Samurai restored on the big screen.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah.
Can we just have an Akira museum that just plays all his movies on the big screen in glorious HD forever?
Yeah.
There used to be a Melbourne theatre that used to play old movies like The Seven Samurai and The Empire Strikes Back and things like that on a regular basis. I think they closed down years ago. The problem was they had to buy the print, which could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars per movie.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's why we don't see
that would-
old. That's why we don't see old movies in theaters anymore. I think it's definitely a market for it.
Oh yeah, but it's probably not it's not profitable enough.
No.
So
No, it's not, and there are certain ones. Oh, sorry. Go on.
You've got Cloud Atlas paired with Naked.
Yep.
What is that?
All right.
Oh,
Cloud
do you like
Atlas
The Matrix?
is.
Do you like The Matrix?
Yes.
Yeah, it's by the same creators.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very
Is
different
it-
story though.
I haven't seen it, but I know what it's about. I know the story quite well, so I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you
So-
anything about it, but it's quite a complex story.
Okay.
It's probably
Mhm.
best if you go into it totally blind.
I like going into movies like that.
Yeah,
in
I
general.
like that too.
Master Anon's picks for his next episode are interesting pair.
Oh.
Um,
Which ones are my next ones?
You've got Manborg, which is
Oh,
super fun, made really cheap.
I haven't
yeah,
seen
made
it,
for
but I know what it is.
And then
Manborg is just over an hour. It was made for 2,000 Canadian dollars in a garage.
and then you've got it paired with Dead Leaves.
Oh, the animated
Yeah, Dead
movie.
Leaves.
That's
Yeah.
the animated movie. Yep.
So that'll be
Yes, it is.
interesting.
Yeah. But I think they go well together, and yeah, they are two of my favorites. So, Dead Leaves is insane.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
and then right after that, I'm just out to depress the both of you with Watership Down and Plague Dogs, which are two animated films based off of two books by the same author, Adam something, I believe. I cannot remember his last name off the top of my head, but Watership Down Watership Down is something I think a lot of people have seen. It's well known for being a very shocking animated film for its time, at least to come out of Western media.
Yeah.
And Plague Dogs is something I don't think very many people have seen at all. I'm actually kind of shocked it had a physical release at all. But yeah, I mean, I'm just out to
It's actually incredibly obscure.
Yeah. It's
Well, you'll probably succeed.
yeah, I mean, if Watership Down doesn't make you depressed, Plague Dogs definitely will.
Well, that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, if you two get to torture me with bad movies, I'm going to torture you with good movies.
That's okay. You can do that.
Okay.
And then we have our shorts special.
Yeah.
I've already picked mine. I'm really looking forward to that episode. Should be really good.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do VHS because it's just an amalgamation of a bunch of shorts. It's a lot easier.
Mm.
I think you're going to have to send us yours.
Yeah, that's okay. That shouldn't be a problem.
Alrighty.
A couple of them are actually on YouTube.
Oh, there you go. That's easy.
Yeah, I mean, they were published on YouTube, so.
And we actually have the Blu-ray of Cloud Atlas, which we've had for several years, and I just haven't watched. So, because I'm weird like that. So,
you'll enjoy it. It'll be good. But yeah, with the shorts, two of them are actually written by a computer program.
Interesting.
Yeah, they put something like hundreds of screenplays into a computer program, and then told it to write a screenplay based on them. And it's
wow.
They're bizarre. They're really bizarre.
Is it good?
Yeah, they're short, but they're good in the sense that they're really bizarre. Some of the word choices and some of the actions are just weird because the actors acted out as it's written. And in one of them, they use scenes from classic movies, which the computers picked, but the computer superimposed the main actor's face on all the actors in the clips' faces, including the women. It's strange. It's really strange.
Wow.
It's like bizarre shit, but
Oh, you like bizarre shit, so.
Well, I found it interesting from a viewpoint of computer learning and artificial limited intelligence, or narrow intelligence, as it's called.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
I think we've been going long enough. We're
yeah.
approaching 5 hours and 15 minutes here.
Not as
Getting
long
there.
as I thought it would be, to be honest.
Yeah, actually, we made it through a little faster than I thought too. I figured we'd hit at least 6, but
Mm.
I'm
Well, this
not
is
mad
one of the
about it.
longer shows, though.
Oh yeah, I mean it was well deserved. Akira Kurosawa's films are quite
Mm.
long, and there's a lot to talk about. Funnily enough, we talked about one of the shorter ones the longest.
Yeah. Yeah, we got through Seven Samurai pretty quickly. Actually,
Mhm.
so.
Well, we talked about a lot of the things in that with Yojimbo, I think.
Yeah,
Too.
they sort of go hand in hand. They're
Yeah.
similar in feel. So, all right. Well, I
Mm.
think we will say goodnight and see everybody next time. Should be
Yep.
2 Saturdays from now, or two Fridays. From now.
Well, yeah, 2 weeks from now on a Friday, as opposed to a Saturday. It
Yeah,
could
we
be a
usually
different
do these
day
Fridays.
for you, depending on where you are in the world. But
Yep.
All right.
So Friday American time, Saturday Aussie time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're English, who cares?
Exactly. We don't make these for you. Get out.
We only speak Australian and Canadian here.
That's right.
Not
Everybody else can
disgusting
fuck off.
and we can't understand each other.
No, we don't actually communicate with each other. We have a very quick translator speaking to all of us in the background here. And he's very
And
expensive.
don't forget, if you're at the opera, take a shit in the aisle.
Good night, everybody. Bye.